Başla.
Assalomu alaykum ekran oldidagi Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Dunyo qurultiyining tashabbusi bilan qurilgan Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki hozir boshlanadigan ikkinchi qatimliq soti haqidagi naq maydon programmasiga xush keldingizlar. Men Piraturum Qash. Bu yoqda o'tirgan qarindoshimiz Baxtiyor Umar.
Assalomu alaykum.
Hammalarga Londondan yürekli selam. Aziz qarindoshlar, ko'rayotganlar Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasi. Hozir biz sizlarga hozir bir minutdan keyin, 1-2 minutdan keyin boshlanish oldida turgan bu Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki ikkinchi qatimliq sud o'tkazilgan bu zaldan Churchill House saraydan naq maydondan bu programmani taqdim qilyapmiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu programmamiz 4 gün naq maydon izchil davom qiladi, uzilmay davom qiladi. Aziz qarindoshlar, sizlarga ma'lum, mustabid Xitoy hokimiyatining shuncha qattiq besim, ta'diddlariga qaramasdan tunji navbatlik Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki tunji qatimliq soti 6-oyning 4-kunidan 7-kunigacha Londonda Mushul sarayida muvaffaqiyatli o'tkazilgan va sudning oxirgi kuni sudninki raisi, bosh sudchisi Jeffrey Nice oliyalari e'lon qilgan bayonotida ikkinchi qatimliq sudninki 9-oyninki 10-kunidan 13-kunigacha yana Mushul sarayida o'tkazilganligini jakalg'aydi. Mana hozir bu sud boshlanish oldida turdi aziz qarindoshlar. Sud zaliga mehmonlar kirishga başladı. Asta-asta Baxtiyor qarindoshimiz sud zalini bir ekranga keltirsa, qarindoshlarimiz bu ko'rsa. Aziz qarindoshlar, sud boshlanishga yana bir qancha minut qoldi. Bu sud London vaqti degan soat 9da rasmiy boshlanishi kerak. Mana hozir Del 9 oldu, 1 minut açtı, birazdan başlandı ve baş sotçular, avukat heyeti, bağlaş heyeti ve tamaşalılar mı asta zalıp gelip özünün orullarını ilişki başladı ve biz hazır bu oltağın bir orun məxsus axbarat sahasına ayrılған ikinci qavat. Bugün bu kelgan chet el muxbirlarining soni oz emas. Har qaysi matbuotlardan, agentliklardan kelgan muxbirlar va ularni sizlarning ekranga tushirish imkoniyatimiz bo'lmadi aziz qarindoshlar. Aziz qarindoshlar, sizlar bilasizlar, mana bu sud yaqinlab kelayotgan bir qancha kundan buyon mustabid Xitoy hokimiyatining bu sudga va bu sudninki tashabbusi va quruvchisi Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyiga bu sudda guvohlik berishga hozirlanayotgan guvohchilarga qaratgan hujumlar, ta'diddlar favqulodda kuchayyotir. Masalan, Tunugillik Xitoy tashqi ishlar ministri Zhou Lijian Beijingda axborot e'lon qilish yig'ini ichib, asosan til kuchini Şu bugün hazır başlandıgan ikinci qatimliq sud kollegiyasi qaratdi ve Xitoyninki yer shari gazeti bo'lsin ve başka asosli matbuotlar bo'lsin, tunugin e'lon qilgan, kendidan e'lon qilgan cho'ng hajmlik maqolalarni asosli kuchni sud qaratdi ve koni muqomini bozog'iga selib, bu sudninki bir teatrxona ekanligini, buningda guvohlik beradigan shohidlarninki paylacho'lar, artistlar ekanligini ve bu sudninki bo'lginchi tashkilot yani Xitoyni bölüşüp parçalaştırılan bölgünç tashkilot Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi tarafidan qurib chiqilganligini bozog'iga silib kelyapti. Hamda Kommunist Xitoy hokimiyatining bu razil qilmishi haqiqatan bu bir qancha kundan buyon bu sud qaratib kelayotgan bu hujumlar bu hokimiyatning, bu mustabid hokimiyatning naqadar razil, naqadar İplas bir hakimiyet bo'lganligini bütün dünya jamoatchiligiga o'zining abdi bashirisini yana bir qatim oshkorlab bergan bo'ldi. Xalqaro jamoatchilik bu mustabid hokimiyatninki abdi bashirisini yana bir qatim bilgan bo'ldi. Hurmatli Baxtiyor apandim, bu qatim sudninki avval qatimliq sudlarga qaraganda qanday bir farqi va bu vaqtda bir televizor ko'rguvchilarimiz qisqacha bir tushuncha bersangiz va bugungi sudninki kun tartibi haqida biroz bir ma'lumot bersangiz.
Assalomu alaykum. Bütün dünyadagi barliq aziz qarindoshlar, hammalarning bugun kuni xayrli bo'lsin. Biz hozir sotchilarni saqlayapmiz naq maydonda. Boshqa kirgan muxbirlar va tomoshabinlar, yani sirtdan ko'rguvchilar hozir hammasi taq bo'ldi. Oldidagi boshlanish soat 9da deyilgan, balkim tayyorlik xizmat qilishmayotgan bo'lishi mumkin. Oldida yarim soat hurmatli Jeffrey Nice apandi, ya'ni bosh sotchi başlanish nutqi qildi ikkinchi qatimliq sudniki. Bundan keyin birinchi qatimda birinchi guvohchi bizniki Avstraliyalik xonim Uyg'ur guvohlik berdi. Bundan keyingisi bo'lsa, yana bizniki yana bir Uyg'ur guvohchi, uning ismini keltirib bersizlar. Hamda bu qitimqi sotniki alayidligi Uyg'ur masalasini, ya'ni Uyg'urlarning qirg'inchilikka uchrayotgan mush masalani tadqiq qilayotgan dunyoga nopuzliq tadqiqotchilar ko'p taklif qilindi. Chunki dunyoninki Uyg'urlar masalasiga bo'lgan Uyg'ur irqiy qirg'inchiligiga bo'lgan diqqatini tortish ham sotninki to'liq holda dalil isbot bilan hukm chiqarish uchun shu akademik mutaxassislarga ehtiyoj bo'lganligi uchun bu qitimqi sotda guvohchilar oz, mutaxassislar jiq. Ya'ni shunga o'xshash bir alohidlik bilan ikki qitimliq sot o'zaro farqlanadi.
Rahmat Baxtiyor efendim. Hürmetli televizyon köyküçüler, bu qitim sot avval qitim bazı texnik sebepler, imkansızlıklar sebebiyle çetellik mutaxassislarninki bergen guvallıkların dokladlarını Uygurcaga tercüme qilish imkoniyati bo'lmagan. Bu qitim istansimiz maxsus 3 nafar tercüman teklif qildi ve bugundan itibaren 4 günlük sot jarayonida bütün doklad bergen çetellik mutaxassislar, çetellik guvohchilarninki bergen bu guvallıklarının hemmisi udulluq Uygurcaga tercüme kılındı aziz qarindoshlar. Bunu sizlarga bir bildirib qo'ydik. To'liq tercüme kılındı. Yani 3 tercüman tarafidan bunu bildirib qo'yaylik. Keyin bir tercümanlarimiz studiyamizni ochib sizlar bilan bir didarlashtirish fursati bo'lib qolar. Hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, sot başlanish oldi turdi. Hozir sot bosh sotchi Jeffrey Nice aliylarimi sot zaliga yetib kirdi. Baxtiyor efendim, sot zalini bir ekran keltirish imkoniyati bormi? Baxtiyor efendim, sot zalini bir ekran keltirish imkoniyati bormi? Mana aziz qarindoshlar, sot zali avval qatimki sotmi mushu zalda o'tkazilgan. Hozir ana ko'rdinglar, Jeffrey Nice efendimmi sot zaliga kirdi. Sot zalidimi bu qatimki tomoshabinlarning sonimi biroz ko'p. Uyg'ur qarindoshlarimiz var, har qaysi ellardan kelgan aziz qarindoshlarimiz var. Sot birazdan keyin başladı. Hürmetli mukarrem Qurban Karim Atay'dan Kanada'dan bizga hamkorlashish uchun bu yerga keldi. Sot tayiti kirdi aziz qarindoshlar. Shunga qolgan gapni bu shu har bir damilish orliqlarida, kichik damilish orliqlarida aziz qarindoshlar biz sot haqida maxsus mutaxassislar bilan, guvohchilar bilan, shohidlar bilan sizlar ko'rgan shu studiyada suhbat olib boramiz va gapimizni to'xtataylik. Hozir diqqatinglar rasmiy sotda bo'lsin.
Uyg'urlar ustida hozir biz ikkinchi qitimliq sotimizniki, ya'ni 4-kunidagi sotimiz burunqi boshqa mamlakatlarning yoki boshqa xalqlar ustidagi olib berilgan sotlarninki da olib berilgan yoki xalqarodagi siyosiy qonunlar va davlatlarninki nizomnomalariga asosida olib beriladigan bir sot. Bizning sotninki Suriya birligi va yani avukatlari hammasi to'liq ishlab o'zininki vazifasini to'liq olib kelyotidi. Biz bu sotga qatnashgan har qanday bir odamninki ya'ni sotga qatnashganlarninki iqtisodiy talabi yoki ma'lum bir iqtisodiy talabsiz xizmat olib beryotidi. Yani biz Uyg'urlarninki yoki Sharq Turkistonliklarninki Xitoyninki qo'li ostida olib berilayotgan bu besimi ustida olib berilgan besimlari ustida ya'ni to'liq ma'lumotlar bo'yicha yetkazib berilyotidi butun uchurlar. Bizdeki qilayotgan ishlarimiz va bizdeki bu vazifamizni butun xalqarodagi shu genocide yoki so'yqirim talablari bo'yicha qonun nizomlar asosida olib beryapmiz. Ham bizning xizmatlarimizda hech qanday boshqa xalqaro tashkilot yoki hech qanday bir xalqaro davlatlarninki boshqarilishida yoki ularninki kuzatish ostida olib berilgan emas, yani mustaqil holdagi sud. Jungo Komünist Partisi yani PRC'ninki olib borgan butun shu millatlar ustidan yurgizgan besimlari ustida biz nihoyatda ko'p tadqiqotlarni olib bordik, ammo bunga hech qanday bir inkos yana kelmadi. Bizningki yozgan talablarimiz bizning sotga chaqirishlarga hech qanday bir ifoda bildirmadi. Ammo ular Xitoy hukumati Bosh konsulligi va Tashqi ishlar ministrligi tarafidan bizningki bu sotimizni tanqid qildi, ammo ne sababdan uningki tanqidga uchraganligi to'g'risida hech qanday ifoda bildirmadi. Jungo Komünist Partisi axborot to'lash yig'ini ochib, ya'ni 6 oydan keyingi vaqtda 6 oydan keyin sotdan keyin ya'ni biz shu sot o'tkazilgandan keyin Jungo Komünist Partisininki boshqarilishidagi ya'ni vatanda bu sotga guvohchilik berganlarga munosabatlik odamlar yo'qolib ketish ahvollari yuz bergan. Bu hech qachon bu voqealarga ya'ni shu sotga kelib guvohlik berganlarninki guvohligi ustida aniq bir ifoda bildirilmadi, ham uningga ish og'ritish yoki bo'lmasa uningga istashlik qilishdek hissiyotlar bo'lmadi. Agarda bizningki bu sotimizga Xitoy hukumati o'zininki ifodasini bildirgan bo'lsa, bizga vatanning ichidan, ya'ni Jungoning ichidan biz talab qilgan guvohchilarni Londonga kelib sotda guvohlik berishga avazsa to'g'ri bo'ladi. Ammo bundaq narsalar bo'lmadi. Ya'ni faqat u tarafda guvohlik berguvchilarninki yo'qolib ketish ahvollari yuz berdi. Kim Uyg'urlarninki hayoti va planliq tug'ut, shuningga o'xshash boshqa masalalar ustida guvohlik berganlari, ya'ni tabiiy holda yo'qolib ketishlar yuz berdi. Biz 6 aydagi sotimizda anglagan, nurg'unlagan mushu sotga kelib guvohlik berganlarninki guvohligini keyingi vaqtlarda isbotlarining hammasini biz ko'rdik. Yani bugün kadar biz köplagan isbotlarni tepishninki yo'lida bo'ldik. Ham yana ko'p shu guvohlik berguvchilarninki biz guvohlik berguvchi haqida biz o'zimizning haqiqatini ham ularla aloqasini hep bordik. Mushu yuz berayotgan masalalarda Jungo Kommunistik Partiyasi hech qachon buniki javobgarligini kimninki berdiganligi to'g'risida hech qanday ifoda bildirilmadi. Bu hep berilayotgan genosid, yani bir millatni yo'qotish, bu so'yqirninki yuz berayotganligi ham bu yani o'zi yo'qolib ketayotgan bu masalalar ustida nihoyatda ko'p odamlarninki o'ltirilishi hem kanunsuz hep berilayotgan bu vakaliklar nihoyatda ko'p odamlarninki jiniga zamon bo'layotidi. Her qandaq bir so'qirib yoki bu genosid hech qandaq bir yerda biz va sizlarninki hammamiz birlikda qonuniy o'lcham bilan qarg'an vaqtimizda bundaq genosidninki hech qachon qonunliq bir qo'g'dilish yo'li yo'q hech qandaq bir yerda. Yani muşu 4 günlük ötküzdüğün sotimiz jarayonida ehtimal biz bir kunisi alayda bir ep berdigan sotimiz haqidagi qarorimizni ehtimal e'lon qilishimiz mumkin. Bu sotninki asosiy nizomnomasi ep berilgan ham sotimiz chuqum xalqqa echitilgan echitilgan bo'ladi. Hem bizning bu sotimiz yani bu o'ziga yoki sot yoki soch tarafidan qonun tarafidan qo'g'dilanmagan odamlarninki huquqini qo'g'dash uchun ep beriladigan bir sotimiz, bu sot. Biz insoniyatninki hammasi tushuna oladigan bir til bilan hem biz hem boshqalarni tushuna oladigan bir yo'l bilan biz bu o'zimizningki sotini davomlashtirib ep beramiz. Bu yil dunyodagi ba'zi mamlakatlardagi parlament a'zolari yoki parlamentda Uyg'urlarga ep berilgan bu milliy yo'qotishni davlatning qonuni bo'yicha qabul qildi. Bu qabul qilgan davlatlarninki parlamentlarda elingan bu qarorlar umumiy parlamentda maslahat hem ovoz berish orqali ep berildi. Hamda dunyodagi har qaysi mamlakatlarninki bu bizning ep berib atgan sotimizningki qonuniy o'rnini texmo muqimlab berdi. 6 ay va undan burunqi bizning mushu Uyg'ur soti bütün mumkinchiliklar ichida biz mumkin qadar arxivlar va to'plangan materiallardan xalq uchun keraklik isbotlarni tepishga tirishdik ham shu ustida kuch chiqardik. Bir qancha misol berib o'tay. Amerika hukumati Pompeo'ningki Pompeo Trump davriningki oxirgi davrlarda hukumatningki bir qarori ham hukumatningki qarorini e'lon qilib Uyg'urlar ustida berilgan bu genocide yani milliy yo'qotish yoki so'yqirmningki yuz berayotganligini qonuniy e'lon qildi. Buni e'lon qilishdiki sabablar asoslar bizga nima uchun Pompeo'ningki yoki Amerika hukumatiningki bu qarorni olganligi to'g'risida biz har qanday isbotlar bizning qo'limizda bo'lmasimi, ammo bu hukumatningki qarori bo'yicha e'lon qilingan bir qaror edi. Biz ya'ni mushu Uyg'ur soti Avstraliya, Yaponiya deganga o'xshash mamlakatlarningki yordamlari ham ularni to'plagan nurg'un uchurlar ham isbotlarni ham foydalandik. Hem Cumhur Komünistik Partisi'ninki Uygurlar üstüde maqsadlik yoki maqsadsiz ep berayotgan bu milliy yo'qotishi ustida isbotlarni qo'lga keltirdi. New York Times gazetidagi bir qancha xabarlarda bizning bu Uyg'ur soti haqqimiz haqida mundaq degan. Yani bizningki xalq orasida mavjud bo'layotgan bir isbotlardan foydalanib berilayotganligimiz haqida xabar berildi. Ammo bu bizningki hukumatning qo'lidan bu to'g'risida, ya'ni mushu genocide to'g'risida yoki milliy yo'qotish to'g'risida ma'lum bir isbotlarni ololmaganligimiz alanmadık albatta. O to'g'risida uchurlarni berib yetkazib berishga mumkinchilik qilamadik. Cumhur Partisi'ninki bizniki mushu sotidagi odamlar ustida ep bergan qarorlari har xil qarorlarni ep chiqdi. Bizning mushu sot qatnashgan odamlarninki ustidan. En ahırda mening ta'kidlab o'tadiganim, ehtimol bu mening shaxsiy ko'z qarashim bo'lishi mumkin. Ehtimol meningki xizmatdoshlarimningki ideyasim bo'lishi mumkin. Albatta o'xshamasligi mumkin. Biz qonun asosan xalqqa qonun bir qurilmalik Ikkinchi Dünya urushidan keyin ep berilgan ya'ni qabul qilingan qarorlarga asosan hech qanday bir xalqningki dunyoda har qanday bir xalqning ishengüsiz bu kadar bir trajedik ep berilayotgan yo'qotishniki, ya'ni qayta bo'lmasligini yoki never again qayta bo'lmaslik degan bu ideyasi ostida biz ep bordik. Ya'ni Avstriya ham Polshadagi Yahudilarning ustida ep berilgan shu so'yqirim bilan yo'qotish bilan o'xshash bir bo'lgan bu voqelikniki qayta yuz bermasligini maqsad qilgan bo'lib. 1948 yildagi inson haqlari qonuni bo'yicha birleşiş ve dünyadaki her qandaq bir huquqlardan tamamen buluş. Huquqlar qo'g'dash va o'zingizning huquqini qandaq qo'g'dash u o'zimizniki huquqiy doira ichida bo'ladi. Ham bu huquqlarni qo'g'dash sening, mening va hammamizniki qo'g'dash vazifamiz bo'lgan bo'ldi. Dünyanınki her qaysi yerlerdeki xalqlar özlerininki huquqlarını, yani bu huquqlarını, mush inson huquqlarını odamlarninki o'zining qo'liga, o'ziga qaytib berilish kerak. Har qanday odamlarning huquqi o'zining qo'lida bo'lish kerak. Bu cho'qim shundoq bo'lish kerak. Chunki har qanday bir shaxsiy amaliyotda kuchsiz emas, hammasining kuchi bor. Bu ama bu yani siyosat belgiluvchilarininki qandaq bo'lishiga sabab bo'la oladi. Shunga har qandaq birisimiz mushu qonun belgiluvchilarninki qaror chiqarishiga biz sababchi bo'la olamiz. Shunglashqa biz o'zimizningki xizmat o'rnimiz yoki universitetlar bo'lsin, maktablar bo'lsin yoki dunyoninki boshqa yerlarda har qandaq bir yo'l bilan mushundaq bir tushuncha bo'yicha bu huquqlarni qo'g'dashga ham qo'g'dilishga sebep buluşumuz gerek, hem şu tarafta turalışımız gerek. İnsan hakları ve insan hakları hukukları hakkında sözlüğümüzde bugünkü gün, yani bugünküdek müdahale bir modern dünyada dünyanınki her qandaq yerdeki ya bütün dünya boyunca muşu hukuklarını qo'g'dash bütün dünya karakterlik bir hadise. Yani bu mu? Yani NGO'lar yoki qiziquvchilarningki qo'llashi yoki xalqlarningki kuchi yoki ba'zi davlatlarningki parlamentlarningki kuchlari bilan qo'g'dilinib keladi. Masalan, Angliya hukumatiningki parlamenti deganga o'xshash, masalan, nurg'un parlamentlar bu genoside'larningki xalq dunyoda bo'layotganligi to'g'risida nihoyatda ko'p munozaralar bo'ldi. Ham buningda insanlarninki yoki parlament a'zolarining yoki boshqa xalqlarningki nihoyatda qizg'in qiziqishini shakllantirdi. Bu hamma insonlarningki, butun xalqningki mushu inson huquqlarini qo'g'dash va qo'g'dilishi uchun kuch chiqarishi bek muhim. Shunglashqa biz bu Uyg'ur sotini oldik. Hozir tunji witnessni sahnaga talab qilamiz. Sabiha efendim, rahmat Reis efendim. Good morning. Hamma atiganliginglar xayrlik bo'lsin. Ham bu Uyg'ur sotiga kelganinglarga ko'p rahmat. Biz ikkinchi qatimliq Uyg'ur sotininki birinchi kunni kerak emas. Mihray Hanım Avstraliyadagi Uyg'ur xonim, u o'zining yo'ldoshi Mirza Tayir haqida Xitoy vatandaşı bo'lgan Uyg'ur ustida guvohlik bermoqchi. Tahir apandim Xitoyninki bu tarbiyalash kursida turayotganiga 2 yil turgan. Keyin berilgan bo'lsa-mu qayta, ya'ni qayta 2020 yil qayta qo'lga olib 25 yillik turmoq kesib o'tgan. Tunji qatim 2007 yili qo'lga olingan sabablarning birisi Turkiyaga borganligi sabab bo'lgan. Tahir apandi turdagi vaqtida bu yo'lbos o'rindiq qo'ygan jiqqa qiynalgan ham psixologiyalik tarafdimi nihoyat ko'p nimalarga uchragan, qiynashlarga. Guvochi bu guvohligida o'zininki birinchi qo'l materiallari asosida ham shu uchurlar ham o'zining yo'ldoshininki qandaq jazolarga uchraganligi haqida isbotini berdi. Sizningki yo'ldoshingiz dastlab bizning bilishimizcha agar yeshil kiyim kiygan bo'lsa, u nima qilinma qiyinchilikqa uchramaydi deb bilamiz. Sizning yo'ldoshingiz qanday kiyim kiyilgan ekan? Hammanglarningki aytganligi xayrli bo'lsin. Men bugun bu yerda bo'lganligimdan xush bo'ldim, ammo mishal bo'g'inimdan ham to'limi afsuslanaman. Ham yo'ldoshim to'g'risida isbot bermoqchi. Bugun bu ya'ni internet orqali meni intervyu qilganlardan qo'shildim. Albatta, men o'zimniki isbotimda so'zlaganimizdek, mening yo'ldoshim yeshil kiyim kiyilgan ekan. Ammo yana bu seriq rangli kiyimlar bo'lgan, kiyilgan seriq rangli kiyim bo'lgan vaqtida men ovozni anglayolmay qoldim, ovoz chiqmadi. Baxtiyor so'ranga ovoz uzilib qoldi. Men ishonamanki, yo'ldoshim cho'ng bir beden tekshirish nimasidan o'tgan, tekshirishidan. Ya'ni qon tekshirish, suydik tekshirish va ultra elektronlik tekshirish degandek tekshirishlar berilgan. yılı 2009 yılı jinoyatchilarni qo'yib bergan vaqtida uyga qaytarganligidan xabarimiz bor bo'ldi. Siz nima uchun qo'yib o'tilgan, keyin qaytib ketganligi haqida bilamsiz? Men uni aniq uqmayman. Nima uchun qo'yib berilgan, qayta nima uchun tutib ketdi? Bu jinoyatchilarni nima uchun qo'yib berganligi haqida hech qanday xabarim yo'q. Bu turmadikilarni shu bir mezgilda shundaq bir qo'yib bergan, hammasini uyga qaytishiga yo'l qo'ygan, ammo keyindan yana qaytadan tutib ketgan. Undan keyin ularni har qaysi zavodlarda, fabrikalarda ishlashga avatilgan, haftada bir qatim qaytish mumkinchiligi bo'lganlarmi bo'lgan. Nima uchun undaq bo'lganligi to'g'risida albatta men bilmayman. Siz o'zingiz qancha qatim Urumchigimi berib kelgan 2016dan keyin siz bu berip kelish jarayoningizda siz hech qandaq bir avarchilik uchirmagan shundaqmi? Albatta men berip kelish jarayonimda boshqa so'roq savollarga uchirmagandim. Ehtimal bizning mening boshqa xizmatdoshlarimning savollari bo'lishi mumkin. Jeffrey efendim rahmat. Men davomlashtirsam bo'lamidi? Bo'ldi, albatta. Sizningki bergan guvohligingizga ko'p rahmat. Meningki savolim, sizning yo'ldoshingiz, mendan so'raydigan bir savolim bor. Oldi bilan so'raydiganim, sizning yo'ldoshingiz tunji qatim nimishqa Turkiyaga borgan? Tunji qatim Turkiyaga borgan vaqtida u sayohatga, dam olishga borgan. Turkiyaga Malayziyada oldi bilan Malayziyada ishga turgan. Malayziyada ishga turib bo'lgandan keyin Turkiyaga borg'isi kelib, Turkiyaga berish bir sayohat vizasi iltimos qilib, Turkiyaga bir sayohat uchun, dam olish uchun borgan. Siz Avstraliyalik, siz yo'ldoshingiz bilan nerda uchrashgan? Men aslida internet orqali tanishgan yo'ldoshim bilan bizning ota-onamiz bizni o'zaro tanishtirgandi. Rahmat. Siz bu yo'lbos o'rindiq haqida so'zladingiz. Sizning yo'ldoshingiz bu yo'lbos o'rindiq haqida biror sizga uchrab berganmi? Bu yo'lbos o'rindiq qandaq o'rindiq ekan? O bu xil o'rindiqniki yana qandaqligi to'g'risida bakki inchiklab so'zlab bermadi, ammo u har qatim savol so'rashga olib chiqib ketgan vaqtida har qatimda shu o'rindiqda o'tirg'izilganligi haqida degan. Sizniki mening bilishimcha cho'qim uningki qo'l putlarda kishanlar bo'lgan bo'lish kerak. Uningki badan yoki fiziologik bir qiynash, urish, urganlik mındaq bir ifodalar bormi, ko'rgan narsalar bormi? Bu narsalarni men uqmadim, ammo putga pul qo'yjilar bilan, kushanlar bilan o'ttirilgan. Siz yo'ldoshingizningki doktorlar tarafidan tekshirilganligi haqida so'zladingiz. Bu haqida tushuntirish bergan bo'lsangiz. Doktorxona, mening yo'ldoshim hep berilgan doktorxona Ürümçideki hammadan bildiğin çoğ bir doktorxona. Bu doktorxonada Ürümçideki çoğ bir doktorxona. Bunun da bütün tekşiriş üskünleri nayet ilgar. Bular hem normal doktorni sestorala tekşiriş yapmagan, ama her qatim tekşiriş yapmaganda yenda saqchilar bo'lgan yenda. Hech qachon ayrim tekshirish olmagan, cho'qim saqchilar yenda bo'lgan. Yani siz yo'ldoshingizni tekshirgan saqchilarniki Xitoy ham Uyg'urligini deb aytdingiz. Yani Xitoylar Uyg'ur saqchilarga qanday qilish to'g'risida yo'l ko'rsatdi ekan. Shundaq, albatta bular yani qechib ketmasligi, meni yo'ldoshimniki qechib ketmasligi haqida ularningki kuzatchi bo'lishini talab qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Bu tutib turish o'rnidagi vaqtida kiyimlarini ham pullar iqtisodlarini ev olgan, ammo bu pulni keyin qaytarib berilmagan. O pul nima puldi? O pul tamoq qilish uchun, yeyish uchun, boshqa narsalar uchunmi yoki qandaq nimishga berilgandi, avatilgandi bu pul? Saqchilar turmadagilarga kichik bir turmada bir do'konning borlig'i, agar pul bo'lsa, shu yoqdan paypoq ham ushaq-tushak bir narsalarni sotib olish mumkinchiligi borlig'i setib olsa bo'lganligini aytgan. Biz shuning uchun bu pulni avatga, agar nim kerak bo'lsa, shuni setib olsa. Siz avatilgan pulni keyin beribdimi yoki tutib qoldik debdimi? Shundaq biz pulni yo'ldoshim topshirib olibdi ichida. Siz yo'ldoshingizdin ham bir rasm, ham bir xatni topshirib olibsiz. Siz buni saqchilar tarafdan yetkazilib berildimi sizga yoki boshqa yo'llar bilanmi desa, shu tutib turish o'rnidagi saqchilar tarafidan yetkazib etildi. Bu xatni qanday qilib, qaysi yo'l bilan sizga yetkazib beraladi? Men bir resim, men bir xatni topshirib oldim. Bu topshirib oldim deganim amaliyotda bu WeChat orqali yetkazib berilgan. Men Avstraliyada emasdim u vaqtida, ammo men Urumchida edim. Sizning yo'ldoshingiz bir qancha qatim qo'yib berilib, qayta tutib ekitilgan, ham bu har qatim tutilgan o'xshamagan shaharlarda tutilgan. Bu o'xshamagan shaharlardagi saqchilarning o'tirishidagi munosabat qandaq, bularga qandaq, kimlar tarafidan qandaq buyruqlar berilib, qo'lga ilinganlarga haqida bila olamsiz. Bu masalalarni men aniq bilmayman. Men Urumchidagi vaqtimda yo'ldoshimning oilasida nima uchun qaysi yo'llar bilan qaysi saqchilar tarafidan tutilganligi ham tutilganligi to'g'risida uchur egallamoqchi bo'ldi, lekin buni topolmadik. Ham biz agar topolgan bo'lsak, yo'lini qilib buningki yo'lni mangmoqchi edik, ammo biz u to'g'risida hech qanday uchur topolmadik. Kimning buyruq berganligi, kimning tutganligini bilmaymiz, ammo saqchilar. Yani bu qo'lga ilinganlarningki hammasiga bir buyruq yoki berilgan bir so'zli, ya'ni berilgan bir buyruq bilan yuqoridan tushgan bir narsa bilan tutiladi deyilgan. Siz shu berilgan tutish buyruqlariningki qanday kimlar tarafidan berilganligini bila olasiz? Men aniq bilmayman, ammo bu tutish buyruqlarini, ya'ni shu rayonlik saqchi idorasi, rayonlik saqchi idorasidan mahalla saqchi idoralariga berilib, shu mahalla saqchilar tarafidan tutib ketiladi. Rahmat sizga. Sizning yo'ldoshingiz nihoyat ko'p psixologik bir qiynashlarga uchragan. Sizcha u yo'ldoshingizniki, ya'ni nervusda qanday o'zgarishlar bo'ldi? Bu to'g'risida so'zlab bera olamsiz? Nihoyat qiyin bir savol so'radim. Sizdan kechirim so'rayman albatta savolim uchun. Mening bilishimcha u nihoyat yo'ldoshim nim bo'lib ketdi, shok, qo'rqib ketgan. Gerçi o vaqt qo'yib berilgan vaqtdimi, menga degan bizga men maktab bitib chiqdim deganlar dalida uning ichida nim bo'lganligini demadan qo'rqib ketganligi uchun o'zini ham bexatar his qilmaydi.
Thought at the back of his head that, like maybe this isn't over. So he was even though he was out in the street, even though
O hech qachon o'zini erkin ham o'zini bir sirtidagidek his qilolmaydi. U doim o'zini
constantly having to live in fear,
ya'ni avtomat, ya'ni o'zi tabiiy holda o'zini bir qo'rqinish ichida birsiniki ko'zi ostida nazorat ostida turayotgandek his qiladi, doim qo'rqib turadi. U doim o'ziniki dolosiga qarab, ikki tarafiga qaraydi doim. U kech uxlagan vaqtida uxlay olamdi yoki kechda uxlay olmaydi. Xel uzun vaqtlargacha kechalari yaxshi yotolmaydi. Yani yaxshi uxlayolmaydi. Yani kechalarda ehtimol tushi yoki o'ziniki qo'rqib ketganligi uchun uyqusim yaxshi emas. Bu savollarni so'raganimdan sizga kechirim so'rayman. Endi siz Avustraliyada 20 yani siz Avstraliyaga kelgandan keyin yo'ldoshingizni 25 yil turmuga ilinganligi to'g'risida xabar olibsiz. Siz bu xabarni qanday qabul angladingiz? Meningki bir munosabatlarim orqali bu uchurni olgandim. Men bu uchurni olgandan keyin qayta menga uchur berayotgan bu odam bilan munosabatim üzülüp qoldi. Bu 25 yillik turma jazosini sotda qaror qildimi yoki qilmaganligini aniq bilmayman, ammo mencha u yerda sot bo'lgan, ham sodiya bo'lgan, ham uningga 25 yillik bergan. Buningki yani hukumatdan bir yo'l bilan berilgan 25 yil turma jazosimi yoki boshqa bir qarorlarmi, men bu to'g'risida bilmayman. Ko'p rahmat sizga. Rais apandiga qaytarib beraman mikrofonni. Sabra, hozir biz boshlagandan boshlab qancha minut bo'ldi? Qanchalik vaqt qoldi? Yana 25 minut vaqt bor. Sizin guvallıqınız üçün köp rahmet. Sizdinki bəgən guvallıqınızda keselligini davalaş toğrusida sözlü aytdınız. Yani bu vaqtda, yani şu tekşürüşke gelip çıkkan vaqtda yani özünki şu doktorga chiqishi to'g'risidagi bir bəgən uçurda özünki bir naqsha orqali yoki uyg'urcha so'z orqali ma'lum bir saqchiga yetkazilganligi ham uniki shu sabablik qandaq bo'lganligi haqidagi uchurni Benim bilişimçe onunki benim yoldaşım yoki turmadagilar cho'qim Xitoy tili bilan o'zining maqsadini yetkazish kerak. Meningcha turmadagi nihoyatda ko'p Uyg'ur jinoyatchilar Xitoycha, mandarincha so'zlab ya'ni o'zining maqsadlariga yetkazadigan bo'lishini atayin deb o'ylayman. Rahmat sizga. Siz xeyli uzun bo'lib ketdi. Siz yo'ldoshingiz bilan aloqa qilishamag'ini ham u to'g'ri uchira olmaganligi to'g'risida men bu yil 4-oydan boshlab yo'ldoshim to'g'risida kelishni talab qildim. Ham shu talab ustida nim qilib keldim. Bugun 4-oydan bugungacha men hech kim tarafdan yoki hukumat tarafdan, saqchi tarafdan yoki ambiziya tarafdan hech qanday bir uchur olmadim. Ya'ni Xitoy konsuli bu to'g'risida menga hech qanday uchurni bermadi. Rahmat sizga. Siz to'g'risida aytdi ko'p rahmat. Siz ya'ni sizniki Avstraliyada bo'lganligingizdan bek xush bo'ldim. Ya'ni siz yana yani Xitoyningki sirtidagi vaqtingizda siz Xitoyni ichida tuqqanlar bilan qanday ko'risha oladingiz? Men shu yo'ldan ayrilib moyoqqa yenib kelgandan keyin Xitoy bilan hech qanday munosabat qilolmadim, ham hech qanday bir uchurlarni ololmadim. Guvalığınız üçün sizə köp rəhmət. Sizin yo'ldoshingiz 3 qatim qaytlab qo'lga olingan. Eng oxirgi qatimliq 3-chi qatimliq sotda bo'lginchilik sababi bilan jazo hukm qilgan. Nima uchun 3 qatimda bu bo'lginchilik jazosi berildi? Uningki oldingi 2 qatimliq tutilishda nima jazo berilmagandi? Mening tushuncham bo'yicha vaqtda men aytganimdek har qatim mening yo'ldoshim o'xshaman rayonluq saqchilar tarafidan qilinganligi uchun har xil sabablar bilan qilib ektiriladi. Ya'ni qumulda, ya'ni xami deb ketgan. Nima uchun bu qumul tutilgan vaqtida yoki 3-chi qatim bu so'tidan nima uchun bu bölgünçülük cezası berilganligini men aniq bilaman. Ehtimol Xitoylarninki gumoni ham shuningki shundaq faoliyatlarga qatnashganligi to'g'risidagi gumonini qiyin qistoqlar orqali iqror qildigan bo'lishi mumkin. Agar sen o'zing iqror qilsang, seni qo'yib birmiz degan bo'lgan bo'lsa, u nim qilgan iqror qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Shunga uyga qaytib berilganligi mumkin. Ehtimol oldingi ikki qatimki tutishda u saqchilar bilan 3-chi qatimliq tutilgan vaqtidagi olgan qarorlarniki, ya'ni bir-birisi bilan ancha jiq munosabat bo'lmasligi mumkin, aniq bilmayman. Siz jismoniy tarafdan ko'p qiynalmaganligi, ammo psixologiyalik tarafdan ko'p qiyin qistoq uchraganligi haqida ko'proq so'zladingiz. Siz bu to'g'risida ozroq yana ko'proq ishonch bergan bo'lsangiz. Mening yo'ldoshimning dastlabki vaqtlarda qayerda qandaq turumlarda bo'lganligini men uqmayman. Uning ichida qandaq jazolarga uchragan yoki qandaq urug' tayash, qiynashlarga uchraganligi to'g'risida mening aniq ma'lumotim yo'q. Rahmat. Guvohligingiz uchun ko'p rahmat sizga. Sizning yo'ldoshingizningki tunji qatim tutilishi yo'ldoshimninki tunji qatim tutilib qolishidagi sabablarning birisi yo'ldoshimga Avstraliyaninki vizasi berilgan edi. Ham biz birga yashalaydik. Agar shunday qila olgan bo'lsa, ehtimol birinchi qatimliq tutilgan vaqtida shu davlatdan chiqib ketish mumkinchiligi yoki bo'lmasa shu Avstraliya vizasiniki og'irligi sabab bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin deb o'ylayman. Ammo ya'ni tunji qatim tutilishi Avstraliya vizasi olgandan keyin yuz berdi. Onunki bölgünçülük cinayeti bilen qo'lga ilinishi keyin oxirgi qatimda shunday jazo berilgan. Siz nima uchun dastlabki va ikkinchi qatimki qo'lga ilingan vaqtida u qo'yib berilgan, ya'ni oxirgi 3-chi qatim shu qarorni olg'ich bo'lgan arliqcha sen ikkinchi qatim qo'yib berilganligidan nima uchun qo'yib berilganligi to'g'risida bizga uchur bera olamsan? Meningcha ular yo'ldoshimdan nimani talab qilgan, nimani so'ragan bo'lsa, shu bo'yicha javob bergan, ham shu bo'yicha qilgan bo'lishi kerak. Chunki u 6 oy so'roq savollarda bo'lgan. Hem hükümet yoki saqchilar shu 6 oy jarayonida har xil savollar va har xil uchurlarni to'plagan bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki mening yo'ldoshim hech qanday faoliyatlarga qatnashgan emas. Ular mening yo'ldoshimningki gunohsiz ekanligini bildi. Bilsimi, uni qo'yib bergan emas. Gerçi bu tekshirish tugagan bo'lsa-mu, yana uningki gunohsizligini bilib turib qo'yib bermadi. Ham ma'lum bir sabablar, ya'ni men bilmaydigan bir sabablar bilan qayta tarbiyalash maktabiga olib ketilgan bo'lishi kerak. Albatta, ya'ni bularningki ishlash prinsipi va ularning qaror berish yo'llarininkini biz bilmayman, ammo bularning maqsadi bizni sarang qilish yoki bizni qiynashni asos qilgan bo'lishi kerak deb o'ylayman. Bu yerda cho'qim yo'shirilgan bir suiqasd bo'lishi kerak. Nima uchun bu hech qanday bir gunohsiz odamni ustiga berilgan bu jazoninki nima uchun berilganligini men tushunmayman. Oxirgi bir savolim, yo'ldoshingizniki Turkiyaga kelgan vaqtida ma'lum bir ishlar yuz bergan bo'lsa, ehtimol shu nima deymiz, shu bo'lgunchilik munosabatlik biror ishlarga aralashib qolgan biror ish bormidi desa, mencha undaq bir ish bo'lgan emas. Hech qanday yo'ldoshimni Istanbuldagi vaqtida hech qanday bir faoliyatlar bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin, ammo yo'ldoshim bilishimcha Istanbul bilan Urumchi o'rtasida 5-6 qatim berib kelish bo'lgan. Har qatim Turkiyaga kelgan vaqtida Turkiyada degan vaqtda sayohatchilarning tarjimonlarninki, Xitoy sayohatchilarininki tarjimonligini qilgan yo'ldoshim ishlagan vaqtidami, menimcha yo'ldoshimninki Turkiyadagi vaqtida hech qanday bir bo'lgunchilik ishlariga qatnashganligini hech qanday men ishonmayman. Undaq ishim bo'lgan emas. Yo'ldoshimni aytdi, yosh bundaq bo'lgunchilik ishlarni bilishi ham uning qiziqishi natayinti. U qanday qilib shu hayotini qamdash ham pul tepib shu yoqda yaxshi yashash yo'lini o'ylaydi. Mencha u hech qachon bundaq bir bo'lgunchilik ishlarga aralashgan emas. Rahmat sizga. Men sizdan bir savol so'ramoqchi. Sizning yo'ldoshingizningki oilasi to'g'risida so'ramoqchi. Mencha yo'ldoshingizningki oilasi menimcha hozir Shinjonda. Yo'ldoshingizningki ota-onalari bilan aloqa qilgandan keyin ularga ma'lum bir jazolar keldimi? Men xeyli vaqt o'tib qoldi, ular bilan aloqa qilolmadim. Ya'ni bultuningizı men taxa bir aloqa qilish, ular bilan aloqa qilish baxmadim. Men boshqa munosabatlarim orqali ularningki hozir yaxshiligini yaxshi turayotganligini bilaman. Ammo ularningki saqchilar tarafidan men to'g'risida jiq savol so'raganligi haqida uchurlarni egalladim. Sizlar nima uchun u kelininglar bilan so'zlashmaysizlar deganga o'xshash savollarni so'ragan bo'lishi mumkin. Mening bilishimcha, yo'ldoshimning ota-onalari hozir Urumchida ulardan men bilan nima uchun munosabat o'rnatganligi to'g'risida savol so'raganligidan xabarim bor. Savolim, siz yo'ldoshingizningki jazoga uchrashida hukumatningki hech qanday bir sabablarni ko'rsatib bera olmaganligini aytdingiz. Sizce bu yo'ldoshingizga berilgan jazolar ham mush qayt tutilishlar yerlik hukumatlar yoki mahalliy hukumatlar tarafidanmi yoki markaziy hukumatlar Beijingga o'xshash yuqori yerlardanmi? Albatta yuqori o'rinninki bo'lishi kerak deb o'ylayman. Bu yolg'iz bütün Uyg'urlarga berilgan bir jazo. Uyg'ur
China said
bo'lganda
that they released this list of sensitive countries that if you had traveled to, you were automatically
Xitoy
suspicious. So I feel like,
bazı
from what he said as
memleketler
He made it seem like because they had traveled overseas, they had been to a different country, they had seen kind of how life was over there and how things were over there. So he made it seem like, he said that the police officers made it seem like they were brainwashed, by going to these countries. So they needed to be re-educated, they needed to have their thoughts changed. So I don't think it was a local thing, it was definitely, I feel like it's a central thing, it's
yani şu devlettek evet dep yoki shularniki qo'llari orqali
because he's an Uyghur. It's a target of
tutgan bo'lishim mumkin, ammo eng cho'ng sabablarning biri mening yo'ldoshimningki Uyg'ur bo'lganlik bo'lishi kerak, chunki bir Uyg'ur etnik sifatida shundaq bir jazolarga uchrashyapti. Menimcha bular bu Uyg'urlarningki har qanday bir Uyg'urningki chet elga chiqsa, ma'lum bir uchurlarni berib qo'yishi ham ma'lum bir tashkilot, ma'lum bir ishlarga aralashib kelishidan gumonlanib uchun shundashqa chet elga chiqib kirayotgan har qanday bir Uyg'urdan gumonlanib ularni qo'lga olish yuz berdi. Ularni ya'ni ichida bir qo'rqinish bor, yana chet elga chiqib kirayotgan Uyg'urlardan. Vaqtimiz bormi yana? 10 minut vaqtimiz bor efendim yana. Qaysinglarni sizga matematik qaradim. Men udliq men sizga qarab kelmoqchi. Bizning yo'ldoshim qilingan vaqtida siz boshqa uyning bir tuqqanlarini qo'lga olganlar bilan yani boshqalar bo'lsangiz bu qo'lga olishlardanki qandayligi to'g'risida his qilalig'ingiz bo'ldimi? Albatta men boshqa odamlar o'xshash yo'llar bilan qilinganlar bilan men so'zlashgan, shunga o'xshash qo'l qilinganlar bilan paranglashgan mening yo'ldoshimning bir ularning ularningki maqsadi bizning bu xalqimizni Uyg'ur bo'lishdan ko'ra Xitoyga o'xshaydigan, Xitoydek bo'lishga talab qildiganligi uchun ular o'zining madaniyati, diniga xiyonat qilishi, Xudoga Allohga ishonmaslik kerakligi, kommunistlik partiyaga qarshi hech qanday ishni qilmaslik kerak. Hayotida Xitoyga o'xshash yoki Xanzularga o'xshash urf-odatlar, madaniyat bilan yashashni talab qiladi. Men paranglashgan hamma odamlarningki o'xshamagan hikoyalar bo'lsa-mu, sabablarningki hammasi o'xshash. Maqsadi ularningki kallasini yub, o'zining kimligini yo'qotib, burunqi kimligini unutish va o'zining xohishi bo'yicha ma'lum bir narsaga aylantirib o'tishni maqsad qilgan. Siz kalla yuyish degan bir so'zni qo'llandingiz. Men so'ramoqchi bo'lganim, sizning yo'ldoshingizni bir qatim qo'yib ber degan vaqtida sizcha yo'ldoshingiz shundaq kalla yuyilgan yoki qo'qab ketganlik yoki ideya o'zgartganlik to'g'risida bir narsa his qildingizmi? Men undaq narsani ko'p his qilmagan. Mening bilimcha men his qilmadim. Yo'ldoshim nayt kuchlik edi. Men uningdan bu narsalarni his qilmagandim. U hamma narsadan mumkin qadar shu qo'rqinchli ahvoldan батырлық bilan күчтүклөр өтүп кетишini талап өзгө максат кылатты. У бурун кандак болгон болсо, кийинми ашындак болушуну максат кылды. Чүнки мен кечирим сурайман. Чүнки сиздинки суалыңыз биздинки карар алышыбызга наайты көп yordam bo'ldi. Sizningki ingliz tilingiz naaytı yaxshi bo'lganligi uchun siz bilan nurg'un masalalarni suhbatlashishga naaytı foydali, shunglashqa siz bilan yana tafsili kerak bo'ldi. Sizcha bu yani kalla yuyish bek muhim deb qarayli. Agarda sizcha sizningki mushu jamoatingiz yoki millatingiz ichida Xitoylar yoki hukumat g'alabalik holda kalla yuyish maqsadiga yetganligini siz ko'ra oldingizmi? Mencha bir bundaq vaqtida bir millatninki kimligini butunlay yo'qotib o'tish deganlik bo'lgan o'zining millatidan tanlagan madaniyatidan tanlagan mumkinchilik undaq o'ng'ay bo'lmaydi. Meningki yo'ldoshim 25 yoshda, shunglashqa bundaq agar kichik bola bo'lgan bo'lsa, uningda o'zgarib ketish mumkinchiligi bor. Ammo u undaq aldirab, meningcha undaq chiqlar oddiy ularninki kallasini yuyib kimligini bilgan tarbiyalash yo'li bilan ularninki o'zining kimligidan tandigan odamlarga aylantirib o'talishiga ishonmayman. Bunda hukumatninki mushu kalla yuyish tarafda to'g'risida bek ishonadi. Chunki ular kalla yuyib o'zgargan odamlarni qaytadan jamiyatga chiqarib o'tish sencha bularninki qilayotgan mushu kalla yuyish maqsadlariga yetayotgan ahvollari qandaq deb qaraysan? Ehtimal ba'zi taraflardan ular o'zining maqsadiga yetdi bo'ldi. Chunki mening yo'ldoshimniki bir ish qatim qo'yib berilishimdek sabablarning birisi hukumatning yaqsoqchilarninki nima talab qilsa, nimani so'rasa shuni deb berganligi ham shunga ixro qilganligi sabab bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Mening o'zining deganlarini ham ixro qo'yib berilganligi kengchilik kutilganligi uchun naaytı ko'plar ehtimol shu vaqtda e'tirof qilgan ham shularning degani bo'yicha qilgan bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Yana bir so'zlar qancha vaqt qoldi? Sizcha yo'ldoshingiz qandaq bir turmada yoki turish o'rnida qo'lga qilingan vaqtida yani qo'l turish ep ketilgan mening yo'ldoshimni dastlabki ep ketgan vaqtida bizga uningki bir qayta tarbiyalash o'rinda ekanligini aytgan, ammo bizga yolg'on so'zlagan. Keyin u vaqtida bundaq qayta tarbiyalash maktablari yo'qdi, lekin u yerda keyin silingan sizga o'zi yotgan shu turmaninki, turma uyininki qandaqligi to'g'risida, shu kamerning qandaqligi to'g'risida sizga so'zlab berdimmi? Uning ichidagi xoli joy yoki toiletlarning qandaqligi to'g'risida biror uchurlarni berganmi sizga? Mening yo'ldoshim bir qancha qatim qo'lga ilinganligi uchun u o'xshamagan yerlarda tutib turilgan yangi turmalarda, yangi sog'an bu tarbiyalash markazlarida xoli joylarninki shu turmaninki ichida ekanligi, ya'ni turma uyining ichida ekanligi kamerning ichida bir uyda 7-8 odamning borligi to'g'risi degan. Ammo bu yengillangan boshqa vaqtki bundan burungi vaqtlarda kona bir allığı haqida aytgan edi. Mushu yasagan binoning ichidami, shu turmalarning ichidami hukumat yani bir insoniyatningki qabul qilaligidek darajada yoki insonlarningki bu bir xoli joyga ketish, toiletga ketishdek bir mumkinchilikni to'g'ri yo'l bilan hal qilinmaganmi yoki sanmaganmi? Mening yo'ldoshimning menga aytgani, ya'ni bu odam yotadigan, turadigan yer bilan bu xoli joyninki yoki o'birninki ayirib o'tilmaganligini aytgan. Boshqa koni binodagi vaqtida, boshqa yerdagi vaqtida turmanki u turmalarda o'birning ayrimligini degan. Ammo keyingi eng oxirgi yotgan turmasida tamoq yeydigan, uxlaydigan, ham shu xoli joyga boradigan, ya'ni bir kamera ichida ekanligini aytgan. Mening oxirgi yana bir savolim sizning yo'lingiz tam jo'g'idin aytadiganlik to'g'risida degan. Shundoq. Chunki ningki yoki turum xodimlarining burun 3 tem hukumatga soqchilarga aytib turib tandan keyin tamoq berdi. Sizning vaqtingizni chiqarib, bizning so'zimizga guvohlik sizga vaqtimizga hozirdan boshlab, ya'ni erkin har qanday vaqt bizning bu so'zimizni ko'rishingizni albatta qilamiz. Rahmat.
the National Security Bureau official, can you confirm whether Japanese media verified the authenticity or identity of the official you have identified in the video, or whether that video underwent any verification process?
Benim birinci sualım, siz bayanatınızda Xitay saqçılar bilen, yani devlet security, globalninki saqçılar bilen video söhbət oldu. Bunu Yaponiyanınki media buna xəbər tutdu. Bunlar şu devlet saqçılarının həqiqi şular, yoki shular emasligini buni aniqladimi? Aniqlagan bir ahvol bo'ldimi?
Endi bu benim videonun men sizlarga tarqagan videoda Barchalarning o'zidagi videoni men bilan tarqagan. Adigi 6,7 videoni men bilan Yaponiyaning davlat televizor stansiyasi NHK bir tarqagan. Michel bir tarjima qildi.
So there are two videos. First one, which I recorded in May, on the 10th of May, and the second one was actually recorded by the media. That was in June the 7th.
NHK. NHK degan cho'ng media.
There's a very big media company recorded it.
Endi shu videoda NHK'da tarqagan chaqda 20 muxbir vaqti sen biz oldi bilan bu men bilan kurashayotgan shu Xitoyni rasmiy
Yes, during the second time that when we had the video call, when I asked
their ID, and they have shown their proper state security police ID on the screen. I'm having a bit difficulty because of the the echo. I don't know whether it is better if I have the headphone.
Ondan ki yani şükretten aklımı aldığımı benim şuraya çıkıyor. Aslında. Bak bu cahil kendini adamları yapacak.
Also, my brother have confirmed that they were the state security.
You stated that the Chinese national security agents initiated the video calls with you through your family. Are you able to tell us why you might have been targeted?
Can you just repeat?
Yes. You've stated that the Chinese national security officials initiated the video calls with you through your family in Xinjiang. Are you able to tell us why you might have been targeted?
Sizin şu hükümetin saqçıları, yani devlet saqçısı sizge telefon qildi, yani aileniz arqali. Sizce nima uchun ular sizni asosliq ko'zladi, yani asosan?
Bu 18. yılının 18. yıl 8. ayda tattı, 2019 yılı 13. ayda benim ailemle Allah'tan bir kurtarak bildirilgen telefonu işlemi bilmeye kalınca Allah'ta. Şu Allah müşerifçimi sayfasında mı?
Yeah, from 2018 to the end of 2019, I lost contact completely with my family.
Annemki şu aslında anneki 2019 yılda 13. ayda değil mi? Amerika'da uygulanan toplum kanun çıktı. Şunun aklını tutarsa benden yoktur. Ayağım aklında, ayağımın telefon aklında adaklaştırış başlandı.
Then suddenly on the 3rd of December 2019, my they contacted my wife asking to speak to me.
Bu arzularda ben aşışkının 18. yılın tatlı aslında bölümler kuvvetten bu kırıcılık ne? Yaptığın hükümlüğe, yaptığın medyalıkla anlatışlar en fazla hep geldim.
So from the 2018, I was one of the very active members in Japan to expose what is happening to the genocidal policies.
Ancak bunun başka Japonya uygun cemiyetinden daimi azarlık var, şu topluluğu kırgan.
Siz, so I became the executive member of the Japan Uyghur Association in 2019.
Bununla dolayı asaslık detalarını engelleştiğini
in my opinion, that they might the reason they targeted me because I am their executive member, so they can obtain information from me.
You've stated that after the second call with your relatives, you ignored your older brother's calls. Was the reason for that your political activities in Japan?
Siz ikinci qetimliq görüş bolgandan keyin akanızninki sizge telefon qilgan siz pisand qilmadingiz, yani telefonni olmabsiz. Buningki asosliq sababi shu Yaponiyadagi sizning faoliyatlaringizning sababini olmadingizmi?
Şimdi matsuanın yanlış tarafına kaçak telefon almasını aldıranmasını aldı.
İkinci qetimliq telefon paranlışı bolgandan keyin bayanatınızda siz keyin bir qancha qetim siz bilan paranlaşman degan vaqtda siz bu telefonni olmabsiz yo qaytarmabsiz. Bunun sababi shu sizning o'zingizninki Yaponiyadagi qilayotgan faoliyatlaringizninki sababidirmi?
Dolayısıyla akranlar diyorsunuz bile alakalı diye atanımda, hayalımda, ömürlerimde görüştüreceğim ama görüştürüp olup akıdın akla ayrı memnun söyleşimlerine çıktı, talep edildi. Şu çağda ben bu ilakta katılıp bizde aşağıdaki akıllarını yalnız kurup işletti, bizim zaten işlettik bu başka akıl tonu almalı.
Well, when I had the phone call and when I spoke to my brother, and I knew that he was under pressure, and I also heard that there were widespread situation among the Uyghurs in Japan that the security police or the family members were put under pressure to communicate with them and provide information. And I knew the purpose of their call, that's why I ignored the call.
Thank you. Subsequent to that episode, of course, Mr. Osman, you spoke to the Japanese media and your story has been prominently covered there. Is there any, I guess there are two questions here. First, what was the reason for that? And second, has there been any indication of retaliation against your family?
Siz mushu besularni bilib turib, siz Yaponiyadagi mediani qo'llanibsiz va sizningki naq maydon video so'zlashganingizni Yaponiya xabarda yeyilibdi. Bunun sababi birinchisi, bunun sababi nima? Ikkinchisi, bu xabar berilgandan keyin boshqa yana texmo ig'ir besimlar bo'ldimi sizga?
Birinchi kun so'zlashganda bunun resim ko'rdinglarmi? Akamning chiroyi. Akamning chiroyi bo'lsa, xuddi ostidagi yuzi ishib ketgan birinchi kundan. Böyle bakmak oldu. Chiroyi ishib ketgan birinchi kunda. To'pol o'tirib yanında oturib surat qo'ydi. Birinchi ko'rsatilmoq videoda. Shuning bilan men bu zot nima bo'lsa chiqib tursam, bu aka qo'l yurgan suvni ko'targan chaqda birini qaytib oldim-da, o'zi chanqanim uchun. O'sha uchun taklif qildim.
Well, on the first video call, you can see from this photograph that my brother's neck was swollen, and so when I asked him, it was because of the incident with water. Tamam. Su töküp aldım dediniz mi?
Neyse, al yüzünün suyunu ko'tarib chaqda bilimni qaytib oldim dedi.
Okay. So, yeah. When I was carrying water, I had an incident and I hurt my back. That's what he said, what he told me.
Ben cevapmaya kalan ettim. Şunun bilen özellikle kalkmasının videoda aksta yeni kaydımızı matapçı sırtına yapımını çıkıyor yani.
Bu video...
Şimdi özellikle.
I think I need
Arrange for headphones, please. Apparently there's a difficulty in getting them before the break, but we'll try our best.
I'm happy to go back to there if it is easier.
Sure, that's fine. If that's,
Let me do it from
thank you.
Şunundan benim aklım bu birinci kısımda
Keçirsiz mən kulaklıqını işlətmisəm, avaz bək qayıtıb yaxşı anlayamayam.
Just be a couple of minutes, I think.
Yes. I only have 2 questions.
Anlamam.
If it assists, perhaps I can just remind the witness of the question. So my question was why you decided to take your story to the Japanese media, and whether there's been, as a result of that, any indication of retaliation against your family.
Bayan bu sualını yanı kaydedin sizce kartlarımda eyledim. Birincisi diyeyim için siz Japonya'nınki medyada bunu aşkarlaş karar verdiniz. İkincisi bu aşkarlagandan keyin qandaq yana başqa zorluqlar, besimlar oldu.
Aydın demedigən birinci kısım şu akal şundaq qılıb tırmanğan halatda münasib yüzlərdə çox maaş. Webblog'da anaqa orqasida va Xitoy degan videoning ichiga chiqdi. Mana tan chiqdi. Tan chiqib akamlardan gaplashishlar bor, albatta. Men bilan so'zlashdik. Ular bu Xitoy bilan aydın so'zlashgan chog'da bunday qattiqlik bilan shunday bilishdi. Mishayishni taklif qildi.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, when I spoke to my brother first time on the video, I could see it's visible that he was abused, and then I also caught the police with him, and later then the policeman or the official, when he spoke to me, he was very rude. Intimidated me.
Peki bu videonun başta saklanacağı da ben fakat avazını patlayacağım şu başta hem beşikler. Bakı patlan atlarını çağırmış da kıymanman çağırman bir de tatlıları da tatlan bunda dışarıda. Nasıl bu video falanmış almış.
Initially, my plan was to just record the audio, the conversation. However, seeing my brother, the state of my brother, I decided to take video, which lasted about 40 minutes.
Şimdi şu mümkündeki benim özelliğim kalkamda bir genç oldu yani bu akamlı Kazakistan'da Rutan'da dedi.
After seeing the state of my brother, I had a fight in my head. I've been thinking, what can I do? What can I do to help my brother?
Bunlar anda akam tutmuş için ya şpiyon okudum. Şpiyonluktan olan şahsi kılıkın gibi kılışarlarda ben onu bu cevap kaydıramam ben birisine. Onun aksici bu aklımda dedim bir yılının saçaklıktan çıkırsam da devamında kısmı sınırırken de bir oyunu düşünürler.
Then, thinking about how to rescue and save my brother's life, I had to make some decision. Either I work for them and spying for my people as spying and help them provide information. But I also know that situation, the demand from them might become even more, it will increase. So also I'm worried about my brother, whether they will torture him, break his neck or his leg, and that was an extremely difficult decision for me.
Bundan ancak bunlarda oyunun yerine kalktığında bu dünyanın eksi vardı. Onun bir takatlıktan kış vardı. Ve bu kitapçı şunun başka bir şu medyanın gücünü kalbinde başka dünya aşkarsı baktan bu kitap iş olmanda akamların başını topluda doğandı dünya bir siyah kızının ilgili kendisi.
Then I thought there must be justice in the world. If I can expose exactly what is happening and the suffering of my brother, then the Chinese government might stop and there might be some kind of justice.
Şununla bunu değerlendiren bir yerde. İtalyan bu kuvvetleri, o akıllı bölümler terörist kuvvetler. Mamlakette teröristler, bu sen, kontrolüsen, mau adam ayaklarının üzerinde bu akıllar bölümler, şunu komutan, sen bölümler bölümler gibi, bu dünyanın sapsı olan, şu dünyanın birisi olan şu dünyada şekle tafsirler olmasından dünyanın tafsirleri şu medyalar elinde. Bundan kısa aslında akıllarını ölçülerinde kutulduğu şu medyalar.
Well, in my opinion, what the Chinese government is doing isn't the state terror against me. It's like taking hostage, the terrorists taking hostage of people and demand the money. And this is exactly what is happening. They are taking hostage of my brother and putting pressure and forcing me to do things against my will. And that's why I thought it is important for me to expose this to the world through media.
Thank you, Mr. Mazhar. I'm going to hand over the questions to the panel, who may have some further questions of you.
Endi yana başqalar sizdan savol so'rashi mumkin. Mening savolim hozircha o'sha edi.
Agar savolni ishlaysiz, shuningdek keyin buni taqdirgacha men oilam bilan bir telefon, bir telefon yo'qsa, bir görüşüş haqida yo'q. O'zgalarga atamning oyatni qanday qilib bilmaydi.
Regarding your question about if there is any retaliation after what happened, and my answer is that I lost contact completely. I have no information regarding my family, my siblings.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Well, good morning and thank you for joining us this morning. Can I go back a bit? I think by my calculations you've been away from Xinjiang for about 20 years now. Can you just tell us how easy was it for you to leave, to obtain a passport and to go to Japan when you left?
Endi bayonotingizni qaraganda siz Xinjiangdan ayrılgani 20 yildan eshitdi. Xinjiangdan ayrilish uchun pasport olish qo'llaymidi. Qanday shu to'g'rida hozir bir tushuntirish bergan bo'lsangiz.
Men 2005 yılı Yaponiyaga şu 16 yıl oldu bugün. Uçaklarda bunlar siyaset mandatçı olmadan ki paspatlarını pulkadise ağırlıkta paspatlarda şurada köpekli gelip yapıkta çıkıyor.
I left my country in 2005. It has been 16 years now. At that time, the situation wasn't so severe like now. And also, if we pay extra money when we apply passport, we could get it.
Anladım. Yapımlarda okuştu çıkartıyor. Artistle okuştu.
And the purpose of my visit to Japan was to study, to do postgraduate degree.
Well, if one looks at the period between the time you went to Japan up until the first of the two phone calls in the summer of 2018, what communications did you have with your family during that time? Was it relatively easy to contact your family back home in Xinjiang at that stage, up to the two phone calls?
Siz şu 2018 yıl en ahırkı 2018 yıllarçılık paramlaşatdım dersiz aileniz bilen. O vakitte aileniz bilen alaklaşış ve sözleşiş kolay mı değil?
Ben orunlarda siyasetlerden yıkılmak soğuduklarken önemli şirketim vardı. Uçağlarda ama yaptığımdaki bilen köpeğine okumaçı bulak erişte fikirlerine müziğde görüşeceksin. Şu canlı alt görüşeceksin. Ona kuşkumun altıdan ki bir ayda görüşeceksin ya şirketin görüşeceksin. Bunun da gerçekten.
Well, I had my own business, my own company, and I didn't involve in any political movements. And therefore, my situation was slightly better. Contact my family about once a month or twice a month using WeChat app.
And during this period, the period up to that first phone call with your brother in May 2018, had you ever been contacted in Japan by anybody who you thought was or might have been a state government, Chinese Communist Party official?
Bu 2018 2018 yılı en ahırkı qitim ağınız bilen paramlaşkandan keyin başkalar siz bilen sizni izlep baktımı şu birinci telefondan keyin yani hükümetten, Xitay hükümetinin xadimleri yoki Xitay hükümetiga ishlaydiganlar siz bilan aloqa tutib baktımı?
Bunun 18 yıl 8 ayda aşırı kısa. Adı rahmet Türkiye'de, Murat Kutsu'yu Türkiye'de 11 ayda, 12 ayda. Bunun bilen sözleşken, kitap ağırlıklı başka korkmayı mumunu tezşetti. Uçalarını hakamlarına sözleşken. Bunun ağırlıklı aşkımın olduğu kutluğunu 12 ayda iş gününe sözleşmedi. Hem telefonundan ündüdar adalet sofralarını göçürüyor.
Well, up until August 2018, I was able to speak to my younger brother as he had a cancer at that time, so he was brave enough to contact me. And that was the last contact at the time that I spoke to him was in August 2018. And then between 2018 to December 2019, I lost contact. I didn't have any direct contact with anyone. Also, because of the situation, I was aware of the deteriorating situation. I deleted a WeChat app from my phone, so I didn't have any communication in between.
You said in your statement that the security officials clearly knew a considerable amount about you. Can you give us some indication of the depth of knowledge they had about you and your activities in Japan?
Siz bayanatımızda şu saqçılarınki, sizin Yaponiyadaki faaliyetlerimizden özümüzdeki nurgun işlerimizden xabarimiz bağlılığını depsiz. Sizce bu qanchalik ular xabarlarni bilgan, yani mushu to'g'riliq biroz tushuncha bera olasiz?
Birinchi qatimliq videoda ancha xabarlarni yaxshi bilgan edi. Ikkinchi qatimliq videoda ularni to'plagan xabarlarni aytgan. Shundan hasta bizning jamiyatning kishiligi daim a'zolarimiz sindirilmaymiz, o'tgan ba'zi faoliyatlarni deymiz, hamma bo'ladi.
Well, during the first video call, it didn't come across that they knew anything. But during the second video call, when the media recorded that conversation, I realized that they knew so much about the association, the Uyghur Association in Japan, including the names of the executive members and also some of the activities that we have carried out there.
And koptu. Benim işçimiz var. Erdoğan için olan gaplarning ba'zisini şu gapni sorayım.
So what surprised me most was that we planned a meeting on the 24th of June. That was only discussed among the 7 executive members. However, they already knew about it, and that was kind of in my opinion.
No, it's clear from your statement that the security officials had a considerable amount of information about the Japanese Association, and I just wanted to ask, what extra did they expect you to give? Were you another source from inside the association? Because they seem to be very well informed already.
Benim demekçi boğunum, bula ularga işlemişsinizmi? Ular şu Yaponiya Uyghur Cemiyeti'ndeki asaslık küçüklerini kolunu düşürüp oldu. Ondan bo'lgandan keyin nima uchun yana sizni, siz ularga chiqsangiz sizdan nima kutmoqchi?
Şimdi anlamakla hoş televizyon kuruluşu 6'dan 7'si televizyon bağlanmasında 6'dan 20'nin kötü derdi ya eleştiri derdilerini bunu tartışmada ve başkalarına işin haber kılındı. Bunu işkencelik bilen bir müşkül adamın da kolunu çalışıyor. Ancak bu aslında televizyonda toplayıp koyulur. Ben dışarıda kim bu şu ben şu adamlarla alakalı ben bugün iş kopmakla başta namlu kaçtırmak olur, başta hemen aşılan da kadın kendi çoğunlukta işimizi meymanet çıkan bir işler oldu. Bunlarını sürüştürüştüm ben de bunu bir yapıyorum.
Well, the video when it was released, I believe it was around the 24th of June, and we didn't inform all 7 members of the executive committee. Instead, we only shared this information amongst 4 of us, because we did have some suspicion. And I wondered whether because they couldn't get any more information, and therefore they expected to target me.
Because when you look at the transcripts of the call and the offer that the security services made as an inducement to help you with Japanese residency or citizenship, which I think from the transcript was one of your ambitions, there didn't appear to be pressure on you to return to China, but rather to stay in Japan, presumably, and to help the security officials with information about the association. Is that right?
Yani birisi, siz bayanatınızı depsiz, eğer de siz olabilen hemkarlasınız, sizin Yaponiyadaki yakın vatandaşlıkta erişimine olay yardım berdiğanlığını depti. Bununla qaraganda sizni joyga qaytib ketishga hech qanday bir besim bo'lmagandek turdi. Sizce bularning maqsadi sizni shu Yaponiyada vatandaşlık qilib o'ziga ishlab berish shunday maqsadmi? Ya'ni Xitoy hukumatiga ishlash shu maqsad qilganmi?
Endi bu maqsadni harakat yo'qsamdan endi bular rasmiy bo'lmaydi. Biroq shu o'zingizga dalil tegine ben hozir Xitoy pasporti keldi. O'zimizning birazdan muammosa shunaqa adam avatarimiz hem müşerike yakında duruşluk. Yakınlıkta aslında sonra biraz birereydi. Kendinden parlaktan onun tarafını tanıyan kılmaya andın unutur bekliğini ailemle amalının ataklarını dedi çok eşit.
Well, I don't really know what is their purpose. I have to be truthful. I only revealed exactly what they said, and they said we knew that you don't have a residency, a permanent residency in Japan, and if you collaborate with us, we can provide that. In addition, we can help you with many other things to make your life easy, and most importantly, we can guarantee the safety of your family members.
Because later on in the second call, I think your brother asked you not only to cooperate with the security officials, but also to contribute to China, not to believe anti-Chinese stories, and to return to Xinjiang. Was that, do you think, him talking for family reasons, or do you think that security officials were asking him to say to you that you should return? Because that was slightly different, obviously, from working on a residency for you in Japan.
Halkımız bilen sözleşten diyen bayanatımızı depsiz, halkımızın ki sizce Xi Jinping'in siyasetinin ki yaşlığını emcette yaxshi bir rahat yaşayotganligini sizningki Yaponiyada ularga qarshi hech qanday bir so'zlamasligingizni va qaytib kelishingizni degandek shu talablarni qo'yibdi sizga. Sizningcha bu o'zining ichidan chiqib degan so'zmi yoki saqchilarningki hukumat xodimlarining Xitoy hukumatiningki besimi bilan degan so'zlarni siz shuni tushuntirasiz?
Bu videosunu ilk gördükçe beşimde cezasını o hakkılıklı karayoluna çıkıp bazen bilmeymen gerekçe akışlıkları aklını kazandığı bu da kopmuş akanlar. Anlayacağım diğer yeri de sen bizden birlikten bu da koyulacak ama konuşan sen bunu verecek. Mesela yaptığım uğraşlar bu çok maşır. Ben beşim attılar. Denizin vatan geldi.
I firmly believe that he said all that under pressure, because on the video, if you look at it, you can see that he was looking around and as if he was seeking answer what he should say next. And also the hints that he said, you should understand. He used language like, you know it, you should understand. So that is all indicate that he didn't speak freely. He was speaking under pressure.
Anlıca mesela başlayan videonun bir kısımlarından da hatta aklımdan işte çıkan bir bakış şundan ısıtıyor. Mesela kalpasta.
And if you really watch the video carefully, you can see there is one incident there that they kind of pushed my brother very rudely.
Thank you. Just one last question, which at the end of your statement, you refer to a Uyghur woman returning from Japan to see her father, and then her body being returned home. Could you say a bit more about what happened in this incident?
Siz bayonotіңizda bir Uyghur yosh xonimninki Yaponiyadan vatanga qaytgandan keyin o'lib ketganligi va o'ligini oilasiga qaytarganligi to'g'risida so'zlabsiz. Shu to'g'risida biroz tushuncha berasiz.
Benim bilmem degende yekayla bir vakti bu yaptığım yerde Tokyo olmuş dedi. Taraftar mazlumluk isteyen. Bu çıkımın 19. yılı ektirince yok kayıp bunun karşısını çıkarılıp gelmedi. Şunun bilen bu kurbanlar demiş zaten bunu da kaydırınca.
The person that I mentioned, the young lady, her name is Mikal. She was studying in Tokyo University, and in August 2019, she returned home after learning that her father was detained.
Bu uçaktan durmuşunda anneler konuşuyoruz, yakın geçken. Bu kurbanlar kayıttı. Aşağı yukarı 20 yılda bu sıkıntılı konuşmalarda bu kızın ölgen kalbine bir taşıp aldık. Bununla bu ne derhal bir aşağı alakışlar, medyalar alakışı hem arkadaşlarının kalbini bunu belli. Bu kez 30 yaş kızına kurbanı şundan yaşlı olan.
We had a very close relationship with Mikal, knew her very well. Then after she returned home, 1 year later, December 2020, we learned that she died in detention. And so we contacted the Japanese media to report what happened to her. And also Radio Free Asia reported this, what happened to her as well.
Bütün erken atlayan harbide bunu laklıklı eklemiştir, laklıklı öldüğünü topluluk haberler.
So the Radio Free Asia reported that she was detained in a camp where she died.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You talk about the officials being from the National Security Bureau. Is this the same as the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau, or is it another branch based in Beijing?
Siz ko'p rahmat bayonotimizga va hozirgilik bergan javoblaringizga. Bayonotimizda shu saqchi deb olibsiz. Bu Xitoy saqchisi Beijingdagi saqchimi yoki shu o'zimizniki turayotgan yerlik saqchilarmi?
Bu başındaki bu sapçılığımız şöyle boğaca hançercilik için. Boğaca hançercilik. Bu başta bulundu mu artık bu özümü derdi boğaca hançercilik. Bu bir vakıfta Cumhuriyet karşılığı kardeşi mimisiyle. Özellikle hükümet başkan marifeti.
As I have stated in my statement, the person who spoke to me, this is from the state security or national security, that is, they are directly operated or controlled by the central government, not the local government or provincial government.
And do you know who is in charge of the XPSB, this bureau, this security bureau?
Pardon?
Do you know who is in charge of the National Security Bureau mentioned in the report?
Thank you. Şu yani devlet bir haberlik saqchilarni kim boshqaradi Xitoydagi?
Endi bunu özünü tutup bakmada bu Xitoyni to'g'ri bizni aşı Cumhuriyet başkanı deyildi. Cumhuriyet başkanı da her qaysi davlatdagi elçixonaning boshlig'iga bevosita telefon qilaolmaymiz deb o'zini gapirgan deyiladi.
Well, based on what he said, this state security policeman, he said we are directly controlled by the central government, and we can call any embassies around the world and have direct communication with them.
Mr. Venn, please.
Could you please let us know whether any of your colleagues in the Uyghur Association in Japan have had similar approaches to seek information from them from Chinese authorities? Thank you.
Endi shu Yaponiyadagi Uyg'ur jamiyatidagi siz bilan o'xshash o'rindagi do'stlarimiz ularni o'xshash o'sha Xitoy hukumatiniki besimiga Xitoy hukumati tarafidan ular bilan aloqa qilib ulardan kuch egallaydigan o'sha besimlar bo'ldimi bilamisiz?
Menimizden burun bunu artık mağdur reisimiz Ahmetcan Yetkafendi'nin karşısını aşırı göz alınıp aşağıda sözlük şartını bizge asıl bilmem kıtlarda giden videoda bunu hakkında çıktı. Aşırı yapmayan çoğun videolarında da hakkında.
Well, yes, the typical example was the Vice President Ahmed Latif, and he also experienced the similar situation. They pressured him after holding his father, the police holding his father, detaining his father, and pressurizing him to provide information.
Andaki vakıfta reisimiz artık gelip belirtişimiz buldu. Aşağı atanızmaya alındı. Gölge var. Aşağı ben faaliyetlerini çok tatbiyerek kesinlikle vardı.
Also, there is ongoing pressure against Abdul Karim, who is the president now of the Japan Uyghur Association. they are continuing pressurizing him to stop his activities. So there are similar situations that other people are facing.
Mr. Sabi, we are out of time, but Professor Kumar might like to ask one question. Can we permit her?
We'll make the break shortest.
Okay. Any questions from Council? Thank you very much for coming to the tribunal, attending the tribunal to give your evidence, which is now concluded.
Sizga shu Uyg'ur sudida chiqib bayonot berganligingiz uchun sizga tashakkur etamiz. Ko'p rahmat. Hozir sizningki bayonot berishimiz oxirlashdi. Can I say a few words?
If it will start, and I may stop you, what do you want to say?
Bo'ldi, agar uzuq bezbatib siz tortib qo'ymayman.
Endi shu sotda men o'zim chiqishimda orada benim aşık olup çıkarlarında iyi çıkışını, bizim Uygurların şu izilvattan, şu ahvalını, dünya bilse, ileride güzel sotçularla, orada katılak geçizlerkenler, benim Uygurların bir şey sorsan, müşahatlarına kaldırak atlar.
Sorry, I will stop you now.
Yeah, I just would like to say that, through giving this evidence, and I would like the world to learn what is happening, and so more pressure to the Chinese communist government, and to relieve my people from the atrocities that they are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sabi, how long do we have for a break?
20 minutes.
Before we break, ladies and gentlemen,
Hazır 20 minut demelişimiz var.
I received notification there's some problems with being heard here. Is just say please by raising your hand if you can't hear the proceedings down there. Are there any problems in the hall? Thank you very much. 20 minutes.
masala ko'rilgani uchun bu rasmiyatni xizmat biraz ayrılışımız oldu.
Men sizni gaplaringizni anglamayman ekan. Jumon. Shundoq bo'lsa, meniki ovozim yaxshiroq chiqishi mumkin.
also the links between this spreadsheet and other leaked documents such as the ACFU list. The Carafax list contains detailed information in Mandarin about the family, social and religious styles of a subset of camp detainees from throughout the Carafax County. An analysis of that list suggests evidence that the PRC effectively criminalized everyday activities of Uyghur society. The list sheds light on the policies being implemented across the region, which utilize sophisticated surveillance technologies alongside clumsier human surveillance to gather and store massive amounts of data on Uyghur society. This allows Chinese authorities to record normal, everyday, cultural and religious activities as being suspicious and even criminal. Dr. Anderson, could I now invite you to briefly present your report to the members? However, I could remind you that members and council have already received and read a copy of the report. So could I please ask you to be brief and no longer than 10 minutes, and permit me to interject and to stop you if you do go over that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. In my oral remarks, I'm going to share a brief overview. In addition to
you may need to be closer to the microphone, I think, and I'm just going to check at all around the hall. Hands up, anybody who couldn't hear the witness when she started speaking. It's okay, but please stay close to the microphone.
All right, is this better?
Yeah,
yes,
that's fine.
Thank you. Okay. So some parts of what I'm presenting will repeat information from the short submission that I sent to you, but I'm also going to highlight some other details that weren't in there that might be of potential interest to this panel. So slide. The Parakash list, shown here in a redacted version prepared by UHRP, where I work, is a spreadsheet containing 677 detailed information about 311 detainees under the management of the Istan subdistrict in the county seat of Parakash County, Khotan Prefecture. The purpose of the document, which is titled Internees Related to Unreported Persons, appears to have been to track the social and religious relations, as well as the re-education progress of
highlighted in yellow here, and a total of 28 references to community-level cadres more generally, as the people who conducted this work. Slide. We also calculated some just limited demographic statistics, so we found that 94% of the main detainees, of the 311, were men, and 6% of them were women. Slide. We found and calculated the detention by facility. I could go over these numbers later if they are of particular interest to people. Dr. Adrian Zins calculated an even broader range of statistics than we did in his own report on the Parakash list. He found that the main age range of interned individuals for all 2,802 adult persons was 25 to 49 years old. Half of all people were interned from April to June of 2017. 2/3 of the people were interned in 2017, and then another third in 2018. Evidence suggesting links to forced labor also appears on the list, though I do not have time to go into that right now, but I'm happy to answer questions about it. Slide. So these are some aerial images taken in screenshot form from Google Earth in February 2020 showing the locations, and in the case of Camp No. 2, suspected location of the 4 camp facilities or centers mentioned in this list. Slide. And we checked these against work done by Sean Jong, a PRC national based in Canada, who has done extensive work documenting centers around the Uyghur region. Slide. Potentially also of interest is the information describing reasons for detention, so I won't read the entire list here, just to note that of the 311 detainees mentioned in this list, 115 of them were interned for family planning violations. Then the next largest number was 91 who were classified as unsafe or untrustworthy post-1980s, 1990s, or 2000s persons. And then the next highest category was violations involving religious practice in some form or another. Slide. These are just images of an appendix from the UHRP report that details an even more granular detail those different reasons for detention. Slide. Also of interest is the final judgments of the sub-district and community officials who appear to have compiled this document. So, final judgments by officials showed us that many detainees were remaining in detention or under some form of close monitoring and control even when they were let out. So, for example, 98 of the 311 were released into community management and control. 77 were marked finished or safe. 43 were noted as needing to continue training and finish after 1 full year. 41 were noted as working in the industrial park, and more. Right, and so to wrap up, I want to mention some of the implications. Slide. At the time that this document was published by UHRP, by Dr. Adrian Zenz, and by representatives in the international press, it was the third high-profile leak of Chinese government documents related to the campaign in the Uyghur region. And it was significant for the way it provided a granular look into the system of repression as it operates on the local level. And the document has several important implications, as you've already heard a bit in the description of my testimony. Evidence for linkages between the IJOP and information gathered and stored on individual Uyghurs at the local level of geopolitical administration in the region. Linkages between this information and other government policies and tools, including programs such as Becoming Family and Program of Forced Labor. It raises implications about the scope and intent of the data gathering and the relationships between that data and repression. It also has important implications for the role of guilt by association in the repression of Uyghurs. And finally, evidence that the party state has effectively criminalized everyday life as it restructures Uyghur society from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Anderson. The presentation focused on the camps, and I'm sure members will have several questions about the Carfax list and the actions in the camps. However, my few questions are going to relate to surveillance outside the camps, which you also cover in your report. For instance, in your report you describe a system of intense, intrusive, extensive and high-tech surveillance comprised of high-tech systems such as the iJob, which you referred to, together with human surveillance. And in fact, you referred towards the end of your presentation to the Becoming Family program, where more than 1 million individuals, mainly Han Chinese, are paired off with Uyghurs in order to spy on them and report on Uyghur families. And my question, therefore, relating to this kind of surveillance outside the camps is, for those Uyghurs who are free, supposedly, for those Uyghurs who are outside the camps, how closely are they monitored by Chinese authorities? Or put another way, to what extent are those Uyghurs who are free, who are outside the camps, placed under almost total and continual surveillance by Chinese authorities?
Thank you. Given what we know about the surveillance and monitoring system, even Uyghurs who are free, as in outside some form of detention or other state custody,
are constantly subjected to monitoring and checks at checkpoints located
throughout the different
jurisdictions where they might live, right? Where they have to, in some cases,
plug their phones into tools that the police they're used to scan the phones. They go through facial recognition systems, body
scanners, and other forms of scanning and checking, right, at these checkpoints. In addition to that, it is the free Uyghurs, in fact, who are visited
by representatives of the state in, for example, the Becoming Family program. Right? It's not people who are already inside some form of detention who are visited by those people.
And so, accounts in the secondary literature, right, that mention this Becoming Family program have detailed the ways that Uyghurs reportedly do not feel free to speak any Uyghur language, for example, or to perhaps cook the food that they want to cook, or in instances where they might be cooking with the Becoming Family member who has joined them, they can't ask, for instance, what kind of meat is in that food you are preparing, because that might be a sign of religious extremism. The family members are reportedly tasked with coming in and documenting, what happens inside the family home, asking children about their parents, asking about daily life, daily habits, daily practices. So that technological surveillance, and then through checkpoints, through facial recognition cameras, through scanners that people go through, and then also what I characterize as this more clumsy human element where there's a little more room for error, right? Those two things combine to mean that effectively, in my opinion, Uyghurs are not free, even when they are, quote, free.
Thank you for that. And to the extent of your knowledge, to what extent is the same kind of intrusive, extensive surveillance accorded to, for instance, Han Chinese people?
To the best of my knowledge, this same kind of surveillance is not used on Chinese people in the region. Now, I was last in the region in 2018, and when I was there, I saw that, for instance, at checkpoints, there are separate lines, or there at least were in 2018, separate lines that Uyghurs and other non-Han peoples had to go through than for Han people. So there was very different treatment, even though Han people had to go through those lines as well. They didn't have to go through the checkpoints as well. They did not have to go through the same lines. And all evidence that I have reviewed secondary literature suggests that the Becoming Family program, the program of cadres entering local people's homes, is only targeted at Uyghurs, at Kazakhs, and at other non-Han peoples.
My final question hand over to the members, but my question now relates to what activities are considered criminal as emerges, for example, from the Caracas list. But we often hear Chinese authorities state that individuals who are detained or imprisoned this is done because they are engaging in criminal activities. However, you state that activities that can be flagged as suspicious or criminal include things such as following Uyghur customs or practicing Uyghur religion. Is that correct? Is following Uyghur customs or practicing Uyghur religion potentially criminal or suspicious activity?
무슨 순닥 모두 천색 중간에 알아봤다 순닥. 난 again
if not all expressions of distinct religious and cultural identity are at the very suspicious, if not outright criminalized. So, for instance, in the excerpt I read in the English translation from the Three Circles entry for right? The note that he performed dua, which is a kind of prayer.
Cinayetinin sonuçta tamaklıgen değil bu dua kılan, tamaklıgen dua kılan, diğerlerse kurban et ya roza et bizninki madaniyetimizni etkilgenligi uchun qurboniyat ro'zasini ham bu bizninki diniy va madaniy urf bo'lganligi uchun o'tkazgan degan sebep bilan bu qo'lga olingan. Hem bu kanunsiz faaliyet hesaplangan.
The second highest cited reason for detention, for 91 different instances in this document, was solely
Qo'lgalikda 19 o'xshab qolgan sebep bilan qo'lgalikda.
That's just a mere fact of when someone was born being a reason for them being suspicious.
Yani bununda bizden düşündüğümüz boyunca olanda ma'lum bir kimlik bilen tug'ilganlik sababli yoki uydagi kimligi sababli tug'ilishtirilgan rumallanish qas sabab bo'ladi. Hem agarda hukumat bu kimligi sababli rumallansa, ularga hech qachon pasport berilmaydi, hem tekerlik chiqish, boshqa yerga chiqish mumkinchiligi bo'lmaydi. Rahmat. Siz ve sizdeki hizmetleşleriniz muşu ücretlerine erişken vaqtingizda siz bunu qandaq ispatlab to'g'ri emasligini ispatlab qo'ldinglar. Albatta biz buni hem o'zimizningki tushunchamiz hem o'zimizningki tajribamizga asosan biz buniki to'g'ri xatoligi haqida haqiqat emasligida qaror berdik. Ben bizningki sizga bergan uchurimizda, guvohligimizda tafsiliy so'zlangan. Albatta men uni o'qidim, o'qib ko'rdim. Sizlarninki bu to'plagan uchurlarninki yani isbotlanishi haqida sizlarning tadqiqotinglar to'g'risida ozroq isbot bera olamsiz?
It appeared that some ID numbers had been recorded incorrectly. They didn't have the, proper length.
Masalan, bizningki tadqiqotimizga ko'ra, ba'zilarninki kimlik nomeri orqali hem bundaq kimlikda odamninki ayolligi ve şununla o'xshaydigan nurg'unlagan isbotlar yozilgan hem insanlarninki bu odamlarninki her bir shaxsninki uchurlarini to'playotganligi hukumatninki bir uchur sifatida biz isbotlab chiqdik.
Possible to say how many different people may have contributed to the entries, or would it have been a single scribe? Or
sizlar mushu isbotlarni qarorlashtirishda qandaq asosni asos qildinglar? Biz bu to'g'risida qanchalik odamligi chiqtirmay, aniq qancha odamningki materiallarning to'planganligiga aniq to'liq hammasini deb bermayman. Qanchalik odamlarningki kimligi tizimlanganligi haqida, ammo shunday tizimlangan. Jungo Kommunist Partiyasininki bu xalqninki kimligini birdan tizimlab menayotganligi to'g'risidagi yana boshqa guvohliklarni bera olamsiz? Bizningki masalanga odamlarningki ismlariga asosan biz buning qarorlarini chiqarib desak bo'ldi. Chunki bu rayondagi odamlarningki ismi o'xshamaydi. Shu ismlar asosida bularningki to'plagan ismlarningki yani yerlik xalqlar ekanligini isbotligini bo'ladi. Bu bir. Ikkinchi birisi yani bak sizga qilib ketdi, erishmay qoldim. Bizningki yana bir to'plagan uchurimizdan ko'ra Xitoylarningki kimlik kinishki nomeri asosida biz 12 kimlik haqida, kimlik Xanzumu yoki yerli xalqlarmi deganni tepish uchun doktor Andrezeningki tadqiqotidan ko'ra ham shuningki asosida biz nurg'un qarorlarni olgan bo'ldik desak bo'ldi. Ham shuningki tadqiqotidan ko'ra bizning isbotlarimiz o'tirib qo'yilgan.
I already touched on it to an extent, but the final point I'll make is that in discussion with other experts,
Sözbek tiz bo'lib ketdimi, ergishemidimi?
Other people, right, that we reached out to and talked to in the process of doing this research, we all determined that the document appeared authentic. It appeared genuine.
Was there some incident involving a bit of a giveaway by an individual in the People's Republic of China?
Yes. Thank you for asking that. So in the days that followed the publication of our report, Dr. Zenz's report, and media reports, including by CNN,
bizningki ham doktor yoki CNN'dagi xabarlarga asos bizni bergandan keyin Xitoylarningki kundalik xabarlar gazetida biz bergan uchurlarningki kimlik haqida berilgan uchurlarda
this particular individual's information had not been made public in the redacted document that we made public when our reports went live. So on February 23rd, China Daily produced a video, published a video featuring a woman named Bultaji Barat, who is featured in rows 298 and 590 of the Holocaust list. And in this video, Ms. Bultaji claims that she was never interned. She notes her age, which is the same as the age that is given in the Holocaust list in the rows concerning her. And then, just as a note, the final entry for her, the second entry, number 590, notes that it was recommended that she could continue her release. So she had been released by the time of that entry. It noted that she could continue her release from detention on account of good behavior or good cooperation with local authorities. So that would explain why she was able to be in the video, perhaps more easily than other people might have been. And the video appears to have been filmed at her home, which might also be a relevant detail.
So there's a video trying to show that the document was false, proving that it was genuine.
Yes, that is what the video is attempting to show.
Yani bir video, yani ko'rinish berilgan, u ko'rinishga aslangan vaqtida yani bizningki to'plagan uchurlarimizningki haqliq ekanligini isbotlab berdi. Chunki biz o'tirib qo'ygan shu odam videoga chiqib yoki Xitoy xabariga chiqib, meningki shaxsiy hayotimga aralashmanglar, mening hayotim yaxshi degandek guvohliklarda bo'lgan. Ya'ni demakchi o'g'ini bizningki topgan
academic opinion which is critical of the assessment of this document being genuine.
I have not seen any of this particular document. No.
Does your answer suggest that there is some non-Chinese academic opinion that is critical of the other leaked documents being genuine?
Yes.
Which document?
I have not in any published source as of yet, but I have heard from some people who are doing work with primary sources related to the Shanghai list that was leaked earlier this year, that there are some doubts as to the authenticity of that list.
And if necessary, you can point us later, if we need it, to the academics who had doubts about that document.
Yes.
Sticking with this document, has the PRC published any criticisms of detail about the list, or have they only just simply said it is a forgery?
They have published between China Daily and Global Times. There have been several other reports bringing out people who are mentioned on the list to do similar things as Ms. Bultaji, whose video I was just describing to you. So I believe I have a name here. A February 24th article in the China Daily, for instance, brought out someone named Khabar Mahsoud. and who was mentioned in a family circle for a detainee in row 346 of the document, right? And they quote him as saying that this is untrue, right? And he doesn't understand why he is in this document. But it's the attempts at refutation and questioning of the document have mainly been in this form.
And has the refutation always been out of the mouth or in the words of a person rather than by reference to inaccuracy of the statistical or other details?
Correct. I am unaware of any references to sort of inaccuracy of statistics or other details.
And your evidence suggests already that in the PRC people may say things that are not accurate at the behest of the government in some form.
Yes.
If anything is known about the person who leaked this document that would expose anyone to risk, don't answer this question, but is anything known about the person or possible category of person who would have leaked this document?
So we do describe in our report the chain by which it came to us because several individuals were willing to be public about that. So we received the document from linguist and activist Abdulali Ayub, who currently lives in Norway, and he received it from Asya Abdulahed, who is
Biz bu qo'limizga o'xshagan uchurlarni Abduli Ayub va Asiya xonim orqali biz erishgan bu uchurlarga bizning bilishimizcha Asiya xonim bu materiallarni Qarqash tarafdan o'zininki yo'li orqali buningga erishgan ham bu erishgan vaqtida buni xalqarodagi cho'ng axborot vositalarida e'lon qilishni o'zi ham qaror qilgan.
Non-Chinese criticism, academic or otherwise, which you're aware?
Not that I am aware of.
The likely source then is an official in the department that either constructed this document or had access to it.
Yes, correct.
And given your broader evidence of the state of affairs in the area concerned, this is of course indicative of at least one person not being persuaded by the philosophy that lies behind the control of the Uyghurs.
Correct. There has been at least one other instance of that's been reported on of a relative.
Said anything to the Uyghur culture, the Uyghur religion.
Thank you. These are very important but somewhat complicated questions. So the PRC has never come out and said in those words, right, we intend to eliminate Uyghur culture, Uyghur religion, Uyghur identity, language, and so forth. But I think when faced with evidence, for example, what is happening with language in schooling, to eliminate a language is to cut off education in that language, which is what we see happening, right? That in the course of a generation really begins to impact.
Forgive me for cutting you short, but I'm running out of time, and we've got evidence of that from elsewhere. The question is whether it has done that which it might have done if it had any genuine intentions to maintain the identity. In the way that, for example, in our rather small country, it would now be uncomfortable for any politician not to say she or he wished to see the Scottish identity and the Welsh identity maintained. Whether they meant it or not, they'd certainly have to say it. Does the PRC even say it wants to maintain the Uyghur identity, language, history, culture?
It does not say it wants to maintain them. So the PRC will pay lip service to the distinctness of, for example, Uyghur culture, by saying, look, we love this music. Look, we love Uyghur dance. Many state representatives have tweeted out things on Twitter showing examples of that. And so they don't come out and say, we want to maintain this, but they'll bring up music and dances as only two examples to say, but look at the support that we do give.
Thank you. Professor Kumar.
Thank you very much. It's all been very interesting. Can I just, following my chairman's lead, ask a sort of reflective question? And that is, why are they worried about letting people go abroad when clearly they're doing encouraging other Chinese to go abroad and get knowledge or whatever they want?
Right. Thank you for the question. The way I understand the evidence, right, for everything that is happening is that the authorities are worried about letting people go abroad because they're less monitorable and less controllable in that way, right? And so a number of policies over the past decade or so, including the People's Convenience Card policy that I mentioned in my written testimony, were really about bringing people back to the places that they were born, right, back to their home locales, so they could be more easily monitored, surveilled, controlled. And I think that sort of motivation, as I read it, extends outward and upward to all parts of this system. There is a desire to control, and that's what's happening.
You don't think it's because they might bring Western ideas back and therefore change the culture within China or Xinjiang?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I couldn't quite hear.
I just wondered whether it might be because going abroad would bring back Western ideas of liberation or whatever, freedom, and that would actually unsettle
that is potentially another element of it as well, right? Many, if I may, in the period when I lived in the region, some Uyghurs would say things to me like, we want to go abroad, but we have trouble getting passports. And we want to go abroad because we want to expand our minds. We want to see the world. But the authorities here, they don't want our minds opened.
Just one other question. Again, our chairman asked about the reaction of PRC to the report. What was the reaction of the Uyghur population on the data presented? Were these data a surprise?
Xitoy hukumatining yoki Jungo hukumatininki mushu hujjatga bo'lgan qarqash hujjatga bo'lgan ko'z qarashi bo'ldi. Mening savolim, Uyg'urlar buningga qanday bir ifoda bildiryapti ham qanday qiziqishli bo'lyapti. Mening tushuncham bo'yicha aytgan vaqtida Uyg'urlar shuncha vaqirab, jaqirab o'zining dardini anglansimi, dunyo yoki nurg'uniyalar anglamadi, ammo hamda bu hujjatning o'ttirib chiqish bilan yetarli isbotlar o'ttirib chiqdi. Bu ya'ni yerlik hukumatning qo'ldan o'ttirib chiqdi. Ham shu hujjatni CNN'ninki xabariga asoslangan vaqtida mushuning asosida bir qo'lga ilingan odamning kishiningki singlisini İstanbul'daki bir singlisini ziyorat qilish mumkinchiligiga erishgan, ya'ni mush hujjat asosida keyingi chunki bu arada bu singlisi Turkiyadagi singlisi uzun vaqt o'zining munosabatini uzib qolganligi ham mush hujjat orqali ba'zi nimalarga erishgan, kuchurlarga erishganligi haqida xabar berilgan. Yani bu qo'lga ilishdan qo'yib berilganlar haqida so'raydigan savolim. Yani bu yerda qo'yib berilganlarga ishinib qo'yib berish bilan
Yani muşundaq Uyg'urlarni tutib ekirib ham qo'yib berish degandek mushu hadislar Uyg'urlarning ichida ko'rsatayotganki ahvolini so'radi. Bu rayondagi bo'layotgan mushu voqealar biz shuni ko'ra olamizki, bu yoqdagi siyosat ham bo'layotgan amaliyotdan biz shuni ko'ra olamizki, hukumat bilan Uyg'urlar o'rtasidagi bir-biriga ishonish bek cho'ng bir masala. Masalanga tuqqan oilelik, bir oileliklar bo'lish degandek siyosatlardan shuni ko'ra olamizki, bu hukumat bilan yerlik xalqlarningki o'rtasidagi ishonchsizliklar to'g'risida. Yana bir tadqiqotchininki 2018-yildagi shu voqealarga asosan o'ziniki tadqiqotidan ko'ra Uyg'urlar bu to'g'risida uchur berishni rad qilgan. Chunki Uyg'urlar bir-biriga ishonadigan bir mumkinchilikni o'tib ketgan. Uyg'urlar hukumat bilan Uyg'urlar o'rtasida emas, Uyg'urlar bilan Uyg'urlar o'rtasida ishonch tugagan. Mening yana bir savolim, doktor Zenninki Qarqash list haqida ishlagan xizmati haqida so'zlab o'tdingiz. Sizlarningki shu qilayotgan sizlarningki tashkilotlar yoki idoralarda doktor Zenninki tadqiqotida doktor Zenninki xizmatlari yani mushu hujjatlar asosida bo'layotdi. Chunki bu hujjatlarning hammasi hukumat hujjatlari. Ham mushu hukumat hujjatlari asosida o'zi nurg'un tadqiqotlarni olib borgan. Uning tadqiqotlarida hukumat darajalik, yerlik darajalik ham xalq omma darajalik asosida olib berilgan tadqiqotlari ham o'ziniki to'plagan materiallari asosida bo'ldi deb qarayman. Biz shuni qag'ishib siz Qarqash tizimligi haqidagi bu hujjat to'g'risida qanchalik odamningki tutilganligi haqidagi aniq bir uchurni bera olasiz? Qarqash listininki yani yerlik hukumat xodimlarininki berilgan bir uchur bo'lib, agar men xatolashmasam, bu hukumatninki ichki bir xil hujjatlari ham o'sha Urumchidagi soqchilar o'ttirisida tarqilayotgan hujjatlar asos bo'lingan. Ham shuning asoslangan vaqtida üzülüp kaldım, erişemeye kaldım. Yani bu turmalarınki Şinjan'daki turmalar hakkında sözüldük ama bizdeki düşüncemizden göre Şinjan'ınki özü bir turma deb tushundik. Seninki tushunchangda buni sen shundoq deb qaramsan, shundoq butun Şinjan bir turmush shaklida tursimi, hozirgidek bundaq tarbiyalash o'rinlari ham yig'ilish o'rinlarininki turmalarninki bo'lishi qandaq bir masala. Savolingizni qayta so'ragan bo'lsangiz tushunmay qoldim. Masalan, odamlarni turmalarning ichiga yoki shu tomninki ichiga kirib turib o'zgartish bilan Şinjanni umuman bir turma deb qarasak, umuman Şinjandagi hamma xalqni ham shundoq bir nazorat ostida tutayotgan turg'uliq nima uchun yana bir turkum odamlarni yani fizikal bir jismoniy turmalarga elishniki muhim kerakligini qanday tushunsan desa, albatta mening deganimdek Şinjan umuman qilib aytgan vaqtida bir ochiq turma bu 2016-yildan keyin
mushundaq bir resmiy turmaga aylandi deb tushunsak bo'ladi. Bu mening tushunchamda hukumat o'zininki huquqini ko'rsatish ham o'zininki huquqini xalqlarga bildirish uchun qilayotgan bir siyosat deb qarayman. Bu o'zininki huquqini ko'rsatishdan iborat. Mening oxirgi savolim 2 minut vaqtimiz qoldi. Shunglashqa sizninki tadqiqotingiz ham bilishingizga asoslangan vaqtida bu bir nəhayət strategik bir hadisə bolayotgan Cumhuriyet Komünistik Partiyasınınki yoki mərkəzi hökumətninki yoki Beijingninki olib berayotgan siyasəti tügüş mümkünçiligi bormi?
Without the approval of the central authorities.
Mr. Clark, 1.5 minutes for question and answer. I got the message.
Savalim var. Birisi ahirki sizlarninki bergen guvalığınlarninki en ahirdeki programı to'g'risida sormoqchi. Shuningda so'zlangan mushu qarorni berguvchilar sizcha kim? Bu qarorni kim beradi? Yani 80-90 yıllarda tug'ilgan odamlar nima uchun ishonchsiz odamlar deb qaraldi? Chunki 90 yillardagilar nihoyatda ko'p 30-40 yoshlikdagi odamlar hisoblandi. Buni siz qanday deb qaraysiz? Bu har qaysi ma'naviy tekshirishlardan ko'ra bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Bu yerlik ma'naviy hukumat ish bajarish o'rinlari ham rayonlik saqchi idoralarininki bergan uchurlarga asoslan to'plangan bo'lishi mumkin deb qarayman. Ikkinchi savolingizni qayta so'ragan bo'lsangiz men yana tushunmay qoldim. Nima uchun 80-90 2000 yillarda tug'ilgan odamlar ishonchsizlik odamlar degan bu savolga chunki bu vaqtlar 80-90 yillar 2000ning boshlarida Jungo biraz ochiqroq ham siyosatda boshroq bir vaqtda cho'ng'igan odamlar bo'lganligi uchun bularninki cho'ng'igan sharoiti ularninki ideyasida o'xshamagan bir o'sib yetilishini shakllantirgan deb qaraganligi uchun bulardan gumonlangan bo'lish deb qarayman. Ammo hukumat shunchalar ko'p Uyg'urlarga ishonchsiz qarashligi ham ularninki ustida nazoratchilik olib berishlarini mening tushuncham meningmi yani o'xshash tushuncham chunki men shunday deb o'ylayman. U davrlarda cho'ng'iganlarninki ideya tarafda o'zgarish qilyapti. Boshqalarninki savolinglar bormi? Yo'q deb so'radi. Dr. Anderson, sizningki bergan guvohligingiz uchun nihoyat ko'p rahmat. Sizningki bergan uchurlaringiz bizga bek muhim. Rahmat sizga. Yana bir guvohchimiz, 3-guvohchimiz hozir o'tirg'a chiqadi. Yani Mr. David efendi. Dr. Tobin, etkileriniz hayırlı olsun. Dr. Tobin David, Sheffield Üniversitesi'ndeki Şərq Asiya tədqiqat ordu tədqiqatçı, hem hem Manchester University'ninki Xitoy siyosati tadqiqoti mutaxassisi Şinjan hem Xitoyninki Asonliq millatlar siyosati haqida ko'p tadqiqotlarni yozgan, kitoblarni nashr qilgan kishi. Bu odamninki yana bir asarlardan biri Şinjanninki bexatarlik haqida yozilgan kitoblari hem Uyg'ur va Xanzular o'rtasidagi yoki Xitoylar o'rtasidagi munosabat degan asarlari bor. Jungo Kommunistik Partiyasininki qandaq siyosiy qarorlarning chiqarilganligi to'g'risida berilgan reportlari bor. Bizga bergan bu xabarlari va uchurlardan ko'ra
Although the state runs the daily affairs of government,
hükümet gündelik hizmetten özününki stratejik siyasetlerini, özününki qaysi siyasetleri asasında yürgüzdüğanlığı, yani Xi Jinping'ninki rehberligideki hukukni merkezleştirgen bir xil hakimiyet sistemisi de bo'layotganligi ham Xi Jinping'ninki o'zininki prezidentlik vaqtini muddatsiz o'zgartganligi to'g'risidagi xabarlari ham bor.
Policy in the PRC and an outlet for political factions to debate and direct policy. The practice of cross-posting young cadres in key party and government roles
yosh kadrlarninki hukumat bilan bir qandaq ishlash, ham markaziy hukumat bilan qandaq ishbirligi olib borganligi, ham qandaq tarbiyalanganligi to'g'risidagi xabarlaringizni biz ko'rib o'tdik. Biz sizniki 6-oyda berilgan bizga bergan bu uchurlaringizni biz paneldagilar yoki shu guruhdagilar hammamiz ko'rib chiqdik. Biz sizdan shu uchurlaringizni qaytadan bir 10 minut ichida bergan bo'lsangiz, qayta uchur bergan bo'lsangiz yaxshi bo'ladi.
I fear you're mute, Dr. Tobin.
Sizniki ovozingiz kelmadi, Dr. Tobin. Yana sizning ovozingiz bizga kelmayotdi. Mesele biz tarafdami yoki siz tarafdami? Yana bir qayta sinab baqsangiz. Yana ovoz kelmadi.
Can those in charge of the mechanics here
texnikal masalalarni qilayotganlar Dr. Tobinninki kompyuterdan chiqib ketib qayta kirishni talab qilsanglar, anandan keyin yaxshi bo'lishi mumkin.
maybe what he's doing right now, my guess.
Menchimi ehtimol ovozni o'ngshash uchun harakat qilayotgan bo'lishi mumkin.
Mr. Sabi, if it isn't done already, it might be prudent to give a call to Dr. Tobin so that all methods of sorting the mechanical shortcoming are approached from different angles.
Yes, so hopefully it will be resolved quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Meseleni hal qilish uchun tirishayotimiz, rais efendim. Tezarda hal qilishga tirishimiz. Bugün nurg'unlagan texnikal masalalar ko'rilyapti. Ovoz chiqmaslik, yetishmaslik sababini aniq emas hozircha.
Can you stop the clock or rewind it a bit?
Mr. Chairman, the alternative is to take an early lunch break and come back to you.
Menche tushlik tomoq baldorak chiqib tamoqdan keyin, tushlik tamoqdan keyin qaytib kelsak Dr. Turbinga yaxshi bo'lgandek turamdi nima degan maslahatni beryapti. Yani sot bilan guvoch o'ttirchilikka ulanmani ulab bo'lgan olmayotidi.
I don't know if the people in the gallery are able to explain whether it's this end or that end problem.
Bu texnikal ishlarni qilayotganlar buni o'lash vaqtini deb beralamsizlar?
Dr. Tobin been contacted by telephone.
Agar telefon bilan aloqa qilsaqchi.
Can that please be done? Or email.
Yoki email bilan aloqa qilib boqqan bo'lsanglar deb talab qilyapti rais.
Dr. Tobin would be available for 1:30, so Mr. Chairman, if we can break now, then we can...
Birdan 30 o'tgan vaqtida, ya'ni qayta ulinishni qurolligidekmiz.
Does he
1:20, please.
Birdan 20da. London vaqti birdan 20da.
We can come back at 1:20 for Dr. Tobin and have a lunch break now.
Hozir tushlik tomoq chiqili. London vaqti 13dan 20da yoki 1dan 20da qaytib kelamiz.
We can't just assume that an academic of his status is not busy in the afternoon.
Biz
Until I know that.
Professor Apandininki tushdan keyin vaqti bor yo'qligini aniq bilib olsak yaxshi bo'ladi. Aloqa qilish mumkinchiligini qursanglar.
And we still haven't got an answer for your question, but it has been posed to him, and we will have an answer to you soon.
Bizning texnikal guruhimiz tarafdan aniq javob olamadik. Yana bir degan raisninki degani bir qancha minut saqlab turaylik. Agar hal qila olsak, tushlik tomoqdan burun qilib olsak yaxshi bo'ladi demoqchi.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry about this, but
Efendimlar, xodimlar, kechirim so'rayman. Bu undaq ishlar ba'zi bo'lib turdi. Dr. Tobin David bilan aloqa qila oldinglarmi? Telefon bilan da email bilanmi? Aloqa qilish mumkinchiligini qila oldinglarmi?
he's on his way. He's on the phone, right. Is his computer letting him down, or does he say it's us?
Yani hal qila olsanglar, aniq vaqtini biladigan bo'lsak yaxshi bo'ladi. So'rab baqalamsiz. Yani bir minut saqlab tursanglar, bir minutgacha hal bo'lib qilish mumkin. Nayt xo'sharlanarlik qiladi shundaq bo'lsa.
Can you hear me now?
Endi mening ovozimlarni angladingizmi? Yaxshi, undaq bo'lsa. Rahmat.
Dr. Tobin.
Dr. Tobin.
Lost a bit of time and my
Azraq bir vaqt.
Is a technical difficulties fixed?
teknikal masalani yengib chiqdik herhalde. Biraz vaqtni uyushtirib qo'ydik, iftorib qo'ydik araliqda. Meni ovozimni anglatamsizlar?
We can hear you now.
Biz sizni anglaladik. Siz bizni anglatyapsiz? Ha, men angladim.
I'm going to suggest that we've lost some time, and my understanding is you have also very limited time.
Biz bir vaqtlarni iftirib qo'ydik araliqda. Biz hozir sizdan bevositlam udul savolimizni so'rsak, keyin shu javob jarayonida yetkazib bergan bo'lsanglar. Albatta men tushuntirish vaqtidan o'tib ketay. Hozir udullam savolga tushsak hozir.
I'm content. I'll check whether Professor Lynch is content.
Professor Lynch'niki savolini boshlasa deb nim qilaman.
Professor Lynch, I think the floor is yours.
Professor sahna sizniki, siz savolingizni so'rasangiz.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Savolimni so'rasam bo'lamdi.
Thank you.
Bo'ldi albatta. Xato tushunib qoldi. Doktor Tobin, siz Abnum rayonida udullam bevosita markaziy hukumat tarafdan avtonomiyaniki har doim boshqarilganligi ham Abnum rayonininki har qaysi yerlik hukumatlarni boshqarganligi ya da bevosita boshqarganligi to'g'risida uchur berdingiz. Siz bu to'g'risida aniqroq bir tushuncha bergan bo'lsangiz.
In terms of the institutional oversight has not changed since its original establishment in terms of the institutional framework, what's written down on paper.
Abnum rayoni qurilgandan boshlab bugungi kunigacha maqsad Xinjiang Uyg'ur Abnum rayonini boshqarish yo'nalishida boshqa siyosatida o'zgarish bo'lmadi. Ammo meningki bergan hamma hujjatlarimni o'qib ko'rsang, meningki to'plagan butun o'qishmagan davrlardagi hukumatningki siyosiy hukumat hujjatlariga asoslangan vaqtida asoslanib chiqargan xabar uchurlar men sizlarga yo'llagandim. Bu albatta ochiq o'tirib qo'yilgan, yozilgan report yoki xabarlar emas. Buning hammasi Xi Jinping'ninki yurgizdigan siyosatlari ham undan keyingi Xi Jinping huquq chiqqandan keyingi huquqni markazlashtirish siyosatlari degan bu uchurlarni men o'zimninki tadqiqot nishonim qilgan. Ya'ni bundaq g'ayri avtonom rayonlik bundaq siyosatninki ma ovozning bek eks sadosi kuchli bo'lib ketib, men yaxshi anglamayapman hamda.
To justify how policy is being implemented and whether it is being effectively implemented. So I think there's evidence on paper, but also in terms of how people's daily work.
Meningki tadqiqotimga asoslangan vaqtida hukumatning hujjati ham odamlarning kundalik hayot o'zgarishlarga asosan tadqiqotimni chiqardim desam bo'ldi. Sen sizningki tadqiqotingizdan ko'ra ham shu ma'rif ham bu yig'ilish kamplari to'g'risidagi bergan uchurlaringizga asosan Xi Jinping'ninki ham yuqori darajalik partiya hukumatlarining talablari bo'yicha bo'lgan deb qaramsiz. Shundoq. Bu siyosat aniq men qaror bera olamanki, bu Xi Jinping'ninki yoki Xi'ninki buyrug'i bo'yicha berilgan Xi o'zininki huquqni markazlashtirish nishoni bo'yicha bo'lgan qarorlarninki birisi.
When you read this fusion policy, obviously this is very broad. There's obviously debate to what extent is Xi aware of certain details.
Şininki özününki siyasi hukukunu merkezleştiriş hem başkuruş siyasetinin nayt inçke tarafları var. Bununki tetkikat doğruları nayt çoğunkur elbette hem Şi özününki siyasetini özününki şahsi mudda siyasetini partiyanınki avazı partiyanınki kolu arkalı yetişke yetmekçe 2017 yıllardan keyin Şi özününki siyasetlerinin inçki taraflarını yezip hem düşündürüp çıktı. Bu men bunundan burun bu doğrusunda bir uçur bergen idim. Yani yerlik hükümetninki Şininki siyasetini kandak icra kılış hem kandak bu rayında yürgüzüşü bilen bir vasıta münasebetlik hem bu Şininki bir vasıta bergen buyrukları kandak cazalaş ep beriş gerek yani torture kılış, cismani cazalık uçuraş. Bunun hemmesinden Şininki xabari bar, hem şuninki bir vasıta buyruk bilen boluvatkan. Şininki bu milli siyaseti yürgüzüvatkan bu siyaseti hem siyasetini bizdeki bir Angliya halklarınınki düşünelişi natayın Şininki bu til, din ve adamlarını kıynaş toğrıçılık birliğinin buyrukları ameliyette muşu rayonninki bexatarligini qoğdaşını asas kılgan degen nam bilen ep berilgan. Bu Çinninki dövlet bexatarligini qoğdaş siyasetininki bir tarmaqı. Biz bunu düşünüşümüzge qiyin bolmaydı. Şoňlaşqa terörist degen bu atalğısı yoki bolmasa terörist dedimi, terörist dedimi. Düşünem anlayamay kaldım. Avazı bek güçlük ekse de ba. Şinjan'daki Uygurlarga yürgüzgen siyasetlerini kandak kılıp kanunlaştırış yoki merkezi hükümetinin siyasetleri asasında kandak bir ceza hüküm kılış nemeleri ba. Siyasetleri var dese. Mence merkezi hükümetninki bu Abnurayını buluvatkan hem iş doğrusu da merkezi hükümetninki xabari bar dep qarayman. Bunu yerlik hükümet maxfi aldı ep baralaydigan bir hareket emas. Bu mümkinçilik bolmaydı. Yani bu Xitay hükümetininki bundaq nazaret qilish siyasetini merkezi hükümetininki bilenmegen asasda boluşu mümkinçilik yok. Ular hemini biladi dep qarayman. Bular har xil yollar bilan hem bilalaydı hem ularni ko'rib turalaydı. Mening yana bir savolim. Merkezi hükümet yoki partiyaninki bu cinayetlerini turguzuşta kandak bevosita uçurları bağlığı hakkındaki malumatlarınız var mı? Ameliyette Şi özü bevosita bergen ki buyruğu dep qarayman. Xi Jinping bevosita çünkü Xi Jinping Chönchanguni hukukka qo'ygan aşı Abnurayında. Şoňlaşqa Xi Jinping bu yerda boluvatkan işning hemmini o biladi. Çünkü Xi Jinpingninki buyruğu boyunca Chönchangu u yerda hareket ep baradi. Şoňlaşqa bu başquruluş juqurdan tövenge
making these decisions and they're being planned in regional government.
Muşu buyruklar yuqurdan tövenge düşüş jarayonida yuqurdan tövenge düşüş qonuniyati bo'yicha yuqori darajalik rahbarlardan tuvan darajalik rahbarlarga bu buyruq tushirilib, ham shularningki nazorati ostida olib berilayotgan hadislar. Buni Xi Jinping'ninki bilmasligi mumkin emas. Bu Xi Jinping'ning o'zining siyosati.
Might help to ascertain the point I'm trying to make. Isn't it plausible that there may be broad pronouncements or policy goals announced by the central party or government, but that in no way the central party or government will have directed that those goals be pursued
yoki maqsadini amalga oshirish uchun yerlik hukumatlarningki ep bo'lgan siyosati, ya'ni jinoiy harakatlarga qaratgan siyosat deb qarasak bo'lamdi degan savolga mencha Xi o'ziniki necha qatimlaganligi so'zida bu to'g'risida umumiy bir uchurlarni qandaq siyosat yurgizish to'g'risidagi buyruqlarni berdi, ammo bek inchikilab zodi qandaq mengish to'g'risida degan bo'lishi notayin. Chunki Xi'ninki maqsadini amalga oshirish uchun tuvandagilar uningki tafsiliy inchiki detallarni yo'llarini qilgan bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Ya'ni Xitoy siyosatchilari yoki Yang degan birisininki siyosat bergan tushunchasidan ko'ra Yang biz yerlik siyosatni tegishmay o'zgartmay turib bu maqsadga erishamaymiz degan ideyani o'tirib qo'ygan. Ham bu siyosiy byuroninki bevosita, ya'ni markaziy hukumatninki bevosita buyrug'ini tövanda ijro qilish uchun siyosat o'zgartish va siyosat, ya'ni siyosat yurgizish mumkinchiligini ko'ra olamiz.
Could damage China's national security that would be stopped. That's what Xi wants to know.
Xi'ning faqat bilmoqchi bo'lgan bir maqsadi bor. Har qanday mush davlatningki bexatarligi va siyosatni yurgizishga ta'sir bo'ladigan har qanday ishning yuz berishini Xi xohlamaydi. Tuvandagilarmi shundaq hodisning bo'lmasligi uchun olib borayotgan harakatlari. Ya'ni yerlik kadrlarningki yoki yerlik hukumat mas'ullarininki mushu markaziy hukumatdan berilgan buyruqni amalga oshirish uchun yerlik hukumatninki ep bo'lgan o'zining, ya'ni o'z oldiga ep bo'lgan siyosati bor deb qaraymizmi desa, yo'q, undaq deb, ya'ni yerlik hukumatning, ya'ni tuvan darajalik yerlik hukumatninki o'z oldiga harakat qilish mumkinchiligi bo'lmaydi. Chunki bu bir partiya davlati, bu partiyaninki yo'l ko'rsatishi ham ularninki yo'l ko'rsatishi sirlik yerlik hukumat hech qanday bir siyosatni yurgizolmaydi. Nurg'un bo'layotgan siyosatlar bular bir tajribadan o'tkazyapti. Chunki Deng Xiaoping har qanday bir ishni tajribadan o'tkazmay turib erishkin bo'lmaydiganligi to'g'risida yo'l yo'riq bergan. Ham bularmi shu davlatninki bexatarligi ham davlatninki birligiga ta'sir yetkazadigan har qanday mumkinchiliklarninki oldini olish uchun cho'qim, ya'ni bir yo'l tepish kerak, yangi bir siyosat o'zgartish kerak. Shunglashqa tuvan darajadagi kadrlarninki, ya'ni eng tuvandagilarninki bu, ya'ni ish yurgizuvchilarninki, ish qiluvchilarninki harakat berish siyosatini Xi huquqi chiqqandan keyin qayta o'ylanish berish orqali yerlik hukumat har qaysi shaxsiy shirkatlar bo'lsin, doktorxonalar bo'lsin, hukumat idorachiligidagi qandaq bir organlar bo'lishidan qat'iy nazar, mushu o'rinlarda bir tajribalarni olib bordi bo'lar. Ya'ni Xi'ning siyosati bo'yicha bu davlat mexanizmi amaliyotda bularninki doim olib beriladigan bir xil o'zining bildigan siyosat yo'li amaliyotda. Mening oxirgi bir savolim
siz Wang Yunjing Bingtuan partiya hükümetininki rahbari hem Şinjan yerlik hükümetininki yuqori darajalik başlığı ning to'g'risidagi bir uchurni bergan shu uchurlar haqida bizga shu to'g'risida ozroq tushuncha bergan bo'lgan bo'lsangiz. Men bu odamninki yani shaxsiy yani hukumat bilan yoki bo'lmasa Xi Jinping bilan bo'lgan yoki markaziy hukumat bo'lgan bevaqti munosabatini men bilib bo'lmayman albatta, ammo mening tushuncham bo'yicha bo'lgan vaqtida bu partiya diki yuqori darajaliklar bilan hukumatdagi boshqarayotganlarniki o'tkazilayotgan yig'inlari ham Xi bilan o'tkazilgan nurg'unlagan suhbatlardan keyingi chiqargan bir tushunchasi deb qarayman. Albatta Bingtuan yoki bu ishlab chiqarish qurilish askarlari amaliyotda ichki urushlarninki bo'lib kelishining oldini olish uchun turg'izgan bir o'rni amaliyotda Xinjiang'dagi bu yani Xi Jinping bu Bingtuanlar orqali Uyg'urlarni qandaq boshqarish to'g'risidagi bergan yo'l yo'riqlarda yani qandaq qilgan vaqtda Bingtuanni bevosita sentral hukumat bilan bo'lgan munosabatini qurib chiqish oraliqda erishmay qoldim. Agar Xi Jinping'ninki mush irodasi bo'yicha Bingtuan bilan yerlik hukumatninki huquqini ayirib turib yurgizgan vaqtida markaziy hukumat Bingtuan orqali bu yerlik hukumatning ishida nurg'un maqsadlarga yeta oladi. Mening savolim tugdi shunga asosan. Vaqtimiz nihoyatda az qolyapti, shunga savolni qisqaroq so'rasanglar. Meningki tunji savolim boya so'ralgan bir savol asosida yana bir savollarni so'ramoqchi.
The Politburo Standing Committee that frank discussions have now ended.
Hukumatninki yuqori darajalik board a'zolaridagi yoki ijroiya ishida Xi'ninki bergan yo'l yo'riqlarga shu komitetninki ishida qandaq Xi'ning irodasini amalga oshirish to'g'risidagi o'zining tutgan yo'llari to'g'risida so'zlagan edingiz. Mush to'g'risida tafsilroq bergan bo'lsangiz, bunda qandaq bir maxfiyatlik bor? Bu amaliyotda Xitoyniki bir demokratik holatini ko'zitish siyosatidan iborat. Bu Xi amaliyotda mushu ijroiya odamlarni ijroiyadagi rahbarlarninki ovoz orqali ham o'zininki ovozini medialar orqali xalqqa yetkazish orqali o'zining demokratik bir yo'lni ko'rsatmoqchi ham o'zininki bu Xitoydagi kommunist hukumatninki o'zininki xalqqa ochiq bir siyosiy muhimlar siyosiy tuzilmasininki bog'lig'ini ifodalamoqchi. Albatta bularninki o'zininki maxfiy muddo maqsadlari albatta yoshirilgan. Yani markaziy media yoki markaziy axborot sohalarida hech qanday hech kimninki uningga qarshi ifodalash yoki uningga markaziy hukumatning bergan bu media uchurlarga xabarlarga shaxslarning yoki xalqningki aralashish mumkinchiligi bo'lmaydi. Qilolmaydi, albatta kuch yetmaydi. Yana birisi bu politik byurodikilar yoki bu rahbarlik guruhisidagilar Xi Jinpingningki prezidentlik huquqininki o'tib ketmasligini qanday qilib hal qilish to'g'risidagi nurg'un maslahatlar o'z ichida bo'lgan bo'lish kerak. Ham Xi agar Xi o'zininki huquqininki nihoyatda yuqori darajaga yetmagan vaqtida Xi'ninki ideyasi va maqsadlari amalga oshmasligi tabiiy. Shunlashqa Xi o'zininki haq huquqini taqdimni kengaytirish maqsadlarda shu politik byurodan qo'llangan bo'ladi demoqchi.
Would be seen as more in Chinese politics would be seen as more nationalists than socialists.
Menimcha Xitoydagi siyosiy yo'llar, Xitoy siyosatchilari, partiya siyosatchilarini ularni sotsialistik siyosatchilar degandan ko'ra ularni millatchi, naziy xarakterli bir xil millatchilar deb qarasak bo'ldi. Ham ular huquqni markazlashtirish asosida Xi'ningki maqsadlariga yoki muddaoga yetmoqchi. Rahmat.
You say that in 2005 they were granted the right to administer.
Markaziy sud hukumatninki qaroriga asosan vaqtida 2005-yili o'lim jazosi berish haqida berilgan qarorlar to'g'risida uchirib bergandingiz. Siz shu vaqtdan boshlab qanchalik odamga o'lim jazosi berilganligi to'g'risida statistik bera olamsiz deb so'rayman. Xitoydagi bu o'lim jazosi har qanday bir agishmay qoldimi?
They were and they called it low quality sentences, meaning that they were essentially implicitly acknowledging they're not sure if these trials are fair.
Yani nurg'un o'lim jazolari, ya'ni yerlik qonun chiqarish sudiyalari tarafidan berilgan, ammo bu ham Xi'ningki qayta tushunish yoki yani Xi'ning yo'l yo'rig'i bo'yicha bo'lgan vaqtida keyingi vaqtlarda nihoyatda ko'p o'lim jazolari berilgan. Yani o'lim jazosi umuman qilib aytgan vaqtida yerlik hukumatlarningki bergan bu o'lim jazolari markaziy qonun chiqarish organlarininki bergan buyrug'idan ko'proq darajadami qanday qilib?
Do the Bingtuan courts pass death sentences?
Bingtuan sud mahkamasidami o'lim jazosi bormi?
Provinces and just like all and like autonomous regional governments, so hence why it was formerly called a state within a state.
Meningki tushuncham bo'yicha bo'lgan vaqtida mayli Bingtuan bo'lsin, yerlik hukumat bo'lsin, hammasi markaziy hukumat tarafdan boshqarilayotgan, ham shularningki bevosita boshqarilishida bo'lgan. Bu ham yerlik avtonomiya rayonlarininki nimasi berilgan ishida bo'lganligi uchun shu avtonom rayonninki qonuni bo'yicha agishmangan bo'lishi mumkin deb qarayman. Men boshqalarga savol berish vaqtini o'tkazib beray.
You talk about Bingtuan's 2000-year-long strategic mission to secure frontier territory and assimilate minority people.
Bingtuanninki yerlik xalqlarni assimilyatsiya qilish siyosati to'g'risida so'zlab o'tdingiz. Biz sud mahkamamizda bir qancha masalalarni uchratdik. Masalan, Uyg'ur millatini yo'q qilib tashlash yoki bo'lmasa yana bir yo'lda masalan bu qayta tarbiyalash degandek siyosatlar haqida sizning tushunchingiz degan vaqtida men bu to'g'risida men bevosita bu to'g'risidagi uchurlarni men egallab boqmadim. Men ashundaq bir dokumentni ko'rgim bor, shundaq bir hukumatninki, ya'ni hukumat tarafdan tushirilgan bu hujjatlarga erishish bek muhimda albatta. Yani hükümetninki yoki Jungo Kommunist Partiyasininki chiqargan nurg'un siyosatlarni amaliyotda biz inglizchaga tarjima qilsak nihoyat qo'rqinchli bir ma'noda kelib chiqadi. Yani merkezi hükümetninki Şinjan'da yapmakçı olan yani bir xil dinsizlashtirish siyasetini amalga oshirishda Bingtonninki roli ham cho'ng bo'lganligi. Meningcha bo'lgan vaqtida bu har xil o'xshamagan yoshliklar o'ttirsidagi suhbatlar, ularning o'ttirsidagi har xil debatlardan ham Xitoyning ichidagi har xil o'xshamagan darajadagi akademiklar o'ttirsida bo'layotgan munozirlardan ham shularningki o'ttirga qo'ygan nimalardan ko'ra ular menga tushuncham bo'yicha bo'lgan vaqtida bularningki ko'proq so'zlashayotganligi til birlik keltirish, ya'ni kimlikni birlikka keltirish, yangi bir bu generation yoki yangi bir bu avlodlarning ichida yangi bir davrni shakllantirish, yerlik avtonomiya siyosatida yangi ekonomik bir yoki iqtisodiy bir tuzilmani yaratib chiqish, yaxshilash ham Uyg'urlarni assimilyatsiya qilish degandek nihoyat ko'p suhbatlar bor, ammo hukumatdan bevosita tushgan bunday hujjatlarni men ko'rmadim.
Dr. Tobin, may I ask you a question about the legal framework governing both the ethnic minority regions and ethnic minority people?
Mening bilmoqchi bo'lganim markaziy hukumat tarafdan masalan yerlik osonliq millatlar hukumati bilan yani yerlik musha avtonomiya huquqidagi osonliq millatlarningki huquqi bilan umuman yani bütün devlet karakterlik siyaseti o'ttirisida ki farqlar hem yakın umuman bütün devlet boyunca çıkan siyasi kararlar bilan yerlik avtonomiya kararları o'tirisidagi munosabat to'g'risida tushunchagan bo'lsangiz.
It's not law, you know. In China, I mean, I would argue that in other states, but in China that we're talking about today, the parties in command. This is not rule of law.
Mındaq chiqib aytgan vaqtida Xitoyda hamda bir qonun yo'q, chunki buni qonun degani bo'lmaydi. Ya'ni bu Jungo hukumatida bir partiyaning xohishi bo'yicha partiya hukumat boshqurdi, ham shu Xitoyning Jungoninki bexatarligi degan shu maqsad faqat shu partiyaninki maqsadi ham partiyaninki boshqarish yo'linishi bo'yicha.
Just for context, obviously in Chinese society the constitution is not seen
bu Jungodagi
same level of gravity as you would see, for example, in the United States or
davlat qonuni ham qonuniy boshqarilish siyosati amaliyotda partiyaninki bir boshqarish sistemasi. U yana hukumatninki huquqi deganlik emas, bu partiyaninki boshqarish sistemasi. Ammo bu yerda mening bilishimcha bu davlatninki qonunida Jungodagi har qanday yoki Xitoydagi har qanday bir xalqninki huquqlari teng barobar bo'lish kerak, har qaysi asonliq millatlarning ma'rif tili va huquqlari bo'lish kerak deb belgilangan. Mening tushunchimcha bo'lgan vaqtida men o'zimningki ko'rgan, ya'ni Yanlodagi, Urumchidagi, Islom universitetida ko'rganlarimdagi, anglaganlarimdan ko'ra bularga o'rgangan siyosat ham qonunlar
There were adverts saying no minority for job employment adverts, small businesses saying no minorities and only. You know, right down.
aniq anglayolmadim bu gapni.
Slogan. People don't take it seriously. But yes, it does guarantee ethnic equality.
Albatta qonunda millatlar barobarligi, til va din huquqlari belgilangan. Avtonomiya huquqiga kelsak, partiya qonunida hammadan yuqori turdigani partiyaninki maqsadi ham partiya huquqlari. Bu qonun amaliyotda 49-yilda Mao-Zedongninki chiqargan siyosati, bu avtonomiya siyosati, Mao-Zedongninki bu Tibetliklar, Uyg'urlar, Mong'ollarga berilgan bir avtonomiya huquqlari yoki Babariyallar yoki Yavaylar ustiga berilgan bir huquq degan bir qonun asoslarida, undan keyingi sotsializm yoki Mao-Zedongninki, ya'ni sotsializmninki boshqarishi asosida har xil avtonomiya huquqlari bo'lishlari yo'l qo'yilgan. Shu vaqtlarda yerlik rayonlarninki o'zininki til huquqlari bo'lganligi, ham buni zamonaviylashtirish kerakligi, ham shaharlashtirish degandek qonunlari ham aniq belgilangan. Xitoylarninki bugungi siyosati Uyg'urlarni bugungi siyosati asosida zamonaviylashtirish degan siyosati asosida Uyg'urlarninki til madaniyatini, dinini yo'qotish siyosati yurgizyapti hozir. U avtonomiya huquqi hech qachon Xitoyninki bexatarligi ham Xitoyninki partiyaninki hukumatninki maqsadini yuqori turolmaydi albatta. 84-yillari bu qonun bir qatim qayta retlangan. 49-yildan keyin bir qatim 84-yili bir o'zgartish olib berilgan siyosatga. Undan keyin o'zgartish olib berilmadi. Amaliyotda avtonomiya huquqlari shu vaqt belgilangan avtonomiya huquqlari bilan o'xshash. Dr. Kevin, sizningki bergan bu guvohligingiz uchun, siz ikkinchi qatim yana qaytib kelganingiz uchun sizga ko'p rahmat. Siz bilan bo'lgan bu suhbatimizda bu texnikal masalalar ko'rilib qoldi. Vaqtimiz qisqa, lekin biz oldingi qatim siz bilan nihoyat ko'p suhbatlarda bo'ldik, ham nihoyat ko'p bizga uchurlarni bergan. Meningki ikkinchi so'ramoqchi o'g'lim, sizningki
I know you haven't felt the need to use it, but before you part from us, if there's anything about that organogram that you would like to say is...
Siz o'zingizningki keyingi vaqtda olib borayotgan tadqiqotingiz to'g'risida bizga uchirib bergan bo'lsangiz, bizga nihoyat yaxshi bo'ladi, yordamchi bo'lgan bo'ladi. Jeffrey, sizga ko'p rahmat. Meningki ikkinchi qatim berdigan bu reportim yoki ushurim PRC'ninki asonliq millatlar siyosati ham davlatninki bexatarlik masalalari, masalanga Ilhom To'xti masalasi, Ilhom To'xtini bo'lginchilik siyosati bo'yicha ham uningga bevosita hujum, uningga nim berilgan. Buningda hech qachon Ilhom To'xtininki, ya'ni akademik tadqiqoti degan tarafga qaralmagan, uni faqat bo'lginchilik jinoyati bilan qaralab jazo hukm qilgan.
satisfied as part of China, you would have to address ethnic discrimination.
To'xtaninki asosliq talab qilgani agar Uyg'urlarningki tinchlik ham Uyg'urlardagi norozilikni qo'zg'amaslik uchun Uyg'urlarga teng barobarlik huquq bermisi bo'lmaydi degan so'zi eng cho'ng bir gunoh hisoblandi. Xi Jinping buning bilan xush kelmadi. Masalan, buningdan burun bo'lgan bundaq masalalar bor. Masalanga Jambuzanmi shundaq sabab bilan jazoga hukm qilingan. Bu hukumatningki o'zining maqsadlariga yetishiga to'g'ri tushmaganligi uchun hukumat o'zining siyosatini bu yerda o'zgartirgan. Men bek inchikilab chunqurlab kirolmayman, chunki ma'lum bir so'zni bir masalani boshlasam, albatta nihoyatda chunqur bir-biriga munosabatlik masalalarni so'zlashga to'g'ri keldi, ammo men eskartirganim bu butun umuman qilib aytgan vaqtida bir partiyaning boshqurishi ham partiyaning maqsadi uchun bo'lyotdi degan javobni beraman. Boshqa savolinglar bo'lsa, so'rsanglar bo'ldi. Başqa savollarni biz sizdan so'rdik. Agar yana bizningki boshqa savolimiz bo'lsa, biz sizga yezib so'raymiz. Sizningki yana bir qatim bizga mush to'g'risida uchurlarni berishingizni umid qilamiz albatta. Mencha hozir sizga bizga biz bilan birga bo'lganligingiz uchun sizga ko'p rahmat. Rahmat sizga.
Sorry, I meant to ask. Was there anything else, Mr. Abraham? Mr. Savi, would you like us to take lunch?
Hamda hozir tushlik tomoq chiqsak bo'lamdi deb so'ragan. Biz 15 minut vaqtimizni yuttirib qo'ydik. Shunglashqa biz 2dan 15 da qaytib kelsak bo'lamdi.
Thinking of coming back this afternoon, what the menu is, as it were? Do you want? Don't worry, another time. Too late.
Assalomu alaykum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar. Kiravatganlar Dunyo qurultiyi to'g'ri televiziyasininki naqbaydan programmasi. Hozir biz sizlarga Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki bugun Londonda boshlangan ikkinchi qatimliq sudninki naqmaydan ko'rinishlarini sizlarga taqdim qilyapmiz aziz qarindoshlar. Xitoyning shuncha qattiq besimi, ta'diddlariga, to'sqinlik qilishiga, buzg'unchilik qilishiga qaramasdan mana Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki ikkinchi qatimliq sudi bugun London vaqti ertaga soat 9 da muvaffaqiyatli boshlandi va sudninki tushdan burungi qismi g'alabalik oxirlashdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, mushu hozirgacha degan soat 9 dan hozirgacha ekran oldida zerikmay, terikmay mushu sudga ko'ngil bo'lib o'ltagan butun qarindoshlarimizdan Alloh rozi bo'lsin. Mana sizlarning duoyinglar bilan shohidlarimiz jasorat bilan, mardonlik bilan bugun tushdan burun chiqib o'zining guvohliklarini berdi aziz qarindoshlar. Keyin bu nimaga qatnashgan ba'zi qarindoshlarimizga izoh berib qo'yaylik. Bugun tushdan burun ertaga soat 9 da boshlangan bu sud kollegiyasi, ikkinchi qatimliq sud kollegiyasi, bu sud kollegiyasininki raisi Jeffrey Nice apandimning ichilish murosimi bilan boshlandi. Oqdilla tunji bo'lib Avstraliyadan Mehray xonim guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin Yaponiyadan Helmut Rozaxon apandim guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin hammalar tunish bo'lgan Uyg'urshunos bu yerda Elisa Anderson, ya'ni Nazokat xonim, Uyg'ur ismi Nazokat xonimmi boya guvohlik bergan bo'ldi. Uningdan keyin bu yerda professor doktor tadqiqotchi David Tobinninki guvohligi bilan tushdan burungi sot oxirlashgan bo'ldi. Birozdan keyin yana takror davomlashadi. Mush fursatdan foydalanib turib, sizlar bilan biroz paranglashaylik degan maqsadda bu yerda o'rtada aziz qarindoshlar. Bu yerda shuni aytib qo'yaylik, avval qatimliq, tunji qatimliq sot kolligi istedimi, texnik jihatdan tunji kuni biroz masalalar ko'rilgan, ba'zi qiyinchiliklarga duch kelgan aziz qarindoshlar. Bugunmi o'xshash bo'ldi. Tushdan burungi qismida texnik jihatdan biroz shunday Baxtiyor afandim, biroz qiyinchiliklarga duch keldik va bir yarım saatini ortiqroq bu yerda bizningki berayotgan bu naq maydon programmamiz biroz bir o'ngishsizliklarga uchragan bo'ldi. Bu munosabat bilan ekran oldidagi butun qarindoshlarimizdan tekrar afu so'raymiz, uzr so'raymiz. Xo'sh, aziz qarindoshlar, sizlar matbuotlardan kiravotgansizlar, mana hozir qadar mushu sot başlanış harpsidimi Mustabid Konus'ta hakimiyeti mushu ikkinchi qatim sot qarshi qattiq bir qarshi kampaniya başlatgan ikki tashqi jihatdan bütün tashviqot vositalarini safarbarlik qilib tunugimmi Xitoy tashqi ishlar ministrligining bayonotchisi Javlijan bo'lsin, Abnurayliq atalmış Abnurayli Xalq Hükümeti'ninki bayonotchisi bo'lsin, maxsus arqadan axborot e'lon qilish yig'inlarini chaqirib, bugungi sotqa qilmagan haqorat qilmadi, qilmagan tuhmat qilmadi va oshkor holda bu qatimliq sotda guvohlik beradigan shohidlarga oshkora tadbir silishga boshildi va koni maqomini bazaga soldi. Bu qonunsiz sot, bu bir teatrxona, uningda guvohlik berganlarning hammasi artist degandek, endi Xitoy hokimiyatininki bu xil razil vositalarni qo'llanishimi amaliyotda bu hokimiyatninki naqadar razil, naqadar pastkash, mustabid bir hokimiyat bo'lganligini, mutam bir hokimiyat bo'lganligini butun dunyoga qayta bir ro'shan namoyon qilib bergan bo'ldi. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu naq maydon programmamiz boshlangandan keyin dunyoning har qaysi eldiridagi ko'rilmalarimizdan keyin yaxshi go'zal inkaslarni topshirib oldik. Bu yerda yana bir shuni eslatib qo'yaylik, biz atdigan programmani boshlagandan keyin naq maydon programmasini Dunyo qurultiyininki televiziyasida Xitoyninki hakkerlarininki va Xitoy josuslarininki qattiq hujumga uchirdik. Nurg'ulg'an yolg'on ism qo'yib olgan ba'zi bu Xitoyning gumashchilari Çumakçıları, tor çumakçıları bizdeki Dünya Qurultayı'nınki YouTube sayfasiga kirib olib, bu yerda sot kollegiyasiga Dünya Qurultayıga qilmagan haqoratlar qilmadi. Aziz qarindoshlar, buni bu yerda eskartib qo'yaylik. Bu xil hujumlari tunugin nihoyatda yuqori pallaga chiqqan va bugun davomlashyapti. Buningdagi yanami kuchayishi mumkin, ammo hech bir guvohchimiz bu o'zining irodasini yong'ini yo'q. Xitoyninki bu ta'didlarga pisand qilib qo'yganimi yo'q. Endi shundan Baxtiyor afandim bugun jasorat bilan bu yerda ikki Uyghur şahidimiz guvohlik berdi. Ulardanmi Allah razı olsun. Aziz qarindoshlar, biz oldi bilan mana sot muvaffaqiyat boshlandi. Bu vaqtda ba'zi Uyghur strategiya mutaxassislarimizninki fikrini ilish uchun biz hozir Turkiyadagi bu Dünya Qurultayı'nın ma'muriysi va hammalarga tanilgan strategiya mutaxassisi doktor Erkin Ekrem bilan bir söhbet ötküzeyli, onun bir qarashlarını anlaylı, ortaklaşaylı, bir sınap bakaylıqını. Ekranımızda, eğer ko'rgan bo'lsanglar aziz qarindoshlar, ekranımızda bizningki ekranımızda, eğer ko'rgan bo'lsanglar aziz qarindoshlar, ekranımızda bizningki anlayapmiz, hurmatli Erkin Ekrem efendim, doktor Erkin Ekrem. Anlayapmiz, hurmatli Erkin Ekrem efendim. Türkiye'den hazır. Bizdeki Uyghur istiqoratiya mutaxassisi doktor Erkin Ekrem'ga bağlandı. Türkiye'den hazır sot kollegiyasi. Bizdeki Uyghur istiqoratiya mutaxassisi doktor Erkin Ekrem'ga bağlandı. Qarindoshlar, sot kollegiyasini qurgan. Bu avval qatim o'xshashlar, bu qatimki qayta bir sanab baqaylar aziz qarindoshlar. Sotqa avval qatim o'xshashlar, bu qatimki sotqa hozir sotning tushdan burungi qismi oxirlashdi aziz qarindoshlar, ikkinchi navbatlik Uyg'ur sotininki hozir sotning tushdan burungi qismi. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli aziz qarindoshlar, Erkin Ekrem efendim, Uyg'ur sotininki yaxshi salomat tutingiz, mush vaqtingiz xayrli bo'lsin. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Erkin Ekrem efendim, ovozni anglayapsiz? Yaxshi salomat tutingiz, mush vaqtingiz xayrli bo'lsin. Ovoz chiqyaptimi? Ovoz demasam. Ovozni anglayapsiz? mesele yoktu. Bahtiyar efendim avazda.
Ovoz var.
Avazda mesele yok. Hoş Erkin, Ekrem efendim belki siz mi sotni bugün başlangan sotdan tushdan burun qismini izlagan bo'lishingiz mumkin. Ekrem efendim belki siz mi tunögüm sotni bugün başlangan sotdan tushdan burun qismini izlagan bo'lishingiz mumkin. Hujum başlandı. Sizin bilisizlar. Bugün mi davom qilyapti hokimiyatning ait qattiq hujumlari ig'ir darajada hujum başlandı. Qaramay bugün mi davom qilyapti başlangan bo'lgan hujumlari va tushdan qismini aytib shunga qaramay bu sot mana g'alaba bo'ldi deb o'ylaymiz. Siz Xitoyning bu hujumlarga ichildi va tushdan burun Xitoyning bu darajada andish qilib bu darajada chiqishib ketishning asosiy sababi nima? Siz Xitoyning bu hujumlarga qanday qavorisiz? Xitoyning bu darajada andish qilib bu darajada chiqishib ketishning asosiy sababi nima? Siz bu sotning strategik ahamiyatga qanday qaraysiz?
Ovoz qat'iy.
Hürmetlik Doktor Ekrem efendim avazınız ne tazı anlayamay kaldık. Teknik cevaptaki mesele bolsa kerak. Hürmetlik ekran aldığındaki qarindoshlarimiz sizlardan özür soraymiz tekrar. Qayta bir sinab baqayli. Bahtiyar efendim. Hürmetlik ekran aldığındaki televizyon görüşler zaten ettiğin yağı teknik cihetten mesele görülgen. Hazır mı? Bu devam kılıvatıdı. İnşallah düştün kenki kısmında bu ahval görülmesi de oylayımız. Az kardeşler bir yerde şunu da böyle Muşu London'da muşu sot zalı test kılgan Dünya Grup Kulti Tor Televizyası'nınki hazır muşu teknik işlerine mesul fakat birla Bahtiyar Ömer efendim var. Bir yerde nurgun tüskillerin özü yalnız idare kılışka bir yerde mecbur buluvatıdı. Şunu bir yerde özüm biraz kıyınçılıkı duş geldi. Ettiğinin yağı. Onun denken bu sot kol içilivatkan bu sot kolluğu isininki zale. Ninki teknik aparatlarımı yenilangan avval qitim qaragan nurgun farqlar var. Şunu nurgun kıyınçılığa duş geldik. Az kırındaşta doğru düşünüşümlerini ümit kılınırız. Avval qitim şunda bolgan ama peydinpey yaxshilashga tirishib manga edik. İnşallah tushdan keyin bunday masala ko'rilmaydi deb o'ylaymiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu sotninki marhamat qilmaysiz efendim. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu sotninki tushdan keyingi qismi texnik qiziydigandek turdi. Chunki tushdan keyin bu yerda Amerikadagi tadqiqotchilardan Tingbyo efendim, ya'ni Xitoy millatidan bo'lgan Tingbyo efendim guvohlik berdi. Avval qatim hammalarning xabari bor. Wang familiyalik bir Xitoy saqchi yana Sharq Turkistonda saqchi bo'lib ishlagan bir Xitoy saqchi guvohlik bergandan keyin buning ta'siri matbuotlarda bo'lsin, nihoyat favqulodda cho'ng bo'lgan. Xitoy hukumati nihoyat qattiq ig'ir hujum qilgan, ta'did solgan bu guvohchiga va oldingi bir qancha kungacha Xitoy hukumati bu xil ta'didlarni davamlaştırıp kelyapti. Xo'sh, biz texnik meselelerni hal qilib bo'lguncha hurmatli To'lqin Aysa efendimni stüdyomuzga taklif qildik. Hurmatli To'lqin Aysa efendim, mana Xitoyning 3-chi besimga tadbirlari qaramay bugun sud nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli holda ochilgan bo'ldi. Milletimizning duosi bilan, xalqimizning qo'llashi bilan, madadi bilan nihoyat chiroyli bir shaklda buning tushdan burungi qismi tamomlangan bo'ldi. Masalan, bugun atdiganning yog'imi Xitoy yana tunaga hujum boshlagan, bugun atdigan yog'imi butun ichki tashqi matbuotni ishga sirib hujum qilyotdi va haqorat darajasiga ba'zi Xitoyninki bu xil hujumlari. Doktor efendim, bu sotun muvaffaqiyat geçilganligi munosabat bilan o'zingizning deydigan qanday yurak so'zlaringiz bor?
Hamma yurtdoshlar ko'ryapti deb o'ylayman. Bütün Sharqiy Turkistonliklarni nihoyatda taqozo bilan kutgan sud muvaffaqiyatli kechildi, ammo oldingi qatim shunday bo'lgan. Bu qatim ichilishning oldigacha biraz bizdimi biraz hayajonlanish va ansirashim bo'lgan chog'imizda. Chunki kutilmagan har xil o'yinlarni Xitoy bu qatim bo'lmi ikkinchi qatimni sotdi, birinchi qatim sot qargan chog'da texmo bek g'aljirlashganligini ko'rdikchu. Her xil o'yinlarni Xitoy bu qatim bo'lmi ikkinchi qatimni sotdi, birinchi qatim sot qargan chog'da texmo bek g'aljirlashganligini ko'rdikchu. Shuningga qanday bir nimalar bo'lar degan bir endişimiz var, ama nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli qildi. Sot boshlangandan keyin bizning biraz joyimiz va yuraklarimiz tushgandek bo'ldi. Bu munosabat bilan bizni sot qarab ko'rayotgan butun vatandoshlarimiz bu yerda qalbi biz bilan bo'lgan, qalbimiz sot bilan bo'lgan. Men shuni ishlayman. Bütün Sharqiy Turkiston xalqi belki ba'zi yerlarda ko'rish imkoni bo'lmagan bo'lishi mumkin har xil sabablardan, ammo hammasining qalbi shu sotda deb o'ylayman sizlar bilan. Shunga bütün vatandoshlarimizni davomli madad berishga, hozir Xitoyninki taqiyotgan nimalarni ko'rdik. Bütün adamların ishga solib, YouTube'larda, sosyal medyalarda qisqa uchurlarni qilish orqali psixologik hujum qilyapti. Shuningga sotdagi 3 kun yana bor ish berish mumkin. Shuningga sotda guvohlik beradigan insonlarga psixologik jihatdan madadga, ruhiy kasalligiga ehtiyoji bor. Chunki erta uyning ichida bu kampda yetib chiqqan insonlarga guvohlik berdi. Chunki Xitoy 2-3 kundan buyon hatto bugungacha boshqa davlatlarning qo'li orqali besim qilib guvohlik bergizmaslikka tirishyapti. Shuningga bunday sharoitimizda insonlarimizni uni jasoratlantirishi, ularning bu ishdagi o'ynagan rolini muhim bo'lganligi haqida ularga tasalli berishi qo'ldan kelgan shaklda qilib tursa bu nihoyat yaxshi bo'ldi. Xalqimizdan buni kutamiz.
Rahmat To'lqin Aysa efendim. Bu dunyo o'rtalig'ining nihoyat zo'r tirishchilik bilan, fidokorlik bilan mustashillarni yaxshi muvaffaqiyat o'tdi deb qarayman. Rahmat sizga. Hurmatli zo'r ko'rishlar, hurmatli Qaysar Abdurasul efendim, 2 minut bir texnik mesele var ekan, birazdan keyin perde arkadaki bir kahramanımız var. Şu etiganning yoqi 4 soat yerish charchishga qaramay, şu Uyg'ur sud kollegisida guvohlik bergan chet ellik guvohchilarningki so'zlarini sizlarga Uyg'urcha tarjima qilib bergan bizningki Qaysar Abdurasul efendim. Xo'sh, Baxtiyor efendim, masalan hozir boshqa davlatdagi qarindoshlarımizga bo'lmish imkoniyati bormi texnik jihatdan agar bo'lsa nafaqandoq?
Endi hozir hamma narsa yeni bo'lganligi uchun atiganda yoqi bu naq maydon tarqitish sistemasida chatoq chiqqanligi uchun uni qaytadan almashtirib naq maydonning ovozini o'chdi. Lekin hamma narsani yenidan qilyapmiz. Sirtniki hammalarningki qavrdi bor, bexatarlik uchun teshini to'g'ri uzayotgan. Shuning uchun biz bu yerda cheklik materiallardan foydalanib sirtqa uzinyapmiz. Shuning bir texniklik masalalar, ya'ni ish biz uchrab baxmagan narsalar yenidan bo'lganligi uchun uni yenidan amal tepib hal qilishga to'g'ri keldi. Atigandan ovoz bilan filmni avatadigan narsani xato o'rnatib qo'yganligi uchun bu texnik xodimlar ya'ni buni ovoz uzilib ketdi, buni qaytadan o'zgartirishga to'g'ri keldi. Buni o'ngishsak ham nima sirtninkiga bevosita to'r orqali qo'llangan ekan. Bizning boshqa hech qanday amalimiz yo'q. Shuning uchun signal orqali qo'llanamiz, lekin shu o'rinniki kompyutersini ishlatganligimiz uchun bu yerda ba'zi cheklamalar borki, ya'ni sirtniki anglishni to'sib o'tganligi uchun bizning ovozimiz qarshi tarafning ovozi bizga kelmayapti hozir. O'zimizning kompyuterlarni ishlatib qo'ymaydi. Shunga texnik jihatda biz hech amal qilolmadik sizlarga. Shundaqdimi davomli tirishyapmiz o'ngishga.
Ro'shan
bularning hammasi shu sotninki o'ngishli qilib berilishi uchun bexatarlik uchun qattiq talab qo'yganligi sababidan bo'ldi. Shuning uchun cho'nqur kechirim so'raymiz barliq qarindoshlardan.
Rahmat, hurmatli Baxtiyor apandim. Aziz qarindoshlar, Baxtiyor apandim deb o'tganidek, bexatarlik nuqtasidan bularlik mushu zalninki, ya'ni sud o'tkazilgan Church House sarayininki simliq internet nimasini uzib o'tgan, kesib o'tgan. Uningdan keyin bizningki bu Dunyo qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasiningki uskunalarini bu yerga akirgilib qo'ymadi, bexatarlik nuqtasini va kompyuterlarni tortib hammasini mushu sarayininki texnik bo'limidan kiralashga majbur bo'ldik. Unda bo'lgandan keyin hamma narsani programmani hammasini ko'chirishga, bu sistemni qayta ko'chirish to'g'ri keldi. Sizlardan tekrar uzr so'raymiz. Har holda asosiyatdan Baxtiyor apandim shunami? Har holda texnik qiyinchiliklarni asosiyatdan hal qilgan bo'ldik. Hurmatli Baxtiyor apandim, masalan hozir Qozog'istonlik qarindoshlarimizga bir unib beqish imkoniyati bormi?
Sinab baqsaq bo'ldi, lekin
Sinab baqayli, qani Qozog'istonlik qarindoshlarimiz masalan mushu Dunyo qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasiningki naq maydon programmasini ko'rayotgan abonalarimizning ichida Qozog'istondagi qarindoshlarimiz soni eng ko'p. Bu yerda deganning yaqin aytdi ko'p inkaslar keldi va sotning hayajon bilan bu sotni ko'rayotganligini biz bir bog'lanib baqayli. Aziz qarindoshlar, bizningki bu vaqtlik studiyamiz shu zalninki ikkinchi qavatida. Bugun ataganda chet el matbuotlarning aytib ko'p, 10 dan ortiq agentliklarningki muxbirlari ketdi bizningki yon tarafda. Uningdan keyin avval qatim qaragan vaqtida bugun tomoshabinlarning soni favqulodda ko'p, zal asosiyatdan to'ldi. Koronavirus sebebinden ilingan karantin tedbirlerine asasen bu tüzümlerine asasen arılıp kaldırıldı bir 20 metre etrafında. Biz Qozog'istondan Almaty shahrida turayotgan Dunyo qurultiyi ijro komitetining raisi Erkin Ahmet efendim bilen aloqalashib tirishyapmiz, chunki ular kollektiv holda aytgan yog'i bu sotning naq maydon ko'rinishini ko'rayotganligini bizga bildirgan. Biz ularning bir ta'siratini qarashlarni apaqayli, sinab baqayli.
Ovozimiz kelyapti.
Ekranda ko'ryapmiz Dunyo qurultiyining oliy maslahatchisi Qozog'istondagi bizning jamoat arboblarimizdan milliy ustozlarimizning qahramon Xo'jambadi akamiz ekran oldimizda ko'rdik, boshqa qarindoshlarimizni ko'rdik. Hammalarga Londondan salom. Ovozimizdan ekranda ko'ryapmiz Dunyo qurultiyining oliy maslahatchisi Qozog'istondagi salom yo'llaymiz arboblarimizdan. Alloh razı olsun. Atlagan ustozlarimizning qahramon Xo'jambadi. Şu akımız ekran altımızdan ko'rdik, boshqa qarindoshlarimizni ko'rdik. Hammalarga sizlarning yordamingizdan salom, sizlarning duoyinglar bilan bu sot ovozimizdan oldingizda va hammalarga guvochi, ya'ni Uyg'ur salom yo'llaymiz. Avstraliyadagi Alloh razı olsun. Hadingi duolar bilan boshlandi. Oldin qatimliq shu guvochimizning naq maydon jazolarning shohidi Kilovatda Gollandiyadagi Qalbinur Siddiqxonning duolar bilan boshlangan bugun sot Avstraliyadagi ve Mihray Tunci Hanım'ın vaci dualıbırlar Uygur Hanım Avustralya'daki Mihray Hanım'ınki dualıbırlar başlandı. Ondan katımlık vacimizin cezalarının şahidi Gollandiyadaki Qalbinur Siddiq Hanım'ın dualıbırlar başlandı. Bugün Avustralya'daki Mihray Hanım'ınki dualıbırlar başlandı. Erken düştük efendim karşı tarafın avazı kemmeyordu. Kısıkça bir söhbet ötüzeyli sizlerin bir təsiratını, düşüncəmlərini televizor görüşlərində hörmətli televizor görüşçülər başında çıxardım. Hər xil qiyinçilik qiyinchiliklarga duch keladigan gapga texnik jihatdan.
Hatırlatma avaz kelmedi.
Erkin efendim karşı taraftan avaz kelmeyotdu. Hürmetlik Karmanka. Kechiringlar, hurmatli sizlar. Kamerani bek grab qo'yib oldinglarmi? Ovozinglar chiqmayotdi. Texnik jihatdan. Hurmatli Karmanka. Sizlar kamerani bek grab qo'yib oldinglarmi? Ovozinglar chiqmayotdi.
Kahramanka so'zi asli.
Avaz bizden çıkmadı lekin avaz bek turar.
Biz yig'ilib o'tirsak, ko'rmaymiz ekanmiz. Qanday qilaylik?
Hamda bo'ldi.
Bo'lsa. Sen.
Başlasak bo'ladimi qayda? Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Karmanka, boshda Qozog'istondagi butun aziz qarindoshlar, hammanglarga yurakdan salom. Mana sizlarninki hamda bo'ldi. Sizlarning moddiy va ma'naviy jihatga qo'llashinglar bilan butun xalqimizning duosi bilan ikkinchi qatimli sotni bugun atdiganda muvaffaqiyatli boshlab oldik. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Ig'ir darajada Karmanka, boshda Qozog'istondagi butun aziz qarindoshlar, hammanglarga yurakdan salom. Mana sizlarninki sizlarning moddiy va ma'naviy jihatga qo'llashinglar bilan butun Karmanka shu ikkinchi qatimli boshlanganligiga deganda muvaffaqiyatli qarshinglarni hissiyotlarni bunga to'sqinlik qilyapti, buzg'unchilik qilyapti.
Assalomu alaykum.
Bugunmi Ig'ir hujum
Dunyo Uyg'ur ko'mitining raisi Dolqin Esanov tashabbusi bilan va arzimiz o'tayotgan
shu ikkinchi qatimli sudning muvaffaqiyatli boshlanganligiga bo'lgan
sotining ikkinchi sotini chin qalbimizdan tabriklaymiz. Bu sot tarixiy ahamiyatga ega. Bütün Qozog'istonliklar diqqat bilan qarayotdi. Birinchi sotdan sizlarning tajribanglar va yaxshi o'rgandinglar. İkinci qatimliq sotning intayin yaxshi, g'alabiyatlik o'tishiga ishonchimiz komil. Biz shuni istaymiz, hammasi yaxshi bo'lsin. Ming afsus, bu kommunistik Xitoy buni bizning Olmutida intayin mushu internetga hammasiga buzg'unchilik qilyapti. Pat-pat uzilyapti, ovozlar alınmaydi, shunday bir nimasi bor, qarshilik ishlar bor. En muhimi, bana yakını bu Muşlu Sot'un reisi Jeffrey Reis Efendim'in kirişme sözü de Uygur meselesi boyunca intayin negizli bunun en mürekkep taraflarını yani komünistik baskıncı Xitoy hükümetinin Uygurlarga qaratgan Uygur, Kazak, Kırgız ve başka Türk Müslümanlara qaratgan ırkı kırgınçılıkını dini, medeni, genosid siyasətinin mahiyetini düşendirildi ve Uygurların hazırki hakiki ahvalini, ulanın til, dil, urf-adat, anane, umman bir hayat geçiş, özlerinin anenevi hayat geçiş, kaide, tüzümlerinin tüzülatmanlığı, şuna bu sotun müstakil, halkara, prinsip normalda yani bütün Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nın normalarında Anglia'nın kanunları başka devletlerin kanunları yapılıp ötküzatmalılığını verişi ben oynayayım bu İngiliz dilinde bütün dünyada takaldı daha iyi yaxşı tesir oldu. Ama biz Dünya Uygur Kurultayı'na muşu sotun iştirakından barlık kişilerge dokunmaysa başlık özümüzün minnettarlığını bildirimiz, kutuklar dileyimiz, galibiyetlik ötüşünü ümit kılımız.
Rahmet, hürmetlik Karman Hujambadika, Qozog'istondagi aziz qarindoshlar, hammalarga ko'p rahmat, hammalarga Allah razı olsun. Mana Qozog'istondan atoydan 3 nafar Şarq Türkistanlık Qazaq qarindishimiz Qozog'istondan rahmat hurmatli isim ta'didlariga Karman Gujambatka Qozog'istondagi aziz qarindoshlar bu amallarga ko'p rahmat qildi. Bu Londonga razı olsun. Xudoyim mana Qozog'istondan aytan 3 nafar qarindishimiz ularning birisi Şarq Türkistandan Qozaq qarindishimiz Qozog'istondan 6 oydan qattiq ta'didlariga Qozaq qarindishimizlar isim chiqarmasdan lager shahidlarimiz lager yapgan muvaffaqiyat qildi. Shu 5-ni Londonga yetib keldi. Xudoyim bo'lsa ularni sotning 3-kuni bu yerda 3 qizlar yerda sotib guvallarning birisi rahmat Qarmankan boshliq Qozog'istondagi aziz qarindishimiz Qozaq qarindishimiz rahmatlarimiz lager shahidi bo'lamiz lager deyapti. Davomlashadi. Bular 3-ki sotdi deganimdek lager tugagan zulmni 3-ki sot haqida Amerikadagi guvallarning qaytarmoqchisi rahmat Qarmankan boshliq Qozog'istondagi butun aziz qarindoshlar bilan boshlanadi. Bunun rahmatimizni bildiramiz. Birazdan keyin boshlab yana davomlashadi. 3-ki sotdi deganimdek bu yerda avval qatim deb o'tganimki sot Wang Pamillik Amerikadagi sog'liq qaytarmoqchisi buning ta'siri pek cho'ng bo'lgan. Tingbyo ismli Xitoy tadqiqotchi bor. Guvallik bilan boshlanadi. Xitoyning Londondan keyin dunyo guruhining boshlanishini cho'ng ta'sir qiladi deb o'ylayman. Rahmat hammanglarga rahmat. Alloh razı olsun. Wang Pamillik bir Xitoy saqchi guvallik bergandan keyin buning ta'siri pek cho'ng bo'lgan. Bugun Tingbyo ismli bir Xitoy tadqiqotchi bor. Hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, Erkin apandim yana bir meningcha bu monaki Turkiyadagi sigaret yavatxonamiz. Hurmatli rahmat hammanglarga rahmat. Alloh razı olsun. Apandimga yana bir rahmat qo'ydi. Alloh razı olsun. Bu texnik jihatdagi qiyinchiliklarning asosida hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, Erkin apandim yana bir bizningki Turkiyadagi sigaret yavatxonamiz hurmatli doktor Erkin Akram apandimga yana bir urinib qo'ydi. Bu texnik jihatdagi qiyinchiliklarning asosida konuşat ketyapmiz herhalde. Assalomu alaykum.
Aleykümselam.
Hem de ovoz chiqdi, ayt yaxshi bo'ldi.
Ha. Maşallah. Quloqlik ishlatgandan keyin balki chiqib
rahmat
chiqqan o'sha.
Doktor Erkin Akram apandim sizni biroz avarib qo'ydik, vaqtingizni oldik.
Yo'q.
Chunki texnik jihatdagi ba'zi kamchiliklar tufaylidan buni aytib
tushunishlik.
Shu savolim bayqiga o'xshash shu hamda ovozini aytib birlab o'tirmay qilgan bu besim buzg'unchilik haqorat qilmadi. Rahmat hurmatli doktor. Hatta bugunmi boshida siz biroz avarib qo'ydik, vaqtingizni oldik. Siz bu Xitoyning bu darajada istirlab ketishilik sabab nima hamda bu Xitoy nimadan buncha voylayapti? Shu savolim bayqiga o'xshash shu Xitoy hozirni aytib birlab o'tirmay qilgan siz buning shaxsiy buzg'unchilik haqorat qilmadi.
Sot yaxshi ketib bordi. 6-oydami yaxshi o'tgan, bu 9-oydami yaxshi boshlandi. Inshaalloh 12-oyda buningki bir natijasi qarori chiqar. Endi Xitoyga kelsak, endi birinchidan Xitoy buningdan ansiraydi. Chunki bu mahkamadan ya irqiy qirg'inchilik degan qaror chiqsa yoki insoniyatga qarshi jinoyat ishlandi degan bir qaror chiqsa, mayli qaysi qaror chiqsin, Xitoyga bir yomon bir tamg'a urilgan bo'ladi. Xitoyning inovatiga, obraziga, hammasiga ta'sir yetkazadi. Va shundaqla bu tamg'a ham Xitoy hokimiyati bilan birlikda davom qiladi, hamda Xitoy xalqimi buni bir gunoh bo'lib ustiga ilishga majbur qiladi. Shuningga bu sal qaraydigan bir masala emas. Gerçi Xitoy sal qaragandek, pisand qilmagandek ajna javoblarni berib qilyotdi ama bence ichida buningki ansirayotganligi va cho'chiyotganligini faraz qilaman deb o'ylayman. Ikkinchidan, misolga Xitoy Xi Jinpingning strategiya plani bilan birlikda 2049-yilda Xitoyning Jahongir davlat bo'lmoqchi. Sen dünyaya hakim bo'lman deydigan bo'lsang, dünya xalqininki qo'llashini qo'lga tushirish lozim. Dünya xalqininki sanga bo'lgan hurmatini erishish lozim onunga. Agarda bularga erishamasan, sen qanday dunyoga hakim bo'la olasan? Shuningga yolg'izla iqtisod kuchi bilan yoki harbiy kuchi bilan dunyo hakim bo'lmaydi. nurg'un kuchlarni sarf qilishga to'g'ri keldi. Ya'ni bundaq inovati buzilgan va insoniyatga qarshi jinoyat ishlagan irqiy qirg'inchilikni ilib borgan bir hokimiyatni dunyo qabul qilmaydi. Shuningga Xitoyningki bu 2049-yilda dunyoga xo'jayin bo'lman deydigan o ishig'ima ma sotninki natijasi bilan Xitoy qiyin bir ahvolga tushib qoladi. Üçüncüsü hamda eng muhimi hamda shu qaror chiqib qolgan taqdirda xalqarada Xitoyga bo'lgan bir bisim shakllanadi. Uyg'ur tashkilotlari tabii nurg'un davlatlarda va tashkilotlarni yashayotgan davlatlarda u davlatninki siyosiyonlarga, parlamentoga va shundaqla hukumatga bisim ishiltib Xitoyni ayblashga ve şundaqla ırkı qırğınçılıq ilip beriyotgan bir devletke karşı çıkış lazım da bu siyasi bisimni işletkil oldu. Misalga iqtisod ve ticaret cettime bisim işletkil boludu. Bu ırkı qırğınçılıq ilip bağan bir devlet bile qandaqmı ticaret qılısla, o taqan pulga vidanlarla qandaq çidaydı degan gap çıqqan taqdirda o şirketlerme Xitoy bilan qilgan ticaretindeme biraz ensireydi. Belki Xitoydan voz kechish mumkin. Bu Xitoyningki iqtisodiy tijoratigimiz ziyon bera oladigan ahvol bo'ladi. Undan boshqa xalqaradan kelgan bu bisimdan topayli xalqimizga bo'lgan, ya'ni Xitoyning xalqimizga ilib borgan bu zulm siyosatini yeniklash mumkin. Hamda chet eldagi davomi texmi kuchlanish lozim. Shuningga bu hozirgi sotninki qarori naytı muhim. Yani chet eldagi 49-yildan bugungacha chet elda ilib berayotgan davo yo'lindagi eng muhim bir qadam deb ko'rsak bo'ldi. Xo'sh.
Doktor Erkin Ekrem efendim, bergen cevabınız için çok rahmet. Sizge tekrar rahmet etimiz, huzur görüşlerimiz bu kaldı.
Ben rahmet eytiman. Ben rahmet eytiman. Yo'q. Rahmet, ben rahmet eytiman.
Hürmet Doktor Erkin Ekrem efendim, bergen cevabınız için çok rahmet. Benim avazım tekrar rahmet etimiz, huzur görüşlerimiz teknik sera aldık. Biraz sizin rahmet. Ümit kılıman hem iş mükemmel olmaydıkken. Hürmetli huzur görüşler. Sotninki benim avazım paylaştan kaldı. Teknik cihetin mesele badıdır. Etken yağda şuna ikra aldık karındaşlarımızdaki doğru düşünüşü. Hürmetli huzur görüşler. Sotninki ikinci bölümü başında biraz mükemmel olmaydıkken. Bayda bölümümüzde herhalde Sotninki muhabbet kaldı. Baştan kaldığı yaxşı olarız karındaşlar. Üçtünkinki bölümününki tuncu guvatisi Amerikalık Hürmetli huzur görüşler, Xitoy tadqiqotchisi Sotninki ikkinchi bölümü başında biraz dikkat bilen bayda bölümümüzde. Bundan keyin balkim avval qatimliq tunji qatimliq üçtünkinki bölümününki tunji guvatisi Amerikalık degan qarindoshlarniki Xitoy tadqiqotchisi tunji qatimliq Sotninki guvohlik bilan Sotninki eng oxirgi guvatchisi shohidi bundan keyin balkim avval qatimliq tunji qatimliq sot kollegiyasining naqd programmasini izlagan qarindoshlarimiz bilishi kerak. Tunji qatimliq sotninki eng oxirgi guvohchisi shohidi Uyg'ur xalqiga tunishlik bo'lgan, butun Sharq Turkiston xalqiga tunishlik bo'lgan germaniyalik dаңlıq tadqiqotchi doktor Adrian Zensninki guvohlik bilan oxirlashgan. Bu qatimmi yana qayta Doktor Adrian Zens efendimninki guvohligi bilan bu 9-ayninki 13 kuni oxirlashadi aziz qarindoshlar. Bugungi sud saat London vakti saat 18 London vakti saat 18'den 20 ötkiş yani 18:20'gacha yani keş 6:20'gacha devam kıldı aziz qarindoshlar ve butkul sotninki umumiy jarayonni sizlar ko'rayotgan Dunyo Qultining to'rt televiziyasidan ko'ralashda programmamizni uzib qo'ymaslikqa tirishimiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, undaqa sot birozdan keyin boshlanadi. Bizga biroz ruxsat qilinglar, bir 3-4 minut ekrandan ayrılmanglar. Chunki bir Xitoy guvochininki guvohligi bilan boshlanadi. Tushdan keyingi guvohlik birozdan keyin yana tekrar sizlar bilan ko'rishimiz aziz qarindoshlar.
Hozircha ovozim anglayotgandi. Ovozim chiqqan ekan. Ha, bak. Ha, endi bo'ldi. Qanaqa qilamiz? Mush yerda qilamdiq yo boshqa kanalda qilamdiq? Ma'qul. Lekin sizdagi ovozni o'chirsiz, shundaqmi? Bo'lmasa men ikki tarafdan o'xshamaydigan vaqtda o'xshash shu gaplarni anglab turyapman. Bosh ha, shunaqa. Lekin hozir chiqyapti. yoki bir ish chiqib qolsa mm, mm. Shundoq. Shundoq. Pek qilolmagan bo'lib qoldi. Chunki shu YouTube'niki shundoq 5-7 sekund oxirida mangdi emasmi? Shuning uchun men ikkisini anglasam bek ma'qul. Ha. Ma'qul. Men desam bo'ldi. Sizlar desanglarmi bo'ldi. Sizlar meni shunaqa tunishtirib qo'yamsizlar yoki men bevosita tarjima qilyaptim? Ma'qul. Ma'qul. Yaxshi bo'ldi. Ha. Men bu texnikani bek yaxshi tushunmayman. Mm. Endi boshlandi shunaqa? Shu YouTube'da 000 deydigan. Dem elish tushugida deganda. Ma'qul. Men tayyor. Shundoq ekan. Meniki bu kamera echishning hojati yo'q, shundaqmi? Meni hech kim ko'rmaydi, shundoq-ku ya? Ma'qul. Terjimani nerda tarqatsizlar? Mushu terjima qilgan gaplarni nerda tarqatsizlar? Nega chiqdi? Umi YouTube'dami? Ha. Qurultayning kanalidami? Yaxshi. Undan bo'lsa kamerani echib turay. Ma'qul. Anlayatqanlardan kechirim so'rayman. Men hozir Londonda emas, men sirtdan Berlinda tarjima qilyapman. Shuning uchun men hammasini YouTube orqali anglayapman. Birinchisi YouTube'da 5 dan 10gacha sekund keyiniga tortgan. Shuning uchun men uni sal keyinroq anglayman, sal keyinroq tarjima qilaman. Yana ikkinchisi Uyg'ur tilining ana tilim bo'lmagandan keyin men ba'zi gaplarni sal oddiyroq tarjima qilishim mumkin. Hem ba'zi yerlarni 100% yaxshi, 100% to'g'ri tarjima qilmaslik mumkin. Undan kechirim so'rayman. Doktor Biyovning to'rti bormi yo'qmi? Bormi yo'qmi ekanligini so'rar ekan. Doktor Biyov bir advokat 2003dan 2014da Xitoyda turgan. Shu yerda kishilik huquqning qonun bilan shug'ullangan. U hukumatga qarshi ko'rsatgan. U kishilik huquq bilan shug'ullanadigan tashkilotni boshlagan, qurilgan. Birisi o'lim hukmiga qarshi turadigan, yana birisi kishilik huquq to'g'riliq harakat qiladigan. U 3 qatim turmaga tashlagan, tutilgan. 2014da Jonggodan Xitoydan ketib ketdi. Uningki bir balasi sirtqa chiqolmabdi ekan. Xitoy hukumati uni bermadi. Biyov apandi hozir to'rda, hozir chiqdi.
Human rights situation in China is deteriorating. China is one of the worst countries in terms of human rights and freedom. And the Chinese government violates every fundamental freedom and right. The censorship is strict, torture, wrongful conviction, and arbitrary detention are all rampant. And also, there are serious human rights abuses like extrajudicial killing, organ harvesting, and discrimination, the death penalty. Next. And since Xi Jinping came to power, he started a comprehensive crackdown targeting human rights lawyers, dissidents, NGOs, and the so-called evil cults, and all kinds of religions.
Xi Jinping hukumatga kirgandan keyin
he started the anti-corruption campaign, and the clearing of the underworld, targeting private companies and entrepreneurs. And of course, Tibet, Hong Kong, in Mongolia and Xinjiang, the East Turkestan, things are getting worse and worse there. Next. And the Communist Party has an exaggerated sense of insecurity. After 1989, early 1990s, there are some new social identities promoting civil society and rule of law in China. And the Communist Party is also facing economic crisis and political, social, and ideological crisis. So after this sense of insecurity, the Communist Party cracked down on society brutally. Next. And the Chinese government has established and tightened the high-tech totalitarianism, and it uses the big data, the firewall, artificial intelligence, like facial recognition, voice print recognition, and also DNA and social credit system and surveillance cameras to tighten its control on people. Next. And this kind of high-tech totalitarianism is working effectively with the other method that the Communist Party established after 1949, like the use of secret police, the network stability maintenance, blackmails, and the brainwashing and mass arrest of activists and dissidents. Next. There are some pictures of the surveillance cameras and facial recognition. Next. And the DNA and the gate recognition. Next.
Yüz tanıştırılan teknikanınki kameralarınki resimleri.
It's also used by the government to control people. Next. And there are many different kinds of actual judicial detentions and actual legal detentions, including like re-education through labor camp, 劳动教养. It was abolished in 2013. Next. And some actual judicial detentions are still in use, like a double designation and next. Next. Like the RSDL, the residential surveillance at a designated location, and compulsory mental hospital and drug treatment. Next. And black jails detaining petitioners. Next. And the legal education center targeting Falun Gong practitioners. So hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners were illegally detained in those so-called legal education center, and they were forced to work, and they were tortured. I think nearly 100% of those Falun Gong detainees were and are tortured in those legal education centers, and they were
Salgan hem qiynigan aşırı sorakta qiyniş bolgan ulamı mecburi özünki dindin boş bika boluşni mecburlangan.
And the difference between the concentration camps in the Uyghur area
Anden müşeri bir neçe misal mı var?
Those camps
kalınsız tutuş orun.
Minorities, a certain religion and culture, with the purpose of eliminating their culture and religious and ethnic identity.
Şarkı Türkistan'da boğan lagerlar başqa lagerlar bilan o'xshamaydigan o'rin bo'lsa, Sharqiy Turkistondagi lager faqatla maxsus bir necha millatlarni so'layotgan, chunki ular shu millatlarni yo'qotish bo'lish niyatiga yetgan. Shuning uchun u Uyg'urlarga bo'lgan irqiy qirg'inchilikning bir parchasi bo'lgan, to'xtatish, majburiy tug'ut saqlash hem mecburi tug'ut olmay qilinish bilan birga. The flawed evidence rules and there's no judicial independence. The police. Xitoyning qonunida qiyinish boshqa davlatlarning qonuni bilan Xitoyda ba'zi ishlar Xitoyning qonuni bo'yicha qiyinish bo'lmaydi, lekin boshqa davlatlarda bo'lgan bo'lsa qiyinish bo'ladi. And that's after the political consideration, and also the lawyers are also persecuted. Falun Gongga bo'lgan, Uyg'urlarga bo'lgan, Tibetlarga bo'lgan qiyinish boshqalarga qaraganda og'irroq bo'lgan. Ularni qo'g'daydigan, ularga yordam beradigan advokatlarmi pat tutilgan ham turmaga tashlagan edi. The most persecuted religions include Tibetan Buddhism, Falun Gong, and of course Uyghur Muslim, and to a lesser extent the Christian. Eng ağır tutqanlar Tibetlar, Falun Gonglar bilan Uyg'urlar. Lekin Xristianlarmi xeli ağır tutqan edi. Uyg'urlarninki tek ağır emas. Chunki burun Tibetda parti shojis bo'lgan, keyin Xinjiang Uyg'ur avtonom rayoniga kelib, o'xshash bir o'rinda turgan. U Tibetda qilgan nazorat sistemasi Uyg'urlarning o'rnidami texmo ağır qilgan edi. And the party is also using the long tradition of Da'yitong, the great unification. Musulmonga kemsitish Xitoyda pek ağır. U burundan tartib başındaki ideologiyalar bo'lgan, cho'ng'o'liq qilish chiqqan ideologiyasi shu kemsitishni ağırlashib qo'ydi ekan. U ağır qirg'inchilikning bir parchasi bo'lib qolgan edi. Şu en oxirdagi resim. Shuning uchun lagerlar hem ağır Uyg'urlarga bo'lgan ağır qirg'inchilik boshliqdan paydo bo'lmagan, shundaq siyosatlar burundan tartib bor edi. Tibetda bo'lgan, lekin Kompartiyaninki qo'rqib ketganligi bilan ağırlashib ketgan shu siyosatlar asta ağırlashib ketgan, ham hozirgi yerga kelgan edi. Sizlarga ko'p rahmat, sizlarninki savollarni kutaman. Sizga ko'p rahmat. Meniki bir savolim bor.
Actually, there are two different
Siz qara türme to'g'riq qarangizgan edingiz. Qara türme degan nima? Ikki xil qara türme bor.
Petitioners are those Chinese people who suffer the wrongful convictions and miscarriages of justice, and they go to big cities or Beijing to with the hope of
birisi hukumatni tanqid qilayotgan odamlarni tutish uchun bo'lgan tutish o'rni ya turma desak bo'ladi.
The wider meaning of black jail
Esli ularning haqqi bor, uni hukumatni tanqid qilish uchun, lekin ularni shundoq qora turmalarga tashlab etdi.
Detaining Falun Gong practitioners.
How many types of detention camps
Ikkinchi xil
detected in China and which
qora turma qonunsiz turmalar bo'lgan. Masalan, Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'lgan tarbiyalash lagerlar va boshqa lagerlardan iborat bo'ldi.
With the concentration camps in Xinjiang is the legal education centers with that detain.
Jungko'ning boshqa yerlarida bormi shunday lagerlar?
Documented their
Meningcha hozir Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'lgan lager bilan eng o'xshab keladigan lagerlar balkim burunki Falun Gong nima soldigan lager edi.
That's part of the genocide, and we detain at least 1 million Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other
Lekin Sharqiy
minorities. So that's
Turkistondagilar az degan 1 million odamlar bor, Uyg'urlar, Kazaklar va boshqa Turkiy millatlardan bo'lgan odamlar. Yana u ig'ir qirg'inchilikning bir parchasi bo'lgandan keyin yana boshqa Xitoyda bo'lgan lager bilan o'xshamaydi.
Training centers, government, and the legal education centers.
Sharqiy Turkistondagi lagerlar
So both are
hem tarbiyalash markaz deb atalgan lager boshqa yerlardan, Jungko'ning Xitoyning boshqa yerlardan yaxshi ig'irroq bo'lgan Sharqiy Turkistonda zulm eng ig'ir bo'ldi ekan. Yana Osiyada bosqinchilik ko'p yuz bergan, balkim sistemlik bo'lgan, u boshqa yerda ancha ko'rmadik. Shuning uchun zulm Sharqiy Turkistonda eng ig'ir ekan. Doktor Tangbyan, sizningcha nima uchun shunday bo'lgan? Nima uchun Uyg'urlarni boshqalarga qaraganda shuncha ig'ir tutgan? Qonuniy sistemi hem siyosiy sistemi hem partikomninki ideologiyasi bilan bog'langan bo'ldi.
It intensified its crackdown on the civil society.
Kommunist partiyaningki krizisi bo'lib qolsa, bo'lib ideologiya krizi bo'lsa ya iqtisodiy krizi bo'lsa,
different race, different culture, different language, and different religion, and the
ular boshqalarni tepib
the Uyghurs
günahını başkalarına saldı. Uygurlar, Kazaklarınki dini başkaça bolgandan keyin, ularning ideologiyasi başka bolgandan keyin, Xitoyning hukumati ularni bir xil hujum qilishi mumkin deb o'ylab qo'rqib ketdi. Hem iniqlikqa qarshi turishi mumkin deb o'ylaydi.
Thank you. In what way do you think that Xinjiang situation is worse than the rest of China compared to Tibet, which had a difficult time as well? Is it worse than what happened in Tibet?
Yes. So according to a human rights report,
Hazır Şərqi Türkistanın əhvalıqa qalsaq, Tibetdən başqa Xitoydakı yerlərdən ağır bulamdı. Şundaq. Şərqi Türkistanda Tibetdən mi ağır buldu hazır. Freedom House'nınki yazışçı o təxi Şərqi Kore'den ağır mı buldu?
mainland China. So it's obvious the human rights situation in Xinjiang is.
Ben hazırçımı Cungu Xitoydaki advokat dostlarım bilen aloqalashib turibman. Ularning deyishicha shundaq. Sharqiy Turkistondagi ahvol Tibetdan mo og'ir bo'ldi.
Almost everything. So and it's much worse than in Tibet.
Thank you very much.
Xalqancha tutish, hamma ishlar, nazorat, hamma ishlar degandek Tibetdan mo og'ir bo'ldi. Hozir boshqalarningki sizga bo'lgan savollarmi bor? Dr. Tang. Siz tarbiyalash lager bilan boshqa lagerlarningki o'xshash va o'xshamaydigan yerlar to'g'riliq qarashgan edingiz. Burunki Laogai sistem to'g'riliq qarashdingiz. U 2013-yilda to'xtagan. Siz shuni to'g'riliq ozroq so'zlab beramsiz? Vazidiki mecburi emgak bilan o'xshash bo'lgan yerlar bormi? Rahmat sizga. Laogai 40-yillardan boshlabla bo'lgan edi. U 2013-yilgacha bo'lgan program.
Those people who commit very slight crimes and also
Laogai lagerlar ya çürümelerde aşu adetki cinayetçiler mübaidi, siyasi cinayetçiler mübaidi, hem aktivistler mübaidi, bazıları pek ağır cinayet kılmagan, aşağı mı bazı dindarlar mı tutulgan, solagan, ular aşağıda mı mecburi emgek kılgan. Şu burunki lagerda mı mecburi emgek var idi. Lekin başka yerlerde mi var? Adetki türmelerde mi adette mecburi emgek bolgan idi. Xitoyning içindeki. Şunun için Xitoyning içinde mecburi emgek pek köp idi. Hazırca mı var, burun mu vardı?
Both political and economic motives.
Mağazadaki Şarkı Türkistan'da boğa mecbur emgek mu pek köp. Onunki hem siyasi hem iktisadi niyeti var.
without the backing of the president, the Politburo, and other central bodies. And are there individuals that you would identify as principally responsible for the decision?
Sizningcha hozir Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan zulmlar sizningcha Xi Jinping cho'qim bilish kerakmi yo balkim bu imkoniyat bor bo'lishi mumkin, Xi Jinping bilmasligi mumkin deb o'ylamsiz?
Genocide and the human rights abuse in China, but we should not exclude those people who have higher power than Chen Quanguo. So and of course the Politburo and the
Biz hozir Chen Quanguo to'liq bilamiz, uningki pek aktiv ma Uyg'ur qirg'inchilikning ichidagi irqiy qirg'inchilikning ichidagi aktiv rol o'ynaydiganligini aniq bilamiz, lekin uningdan yuqori bo'lgan odamlarmi, siyosatchilarmi cho'qim shu ishlar to'g'ri aniq bilishi kerak. Meningcha uningda u aniq bo'ldi.
Draw a conclusion that without Xi Jinping's permission and Chen Quanguo does not have the power to detain at least a million people. So all the top leaders.
Hozir lagerlarning ishlarida, Sharqiy Turkistondagi ishlarda bir necha o'zgarish bo'lgan. U sirtdan bo'lgan g'arbiy davlatlardan bo'lgan besim ham xalqaro medialarda bo'lgan besimninki uningdan bo'lgan. Shuning uchun u cho'qim Xi Jinpingdan bo'lgan, Xi Jinpingning gaplari bilan chiqqan o'zgarish bo'lishi kerak.
And the new bit was, and Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. Could you help us understand the significance of that phrase and its addition to the Constitution?
Yeah, Xi Jinping has removed.
Xi Jinpingning ideologiyasi to'g'riq azroq so'zlab tushuntirib beramsiz? Bo'ldi. Xi Jinping bir necha o'zgarish qilgan. Birinchisi o'ziningki prezident cheklash tuzumni o'zgartgan. Hozir u umrlik prezident ya diktator bo'lib qolgan. U boshqa o'zgarishlar qilgan. Uni tanqid qilganlarni ya tutib olgan yoki sirtqa chiqargan partiyaning yoki hukumatning sirtqa. Shuning uchun o'ziningki huquqni qo'g'dash uchun cho'ng o'zgarish qilgan.
So in my opinion, he has changed the political landscape.
Partiyada bo'lgan diktatorlik partiya diktator bo'lgan edi. Jiang Zeminning vaqtida, Hu Jintaoning vaqtida uni hozir Maodagi zamoniga qaytirib, hozir bir odamning diktatorlik Mao bir odam diktatorlik, Xi Jinping shundoq.
While at the same time it's harder for people to access independent information. What is your sense of the
Sizningcha hozir tashviqot ig'irroq bo'lgan, Xitoydagi odamlar tezroqda rost bo'lgan ishlarni bilib oladi. Sizningcha boshqa Xitoylar, Xinzular, Uyg'urlarni qanday qaraydi? Hem Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlarni qanday qaraydi?
Media, including internet, social media, and it's very difficult for Chinese people to know.
Xitoyda tekshirish va media kontrol bek ig'ir. Shuning uchun ko'pincha shu Xitoydagi puxralar rost bo'lgan ishlarni bilmaydi, ham hukumatning tashviqotidan yaxshi ayray olmaydi.
About the concentration camps, the persecution of Uyghurs, and only a few.
Menimcha ko'pincha Xitoylar lagerninki qanday ig'ir bo'lgan, qanday ig'ir zulm bo'lgan ishlarni bilmaydi.
And they know what's happening in Xinjiang, and
ozligan VPN ishlatib boshqa sirtdagi xabarlar bilib olishi mumkin. Lekin ularning ko'pinchisi ya ishonmasligi mumkin, ya kari bo'lmasligi mumkin. Ular shuni to'g'riq Sharqiy Turkistonning ishlari to'g'riq cho'qim parangdishmaydi, chunki ular qo'rqaydi.
Indifference is everywhere in.
Ular qo'rqaydi, ham ancha karimi yo'q bo'lishi mumkin ashar bo'lgan ishlar. To'g'riq.
Han Chinese is more than 90% of the Chinese population, and they and many
Xitoylarning Han millatchiligi kuchli bo'lib ketgan.
Against the ethnic minorities, and they have somehow thoughts of great unification and the superiority of Chinese.
Millatlarga kemsitish, farqli muomala qildi. Chunki ular o'zininki millatchilik tashviqotga ishindi. Hukumatdan bo'lgan ham boshqalardan bo'lgan Xinzu millatchilikka ishindi. Hem millatchilarninki terrorist, bölgünçi, jinoyatchi bo'lganlikka ishonishi mumkin. U hukumatning tashviqotidan kirdi.
And they don't care. They even applaud the policy.
Men Xinjiangdagi birinchi Xinzularni tunuyman. Lekin ularning kari bo'lmaydi. Men ularga tushuntirib berdim. Hozir Xinjiangda bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riq, lekin ular xo'sh bo'ldi. Hukumat yaxshi qilibdi deydi. Ular lager to'g'riq, lagerning ichida bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riq ancha bilmaydi, lekin kishilik huquq qarshi bo'lgan ishlar to'g'riq ancha ensimraydi. Hozir muqimlik bo'ldi, yaxshi bo'ldi deb turdi.
Given that you've described a widespread system of abuse in the rest of China, and repression and fear, what leads you to the conclusion that we're talking about the complete destruction of resistance and the eradication of identity here? What are the features that make it that much worse than the situation you've described elsewhere?
Siz Uyg'urlarning kimligini yo'qotishi hem Uyg'urlar hukumatga qarshi turishning imkoniyatini yo'qotish bo'lib ketishni hukumatdan yo'qotish to'g'riliq parangishdingiz. Sizningcha nimishqa ashiri shundoq eg'ir bo'ldi boshqa yerlarga qaraganda? Meningcha Turkman bo'lgan zulm pek yuqori teknologiya bilan qilingan. Shuning uchun u eg'irroq bo'ldi. Uning ustiga uningga qarshi turishmi pek tez, pek qiyin bo'lib qolgan. Chunki teknologiya bilan hukumat hamma odamninki nima ish qilayotganligini ko'rlaydi. Aktivizm qilish yoki qarshiga hukumatga qarshi turish mushundaq nazorat teknologiyaning ostida pek qiyin bo'ldi ya bo'lmasligi mumkin.
To resist, and the government can silence their family members, and the government can use their family members, their relatives as hostages to punish.
Yeni aktivistlar chiqib qolsa, masalan, sirtda chiqib qolsa, hukumatmi ularningki tuqqanlarga besim silib, ularni aktivizm to'xtatish uchun tuqqanlarga besim soldi yoki ularga zulm qildi. Sirtdagi Uyg'ur aktivistlarningki tuqqanlari ko'pinchisi shundoq zulm ko'rgan. Shuning uchun Xitoyning hukumati hech nimani qilmagan odamlarga zulm soldi. Ularning tuqqanlar qilgan ish sababli.
Thank you very much. That's been very interesting and very informative. Can I just ask about two medical things, really? One is
Sizga ko'p rahmat.
rehabilitation and institutionalization.
Men ikki savol so'ray.
Who they do this to, and secondly, what drugs do they use?
Birisi chiqimlik chekkan odamlarningki so'layotganligi ham ularga besim solgan programni to'g'riliq deb beramsiz. Bo'ldi. Shu chiqimlikka chiqqan masalan heroin, kokain chekayotgan odamlarni majburiy programga soldi ekan. Chunki shundoq chiqimlik setish yoki ishlab chiqarish bir jinoyat bo'ldi, lekin uni ishlatish jinoyat emas. Shundoq bo'lsa-mu, ularni majburiy davomlash o'rniga solyapti. Rahmat sizga. Yana ikkinchi savolim. Lagerda yotgan odamlarningki deyishicha ulargami dori bergan edi. U qanday dori bo'lgan bilamsiz? Lagerda yotgan odamlar demsiz? Ha, men shuni anglagan. Lekin men pek aniq bilmayman qanday dori ekanligini.
Force detainees to have the kind of medication that drugs was happening many times, and so one example is we call it the 709 crackdown.
Lekin boshqa Xitoydagi yerlarda mo shundoq ishlar bo'lgan. Turmada yotganlarga dora bergan ishlar burun bo'lgan.
Close friends, and they were forced to have the drugs and during their detention, and some of
Meniki yaqin do'stlarimning orasida mo shundoq ish bo'lgan. Falun Gong yoki advokatlar tutib olgan vaqtda ularga majburiy dori bergan edi Xitoy hukumati.
So it's and what's happening in
Bir do'stimninki uningdan keyin ig'ir psixik masala chiqqan edi. Umi balkim doriga bog'langan bo'lishi mumkin. Sharqiy Turkistondagi lagerlarda bo'lgan
Partly touched on it, but didn't go on, and that was really about organ transplantation. Is there a system
ishlarda shunaq ish chiqqan bo'lishi mumkin.
for this? 'Cause everybody has their DNA done.
Sizmi organ ilvilish va setish va ichki eserlarni ilvilish va setish ishlar to'g'riq paralashgan edingiz. Sizningcha uni tanlash, odamlarni tanlash, organlarni ilvilish uchun odamlarni tanlashning qanaqa sistem bo'ldi bilamsiz?
Chinese government forced
Qisqa deganda Xitoy hukumati
to transplant their organs, and without their consent. So they targeted their organ harvesting, the victims of organ harvesting at the beginning were the dental inmates, and then mostly Falun Gong practitioners. There have been many big laws about the organ harvesting.
Aldı bilen ma ölüm hükümge salgan ölüm hükümetten öldürgen ölüm hukuk hükümge salgan adamlardan elib algan keyin Falun Gonglardan mı elib algan işler bolgan.
So they have a long they have a lot of experience.
Falun Gongçilerin arasında o işler köp yüz bergen iken. Çünkü partiyanınki organ ilvilişninki hele tarihi var. Onu keyin Şarkı Türkistan'da mı işletken bo'lishi mumkin. Ma Şarkı Türkistan'daki lagerda. Yine bir so'alim bor. Xitoydagi medialar bek kontrol qilingan, shundaqmi? Shuning uchun ma Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riq, ma boshqa o'lkadagilar Xitoylar nimani bildi ya bilmaydi. Menimcha ko'pinchisi ko'p bilmaydi. Asosan bilmaydi Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riq.
Some of them will speak out, and I remember a Chinese activist
Eğer onu bilse, menimce bezle gap kılışı mümkün.
In Xinjiang, and several months ago, many Han Chinese people.
Benim esimde bir Hanzu aktivist, bir Xitay aktivist 4 yılga kesken. Çünkü u Şarkı Türkistan'da boluvatkan işle to'g'riliq gap qilgan idi.
Chinese like me, of course, support the Uyghurs and the Turkic people. So not many.
Bir app'te bo'lgan bir necha parang bor idi aşağıda. Ba'zi Hanzularmi shu ishla to'g'riliq paranglashgan, bo'libmi sirtda bo'lgan, chet elda bo'lgan Hanzular, lekin ko'pinchisi bilmaydi. Hem ular ma'lumot oson topolmaydi, hem shuni to'g'riliq paranglashdan qo'rqadi.
House Christians, Falun Gong, and so on. But more recently, that's one to include entrepreneurs, Jack Ma, Alibaba, actors, sports people, almost anybody.
Komünist Partisi pek ko'p gruplar kontrol qilayotgan. Yaqinda tentarbiyachi, tijoratchilar yoki boshqa shu film, kino yulduzlardan iborat bo'lgan ularni tutib olgan, ularni kontrol qilgan.
So the propaganda and the brainwashing, the media censorship.
Ular Hanzu bo'lgan. Sizningcha nima uchun Uyg'urlarga shuncha eg'ir bo'lgan? Nima uchun Uyg'urlarda boshqa yerlardan eg'irroq bo'lgan edi? Rahmat. Men medialarning tashviqoti hamma yerda bor. Kontrolmi hamma yerda bor, lekin Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'lgan ishlarningki boshqa yerda bo'lgan ishlarning farqi o'xshamaydigan yerlar. Sharqiy Turkistonda odamlarni ko'pligiga tutib olgan, 100 minglarni tutib olib, solab, aşağıda mengisini yuygan, u boshqa yerda shuncha ko'p odamlarni tutib olganligi bo'lmagan edi. Ikkinchi cho'ng farqi, menimcha Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlarningki niyati o'xshamaydi. Chunki Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'lgan partiya qilayotgan ishlarining niyati Uyg'urlarningki madaniyatni yo'qotish bo'ldi. Shuning uchun u yana boshqa Xitoydagi yerlar bilan o'xshamaydi. Shuning uchun Osiyada Sharqiy Turkistonda bosqinchilik, qiyinish ig'irroq bo'ldi, chunki ularningki niyati o'xshamaydi. Niyati Uyg'urlarningki madaniyatni yo'qotish. Boshqa yerlarda niyati siyosiy bo'ldi. Siz qiyinash to'g'riliq ozroq yozdingiz. Shuni to'g'riliq ozroq yana tushuntirib beramsiz? Sizningcha Xitoydagi qonunda qiynash boshqa davlatlarningki qonun bilan o'xshamaydi. Siz uni ozroq tushuntirib beralamsiz? Xitoyda cho'qim resmiy qiynash qonunsiz bo'lishi kerak. Shundaqmi? Hukumat unda bo'lsa qandaq hozir bo'layotgan Sharqiy Turkistondagi qiynashni qandaq yo'l berdi? To'g'ri, Junggoda qiynash albatta qonunsiz bo'ldi. Qiynash qilgan saqchilar yoki boshqalarmi albatta turmaga solish kerak, jazolash kerak. Lekin
very few of them, very few of the torturers were arrested, convicted, and even some of them have been convicted. The sentence.
Lekin Xitoyninki tarixda qiynash qilgan odamlarninki ko'pinchisi jazolanmagan. Ashunaq ishlar bek oz. Undan jazolangan odamlar bo'lsa, ularninki jazosi bek yengil ig'ir bo'lmagan. Ularninki qilgan qiynashga qaraganda. Qonun bo'yicha qiynash qilgan saqchilar ömürlük turmaga solishi mumkin yoki balki o'lim hukmga tortishi mumkin. Lekin amaliyotlarga qarasak, shunda qiynash qilgan saqchilarning ko'pinchisi ko'p degan bir necha yil keskin bo'lgan edi. Onun içindeki bir çoğu meselesi advokat tapmak pek tez buldu. Çünkü köpinçi cinayetçiler yoki şu sota tatkan belkim cinayet bo'lgan adamlarninki advokati yo'q bo'ldi. Çünkü shunday odamlarga yordam bersak, advokat bo'lsak, bizgimi xatarlik bo'ldi. Shuning uchun ko'pincha advokatlar shunday odamlarni shunday odamlarga yordam berish qo'rqitishdan qo'rqaydi. Sizga ko'p rahmat. Xitoy hukumatiningki o'zininki kishilik huquqqa o'zgacha ko'z bilan qaraydi. Ularni Birlashgan Davlatlar Tashkilotininki ichiga kirib, o'sha yerda huquq kishilik huquq bo'lgan qog'ozga imzo qo'ygan, lekin ularninki tushunishi, kishilik huquq tushunishi bizninkiga o'xshamaydi. Uni ozroq tushuntirib berlamsiz? Bo'ldi. Xitoyda pek uzun kishilik huquq to'g'riliq hech kim paranglashmagan. Hech kim shuni to'g'riliq paranglashni petinolmadi. Lekin keyin Junggo hukumati, Xitoy hukumati uni o'zininki tashviqoti uchun ishlatishninki niyatga kelgan. Shuning uchun ularninki kishilik huquqi hukmni o'zininki Xitoyga xos bo'lgan bir kishilik huquq hukm qilgan. Uninki eng muhim bo'lgan yerlar bir yerda turish, lekin turmush erkinlikqa yoki masalan diniy erkinlikqa şunun ichiga ancha kirmaydi. Ya muhim bo'lmaydi.
Violate human rights. Because the number one priority of the Chinese government is to maintain its one-party rule. And China has ratified at least 24, 25 international human treaties. But they really manipulate the human rights treaties.
Partiyanınki eng muhim bo'lgan ishi partiyaning bir partiyalik huquq hukmni saqlanishi. Ular bir necha 20 necha qog'ozga imzo qo'ygan kishilik huquq to'g'riq, lekin uni amaliyotda imzo qo'ygan bilan amaliyotda unga hurmat qilmaydi.
Professor Tang, I have two short questions, and they must be short because we are short of time. They concern record keeping. Imagine a hospital visit. There's a reason recorded why you go in. There's a record of your entry.
Meniki yenishki qisqa savolim bor.
There's a record of the reason for your discharge and of your discharge. Do you know or do you have an opinion?
Masalan, bir doktorxonaga kirsangiz,
there is a record of why they go in. There is a record of the plan for their treatment.
Chiqish vaqtida uni yezyapti. Bir yerda saqlanadigan bo'ldi. Sizningcha shu lagerlarda ashunaq dokumentlar bormi? Ularninki kirish, chiqish, hem balki muqiyinishninki ifodalaydigan qog'ozlar Xitoyninki hukumatning ichida bo'lishi mumkin. Bo'lishi mumkinmi? Siz doktorxonani demsiz? Ya doktorxonani misolga oldim. Doktorxonaga kirsak, cho'qim shunday dokumentlar qog'oz bo'lishi kerak. Qachon kirdi, qachon chiqdi, ichida bo'lgan ishlar to'g'ridan qog'oz bo'lishi kerak. Lagerga kirsangiz, shunday qog'ozmi bormi? Shunday esli bo'lishi kerak. Xitoyning qonuni bo'yicha shunday qog'oz bo'lishi kerak. Lekin hukumatning kuchi, ishlatgan kuchi xohlagancha bo'ldi ekan. Shuning uchun ular qonun bo'yicha bo'lmaydi. Falun Gong'ninki meslelarda, ishlarda qonun bilan ma'murgan. Sharqiy Turkistondagi lagerda shunday ekan. Bizning vaqtimiz az bo'lib qoldi. Yana bir savolim borda. Agar sizningcha qiyinish to'g'riliqmi shunday yozilgan qog'oz bormi? Agar hukumat uni so'zlimlik qilgan bo'lsa, cho'qim shunday qog'oz bo'lishi mumkin demsiz?
And should there be a record of the requisitioning of the thing called the tiger chair? Its only purpose is to torture. Should there be written records of the requisitioning by
Menimcha shunday qog'oz qiyinish deb yozgan qog'oz yo'q bo'lishi mumkin.
The Chinese government
Sizningcha Yolvas o'rindiq degan qiyin ish qilayotgan jabduq to'g'liq ashuna qag'izmi uni elish uchun yoki selish uchun ashuna qag'iz sizningcha bormi? Hukumatning o'z deyishicha ashuna ishlar yo'q.
Mr. Sabi, any questions?
No further question. Many thanks, Dr. Diao.
Professor Teng, thank you very much for coming or being available to give evidence.
Hukumatning deyishicha ashuna o'rindiqlar yo'q. Lekin biz ko'p rasmlar ko'rgan ashuna o'rindiq shundoq bekchiq lagerda yotganlarmi uni to'g'liq parang'itgan deb berganlik u yo'q deb turdi. Sizga ko'p rahmat, sizning guvohliklaringizga ko'p rahmat. Sizga rahmat. Yana guvohliklardan Abdul Hakim Idris Efendi.
Mr. Idris was born in Batan City, educated in Islamic religion in underground madrasa in Khotan, and then went to Al-Azhar and settled in Germany. He's a co-founder of World Uyghur Youth Congress, and he's the executive director of Center for Uyghur Studies and an general inspector of World Uyghur Congress. Mr. Idris is the author of the book called Menace, about the China's colonization of the Islamic world and Uyghur genocide. Welcome to Uyghur Tribe. That you would like to say. The Tribunal has read your report, and I would appreciate you as much as possible.
Thank you. Economic might we were Muslims. Usually we would expect still in Turkestan they were happy of transparent mosque the schools. Still we didn't hear any word from any Muslim leader.
Men Xitoyning Uyg'urlarning madaniyatini yo'q qilish va Uyg'urlarni yo'q qilish muddaosini yushirish uchun iqtisodiy mukofotlash jihat huquqi qanday qo'llanganligi to'g'risida uchurlarni so'zlab o'taman.
China to use this information in Islamic countries, they use several arguments. First is internal affairs discourse.
Benim tədqiqatım asasıga bolsa, Xitoyning iqtisodiy kuchini qanday foydalanib, aslida Uyg'urlar bilan ittifoqdosh bo'la oladigan davlatlarning jinjitlikni his qilganligi haqida. Ularning asosida musulmonlarni asos qilgan davlatlar. Odatda biz Sharqiy Turkistondagi Uyg'ur, Qozoq va boshqa millatlarning irqiy qirg'inchilikka Olubmu İslam dini münasebet siyasetleri karşı küçük avazını anlaşıp alayımız. Lakin azıcık biz bunda farklı avazını anlap bakmadık. Xitoyning dunyoni kontrol qilishi nishoni islom davlatlari bo'lgan kontrol etishni boshlangan. Musulmon davlatlarini muvofiq kontrol qilish va uni foydalanish uchun Xitoy hozir iqtisodni kengaytirish qatorliq har xil usullarni islatmoqda. Birinchidan, bu deydigan gapi bu ichki ishlar masalasi. Bu Xitoy Kommunist partiyasining 1949-yili Xitoy Xalq Cumhuriyatidan ishg'ol qilingan Sharqiy Turkistondagi irqiy qirg'inchilik siyosatini yuritishda eng ko'p qo'llangan usullarning biri. Xitoyning to'xtamay tekrar gap bo'lsa, Xinjiang masalasi Xitoyning ichki ishi deyishdi. İkinciden, Aşkolukni çördüge alda tilişildi. Xitayga nisbatan ta'limot doirasida hal qilish tegishli kuchlar bor. Bular diniy aşkolluk, bölgüçülük ve terrorluk. Albatta yuzaki jihatdan qaraganda bular qarmoqqa muvofiq ansiraysak bo'ladi. Lekin dal aksicha Xitoy bu siyosatni Uyg'ur xalqining madaniyati va jismoniy mavjudligini yo'qotish bilan barobar. Ular jamiyatdagi ba'zi illatlar uchun bir diniy e'tiqod va madaniyatni bir nuqsini jazolarga tashlaydi. Uchinchisi bo'lsa tashviqot. Kitobimda aytganimdek, bugun O'rta Osiyo musulmon davlatlar va boshqa davlatlar Uyg'ur qiyinchilikqa sal qarmoqda. Chunki xalqaro jamiyat bo'libmi musulmonlar Xitoyning necha milliard dollarlik tashviqot mexanizmining qurboniga aylandi.
Bought by the Chinese embassy. News from China will every day like a miracle sold for the Egyptian people. So
Men o'zim alarmda o'qidim. Agar qarab boqadigan bo'lsak, ijtimoiy tarmoqlarda Uyg'urlar fojialarni so'zlaydigan hech bir ijtimoiy tarmoq yo'q. Masalan, Al-Akram Misrdagi bir axborot tarmoqi.
no, one before, yes.
Bular Xitoy elchixonasi tomonidan setib olingan.
And the CCP using vaccines and the mask diplomacy to get those countries under Chinese influence. For example, it was in Turkey a more outcry about this Uyghur genocide by the opposition parties. The Chinese delayed to distribute its vaccine to Turkey. In the Lebanon is a very sectarian countries. There is a Hezbollah. They working like a branch of CCP, but there is a Sunni.
Xitoy Kommunist partiyasi vaksina va maskani qilish qatorliq usullarning payida diplomatiyani sotib oldi.
And Chinese government delayed vaccine distribution there.
Masalan, Turkiyada bo'lsa,
many countries around the world to bring under control.
bu diplomatiyaning qaron tarafini Livan va Turkiyada misolda ko'rib olib bo'ldi.
15 minutes a slide and I'm ready after that to answer your question. Next slide, please. So, as you heard before, many colleagues.
Masalan, nurg'ulg'an davlatlarda chunki hukumat Xitoyga qarshi so'z qilamganlik uchun va
like a colonial threat. I was born there.
Men shu o'limni bir vaqt mazda 15
years closely analyzing, studying their decisions, their implementation, their education system.
Belki anlığınladek
built a Bingtuan in our country.
Menadan o'zgan
Bingtuan is XPCC, semi-military company, like an East Indian company, were built by the British in India. And they're controlling almost 90% of
Türkistan'da tug'ilgan, bu yerda o'qigan
roads, waters, energy, any sources. So they can
bu jarayonda ularning siyosatni ma'rif sohasida qanday ilib olganligini bilmaydi.
is one version of the Bingtuan in Islamic countries. They have really nice name. When connect the people to people, serve the mankind. Those are the slogan by the CCP. But reality is very tragical. This Silk Road.
Masalan, Bingtuan, yani ishlab chiqarish
three contents. Silk Road economic build, the 21st century maritime Silk Road, and digital Silk Road.
Bir belbog' va bir yo'l tashabbusi nihoyatda chiroyli bir ism bo'lgan.
I skip the details.
Ishlarni kishilarga bog'laydigan,
Slide, please.
insonlar uchun xizmat qildi deb Xitoy Kommunist partiyasi tomonidan tashkil qilingan. BRI yani bir belbog' va yo'l tashabbusi 3 nuqtadan tarkib topgan. Birinchisi Yipak belbog'i. İkincisi 21. asır deniz yolu İpek yolu ve üçüncüsü İpek yolu. Ben bu yerde tafsilatının gitme çünkü vakit kısa başka.
As you know, Iran's Islamic Republic of Iran, their constitution, the one, second, third paragraphs are to be about the Muslim worldwide, to protect them, to serve for God. But if you look what the Iranian regime did with China, you can see it. Especially
Ben İran sözleyim.
Ali Khamenei, when he was president of Iran, he was once president, he visited Kashgar. He went to Eitka Mosque. He prayed there. And he said, when I was that time in Egypt, he said,
İran İslam Cumhuriyeti'ndeki asaslı kanun koygan bolsa kaldık bir neçe maddada dünyadaki Müslümanlarınki hakukunu koğulaşlar deyilgen.
Why I talk this? Because Iranian supreme leaders knows what's happened right now in East Turkestan.
Ali Khamenei devlet rektörü olan vakta Eşkerdeki Yetka ziyaret kılan.
It's not war between Jewish and Muslims. It's war on entire religion.
O vakta bunu degan edi. Men şundaq otgan chigimda Qashqar to'g'risida she'rlarni o'qay. Bugun oxirgi orzuyim amalga oshdi.
And they closed 400 billion agreement.
Yani u yan devlet rahbarlari Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlarni nihoyat aniq Xitoyning islomga qarshi ochgan urushini o'qib
5G networks and many more. What's the Huawei systems mean for the China? It means
Xitoy yana Hristiyan dini ve bulupmu İslam dinine karşı uruş açtı. Ötken 25 yılda İran bilen Jungo, Xitoy birlikte taxminan 400 milyar dolar oturdu.
To his 2030 vision, he wants to build Saudi Arabia and modernize it. And China investing right now in Saudi Arabia more than 93 billion US dollars, including drone factory near Riyadh. After MBS visited China, he gave a statement on Chinese.
Saudi Arabistan'da Veli Ahdi Muhammed bin Salman Xitoyning mablag' siyosiy tasdiqlanganligini aniq o'tirib qo'ydi. Hatto 30 yildagi tasavvurini amalga oshirishni oshkuchli tayanch qildi.
Telling the Uyghur people, even Saudi Arabia,
Bundan nurg'on milliard dollar mablag' soldi. Veli Ahdi Muhammed bin Salman Xitoyni ziyorat qilgandan keyin Xitoyning o'zining bexatarlik huquqi va terrorga qarshi tirishchiligini qo'llaydi.
To work with China very closely. There is Confucius Institute.
Veli Ahdining so'zini hamma yerda e'lon qildi.
And singing in the anniversary of 100 years CCP's day. Recently in Dubai,
Onun sırtında Pars Bolt'taki devletler var.
Internment prison to keep Uyghurs
Arap Birleşmesi.
This is all after they deported or they didn't exceeded the
Xitoy Arab Birleşmesi'nin Saudi Arabistan kalsılar Xitoylar Xitoylarning cho'ng savdo hamrohi.
Turkey, in the Emirates, there were many Uyghur business people. They were doing business.
Arab Birleşmesi'nde
they have
Dubay'da Uygurların mahkemesinden kurulgalığı
after Xi Jinping began this genocide against the Uyghurs, they lost their entire business. Right now,
Eğer Orta Asya'ya Saudiya Arabistonga, Arab Birleşmiş Xalifligi Turkiyaga qaraygan.
Next slide, please.
Bu yerda nurg'unlagan Uyg'ur
I already done. Next.
tijoratchilari bor.
Okay. I talk about Egypt. Egypt has very good relationship with China. They building an
Xi Jinping Sharqiy Turkistonda irqiy qirg'inchilik qilib qolgandan beri
which
Saudiylar tijoratchilar
they had good relationship.
davlat bilan butun munosabat.
Muslim Brotherhood President Mohammed Mursi, when he was president, he went first to China. After him comes Sisi, he is doing business with China. And Egypt deported many students. They were studying in Al-Azhar University. Al-Azhar University is the oldest Islamic institution in the world. They deported Uyghur students back to China. As you see, investment. This is nice word, but that is not investment of a Chinese version. It's corruption, disinformation, this is security.
Misr İslamiyet'inde Al-Azhar Üniversitesi'nden nurg'unlagan Uyg'ur o'quvchilarini Xitoyga qaytarib berdi.
Have many military personnel under name security companies in Kazakhstan. Whatever happened in Kyrgyzstan.
Mablag' silishgan
governments, but nothing
lekin nisbatan bu cheriklik
they are in control right now. Next slide, please.
diplomatik baskı
I should talk a little bit about Afghanistan, Taliban, and Islamic organization, very shortly. China has very close relationship with Pakistani military and in security apparatus. And Pakistani military can choose their government, how they choose, we know it. The Taliban had, since its foundation, very good relationship with China. Even 1998, Chinese ambassador to Pakistan met with the
Taliban to'g'risida
in 2000, before 2000, they deported 13 Uyghurs from Afghanistan to China. Recently, the Taliban announced Mohammed Hassan Akhund will be
Taliban kurulgandan beri 1998
when the Taliban deported Uyghurs.
Pakistan'ın Pakistan Türk başı elçisi Kandahar'da Ömer bilen
China doing the same.
2001
Two organizations. One was
Afganistan'dan
to repress Uyghurs.
Uygur'unu kaybettiler.
The Shanghai Cooperation Organizations. Since its establishment,
Muhammed Akhund'un Afganistan'ın baş ministeri bulduğanlığını ilan etti.
Against the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs have border with
Bilmemiz lazım Taliban Xitoydan kardeşini
Tajikistan, Afghanistan. But there is no one can flee those countries. If they flee those countries, even in Pakistan, they give them back. So the Uyghur refugee, what we today have in Turkey, they went through China, went to Southeast Asia, come those countries. What means that? That means those Central Asian countries already under Chinese control.
Xitoy ulaştırıp Harbiy xizmeti O'rta Osiyo o'rnatishni ve Türkistan resmisini ko'rmoqda. Bu davlatlar Shanxay hamkorlikka doir imzolangan bexatarlik kelishuvnomasiga Xitoyning talabini o'rinlamoqda.
OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, they 2019, early 2019, there were
direkt berildi. Bu demek yani O'rta Osiyodagi davlatlar Xitoyninki betlab aylanib qoldi.
In this delegation, there were some diplomats from Central Asia, especially from
Mesleğe
Kazakhstan.
Hüseyin Celil
They came back
ki
and they
görülmesinde
did a
ömürlük
resolution
cezağa
to
mahkum
condemn
oldu.
this situation in East Turkestan. It was in the Dubai summit. The China interferes through Saudi Arabia,
2019 yılı İslam Birliği Teşkilatı cezağa davançı Ürümçi'ye barıp ziyaret kıldı. Bu ömekte bazı diplomatlar O'rta Asiyadan kelgen, Melbulup Kırgızistan kelgen diplomatlar var. Ular qaytıp kelgenden keyin
First of all, we have to understand that this witness has
Şarkı Türkistan'daki o
to the World Uyghur Congress and
kılmışlarını
that into account.
boykot kılgan.
I read his report, and I believe there were some particular facts you wanted to highlight because I discussed it with you. But if he's covered them, then it might be time for the panel to
Lekin
have an
Saudi Arabistan ve başka devletler qaytıp kelgenden keyin özünün gaplerini qaytırıp aldı.
Ask those questions, but otherwise I yield that to the panel.
Yes, thank you.
There will be
Professor
questions from the panel now.
Yes. Just before you start, Professor Kaur, Mr. Idris, we are drawing you to a close now to answer questions. We fully understand your commitment to the cause and the passion with which you speak, but you must understand that we are completely dispassionate and you will be asked questions of fact, and it will help us if you are able to be as
Sual cevaptan ahırda eğer vakit olsa yani söz alsanız buldu.
Thank you for your testimony. Could I begin with a question about yourself? You grew up in Xinjiang and you left a few decades ago. Why did you leave and when was that?
As you know, my testimony is all politics, because I am a victim of Chinese policies in East Turkestan. I left East Turkestan in 1986 after my parents put me in underground madrasa, studied 5 years in hotel, because at that time the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. So China gave us a little bit freedom to build our mosque, learn a little bit about our religion. So I want an underground mosque, underground madrasa. My teacher were be prison in Chinese prison over 20 years.
Ben 1986 yılında çıktım.
Actually, that was my wish, because if you sit in madrasa, read the books, you know, first to come in the mind is Al-Azhar, Cairo. Al-Azhar University in Cairo. This is every Muslim's desire to
O
go
vaxtlarda
there.
Xitay
So my parents
ma'lum jihatda mesele qatorli ishlarga yo'l qo'ygan. Ve men madrasada o'qigan.
Because we couldn't go back to East Turkestan. So then we immigrated to Europe. I came to Germany.
Men madrasada o'qigan chog'da o'ylasak, hamma musulmonlar Al-Azharga berib o'qishni xohlaydi. Shuningdek, ota-onam
from Egypt we went to Hajj to Saudi Arabia.
Men Misrda 4 yil o'qidim.
There were many people from East Turkestan came to Hajj, but with them
Çünkü Şarkı Türkistan
know him in our city in
onun keyinden
and he was very close
1990 ahırda men Germaniyaga
in Arafat more than 17 students from Pakistan at time and from Egypt, and he told us, you know what, we did big mistake.
1986 yılı hacc için Saudi Arabistan'a bordim. Bu vaqtda Şarkı Türkistan'dan nurg'ulg'an odamlar hajga
One is you will teach true religion in our country. You will put in the
Bu vaqtda bir alimimiz var idi.
our people never benefit from you.
Ve şundaqla o kishi o'quvchimizdan yaqin edi.
With Chinese government, and that is in that case our people will never benefit from your studies, and maybe you will go to hell. And it was like a stone in our heads. And we figure out almost 1 year. At that time, the Soviet Union were still there. And we decided, okay, we have to go to West, to Europe, to Australia, to America,
O vaqtda o alimimiz bizga mandaq degan. Agar chet eldan qaytib kelsanglar, ikki yo'linglar bor. Birisi haqiqiy ilmni o'rgatsizlar, lekin uningki bo'lish nemisi yuqori bo'ldi. Ham bizning hukumatning degan
flattering China for its successes on human rights, and then it increased to 50. So can you elaborate on, first of all, these 37 countries that supported their human rights record and the increase to 50?
Yes, in 2019, it was almost 2 years. More than millions of people were in jail. 2019, it was 2 years. I didn't spoke my parents. As me, thousands of Uyghur people lost the country.
Siz bergan bu altımızda 2019 yılı Birleşken Milletler Komisyonu aynı sözlügen. Dolayısıyla hareket verelemiz.
It increased almost 50 to 57. I think one is withdraw his signature in Qatar. The rest are the 50 countries.
19 yılı mağatanına görüşmekle 2 yıldan artık bağlı vaktiydi. Ellemesi uygulama alakışamaydı. Vurgulan devletler bu vakitte aynıki antisiyasetlerini
And recently joined just one Muslim, we call it Muslim country or Muslim lives there, Bosnia and Herzegovina. The rest of them
o vakitte 50'den kendi 57'ci dönemde Xitay'ınki bu Türkistan siyasetini tenkit eden kendi belki Katar buluşu mümkün. Özününki Afgan imzasını kaytırıp algan.
Are they all countries with BRI investments?
Of course, there are BR investment, and if you look what they have to go.
Hazırlıkta Uyghurlarını kollab kuvvetleyen devletler ki biz Amerika ve Garip'teki Avrupa devletleri. Müslüman olan Bosnya Herzegovina mı?
Some of them member of the BRI. Third is China's disinformation and the United Front plus Chinese embassies working very well. And so they get the support through this initiative.
You talk about these countries exchanging blacklists.
Bu Xitay'ını kollayan devletlerin yol projektideki devletlerin, Moğolistan devletlerin. Eğer onun sırtı karaydıgan bolsanız, bu devletler özü yani diktatör devletler. Bunun Xitay'ın çeteki elçilik konsulları mı nail işlerle görüşüyor. Siz bayağı devletler Xitay'dan partiyasınız. Bu yetki partinin işliğiniz teknik köpek tefsili bir.
Those person are terrorists or they have criminal, economic criminal record.
Xitay Şanghay Emniyet Teşkilatı'nı elde olan devletler bular. Aşkıllıq, terörlük ve ülkeye karşı bir karşı münasebetler nurgul adamla isimden birlik eklenip o terörizmi o işler kandak degandek tizimliklerini tayyorlagan.
Soviet collapsed. China jumped up to establish this Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and through this, and they announced the BRI again.
And these countries do all or most have
Bu kartizmlik asasi maqsadi bolsa Uyg'urlarni O'rta Osiyoda yashayotgan nurg'un Uyg'urlar bor. Ularni kontrol ostiga elish. Mesela Kırgızistan nurgulga Uygurlar yaşaydı, Kazakistan'ın nurgulga Uygurlar var.
I think the Shanghai, what I saw in the analyzed in the reports,
Sovyet İttifakı başlangandan keyin Xitoy Shanghai Hemkarlık Teşkilatı'nı kurdu.
Extradition treaty, because they already agreed on this organization to cooperate and arrest and deport each other. But China tried to get extradition treaty with several BRI countries. For example,
Mesela şartnamesi tüzgen devletler bolsa adette Xitoyga istegan bolsa
Morocco want to deport him to China. Hassan Idris, his name is. But the legal process still going on in Morocco. And Morocco had 2016 extradition treaty with China.
So, for instance, in the Morocco case, in Morocco itself, they are going through legal procedures regarding the person in question. So that person may not be extradited. Is that
mesela yakında Marrakeş'te Uygur bunun ismi Hassan İdris o hazır şu yerde kuruluyordu. Kanuni resmiyetle Marrakeş'te elip yer alıyordu. Neçe yıl ilgili Marrakeş Xitoy bilen imzaladı.
Are very cooperative with the Chinese government, and the Central Asian countries are, of course, binding their hand in the Shanghai Cooperation Treaties, and even Egypt has deported many Uyghurs. And in Saudi Arabia, there were
Belki Marrakeş'te başka yol buluş mümkün için Orta Asya'da ve başka Suudi Arabistan'da mesela Arap Birleşmiş Devletleri Xitoyga ait çoğun hemkarlığı var. Orta Asya'daki devletler bolsunmu Shanghai Teşkilatı'na bekende alındı. Mr. Muhammed bin Saud Arabistan'da nurgulgan Uygurlar Mekke'de yaşıyor. Ular kendisi uyatmışlık icazatnamesini etti. Elçihanesi ularning pasportunu uzatıp vermedi. Ular bazı kişi Uygurlar Saud Arabistan'dan Türkiye'ye ve başka yerlere kaçtı. Xitoyninki nazorat sistemasi, kuch sistemasi orqali Uygurlarning ham chet eldagi yashayotgan Uygurlarninki asosiy uchurlarini egallab bo'ldi. Masalan, Saud Arabistonda yashayotgan Uygurlar gerçi masalan Saud Arabistonninki vatandoshi bo'lgan bo'lsa, ular yana Buxoriy yoki Turkiston deb bilinadi.
So are you saying that the PRC are also buying their silence?
Yes. China has invested more than 40 years in
Mesela Afganistan'da Mazar-i Şerif'te nurgulgan Uygur ailesi yaşaydı. Lekin şundan o hazır korkup Taliban'ınki Xitoylar özlerini ötürüştüğünü ensireydi.
big companies CEOs or their wives or their employees are from China. So if you have today like a Hilton company, Hilton Hotels, building a hotel.
Siz bayağı Xitoy Xalq Cumhuriyeti yani G'arbdagi cho'ng shirkatlarniki qilishni oldi mu? Evet, shunda.
They doing it because fear of Chinese money. The same is in Hollywood, NBA, and I
Nurgulgan cho'ng shirkatlarga qaraydigan bo'lsak, nurgulgan Xitoylar ichiga sig'ib kirgan. Masalan,
genocide history.
yaqinda Hilton mehmonxonasi o'zbektilga mehmonxonani salmoqchi bo'lyapti. Biz ularga unda qilmaslikni chaqirdik.
Denying that anything is happening campaign regarding alleged crimes against humanity, or are they ignoring the information or evidence out there?
As you know, I recently
Ayırgan bolsak, BMW, Volkswagen, Adidas, Bosch ve başka nurgulgan şirketler yine Türkistan'da ticaret yapmakta.
asked them those questions. They didn't answer. They were so silent on China.
Demek ki oğlumuz bu çoğu şirkette firayını bulatkan insana karşı cinayeti görmesi adamdı ya ki
If they come to China, they are very silent. I think they will lose their own money.
yakında Amerika Kongresi'nde ispat anlaşmaları
Bringing them silent.
biz bunlardan şu sorularını sorduk.
Olympics are upcoming next year.
Bunlar Xitay üstüden ait çoğu çıktı.
A similar argument for them that they are the PRC have
Adette Amerika'da yoki G'arbda, Yevropada bir ish bo'lsa, ular shu an so'zlaydi. Lekin Xitoyga kelgan chog'da ular gap qilmaydi.
I'm so happy you're asking me this question. Look, 2008, there was a Beijing Olympic.
Balki shu ularningki sukutni sezib olgan bo'lsa kerak.
From that time on, they said, okay, we
2022 qish kelish oldi.
the Western country, we can influence them. And from that time on, they see Olympics like
Sizce ular Uyg'urlarmi
1939 did the Olympics in Berlin. The 2022 Winter Olympics.
2008 Beijing'da olimpik bo'lgan.
They doing what they doing in Turkestan.
Biz taraqqiy qildik. Bizning qo'limiz bor.
Even on Han Chinese people in Hong Kong.
G'arb davlatlarga ta'sir qila olamiz.
In this circumstance, to give
Shu vaqtdan beri ular olimpikniki o'zininki qiyofati bir propaganda yani tashviqot bo'lganligini biladi. 2020 qish olimpikida agar Xitoy qaraydigan bo'lsak, ular Sharqiy Turkistonda qilayotganlarini to'xtatmadi. Tibetdimi shundoq, Mo'g'ulistonda shu. Hatto Hongkongda yashayotgan Xitoylarga shundoq muomala qilmoqda. Bu xil ahvol ostida ularga 2022 qish olimpikni berish ofatdan iborat.
sometimes I go outside and I saw origin Indian people their museum. And some tourists taking picture with them.
Bilishim 2008 yildagi olimpiyada vaqtda asonlik millatlarmi shu vaqtdagi ularning yurgizilgan. Sizcha bo'lgan olimpiyada asal qatnashishi mumkinmi?
I think they will show let some Uyghurs happy dancing like this. I think
as part of
Men yerli indiyalar muzeyi olgan chog'da amerikaliklarning shularga rasmiy tushayotganini ko'rdim. Men ular bilan rasm tushib qoldim. Hozir biz bo'layotgan narsa ayni vaqtda shular bo'lgan. Hozir Xitoy hukumati madaniyatni va xalqni yo'qotadi. Albatta, olimpik mezgilda usulni o'ynayotgan Uyg'urlarni ko'rish mumkin. Tashviqot. Bu deyishimga sabab, ya'ni burun bo'lgan ishlarni va hozir boshqa ishlarni deyish.
yes, I'm very surprised that the UN didn't say anything about this argument because it is the China is signatory on many UN agreement, and if China's foreign ministry Wang Yi says this code, it shows
Tashqi ishlar ministri Wang Yi devletin içindeki kişilik olmasını şu kişi devletinin içindeki kişiler belgileydi. Her taşkı devletler emas degan. Xitoy qaraydigan bo'lsak, o nurg'un xalqaro aktlarga imzo atgan davlatning birisi. To'g'risini qaraysiz.
And when he says this, where he says in Central Asia, with the meeting with the Iranian, Saudi Arabian countries, they right now, you know, we cannot go through the Chinese internet web, or Chinese people are not free to join world internet system. They have own firewall internet system. They proposing to authoritarian countries like Iran in Central Asia.
Wang Yi dünyadaki universal erkinlik kıymet karşı allaqachon vaqtdan o'tdi degan.
Iranian dissident will be not able to talk their loved one in Iran. This is common. And I'm for your question, you know, this is the reality. It shows China's policy. If you look back, China did everything what they planned and what they said. But in the liberal wars or free wars, never took them serious. Just imagine if we do business with them, if the middle class grow up, they will become like us. But from that time on, when the Deng Xiaoping began to cheat Western countries in the 70s, yeah, they had planned 5 years plan, 6 years plan, 7 years plan. They did it. And when the Chinese foreign minister says universal value is collapsing, they mean it, in my analysis.
Okay, I have two more questions. One is on the Chinese Islamic Association. You write that in order to sinicize Islam, the Chinese Islamic Association has led the demolition of the domes and minarets on the few mosques and masjids left standing. Now, what kind of Islam are they promoting? And in that kind of Islam, is Ramadan allowed, for instance?
Benim bundan başka iki sualım var.
Everything else we're hearing is that in Xinjiang, these are not allowed. Is it just in Xinjiang?
You know, when I begin here, I said, Assalamu alaikum.
Xitoyning islomni joylashtirish siyosati bu.
Not as a Muslim, say Assalamu alaikum in my country.
Ba'zi masjidlarninki minoralari tashlandi. Mesela Xitoyning zodi bu siyosati nima degan? Mesela Ramazon, mesela Xinjiangda qaysi yo'l men boya masalan degandek bu yerda men assalomu alaykum deyapman. Lekin Turkistonda agar assalomu alaykum desangiz bu sizni oshqun deb qaraydi.
2 weeks ago, I live in Virginia. There is a Adam Center as a big Islamic society in Virginia. They have 10 to 20 mosques to run. And
Ay mesela Malayziya, Mısır, Saud Arabistonga kelaga voy biz degan islomni cheklaymiz deydi.
So-called Hoi Scala Muslim, went to them, said, look, the China and CCP and the Uyghurs have problem. Uyghur Muslim are separatists. We Hui Muslim are not. Right now, Chinese government repression them, but they threatening us very good. If you cooperate with the Uyghur Muslims, may China repress us too. What this shows? This shows Chinese united front religious department sending their employee on the so-called Islamic scholar, not the disinformed the Islamic country or the institution in Islamic country, but they going in Islamic societies in Western country too. This head of the Adam Center was a little bit thinking, you know what he says, what the cost of benefit. If I support Uyghurs, maybe China already doing this, and they begin to repression the other Uyghur Muslims. You know how the Chinese CCP's mentality to disinform and they bring the other people under control. This shows their thinking. Yes.
So to return to the BRI, we are in Europe, and I need to just, I know you were asked to look at the Middle East and Central Asia, but there are countries, particularly Greece, Italy, Hungary, and of course this country and several others. Are you also proposing that the PRC are buying the silence of such countries in Europe?
We are here, the UK were one of the EU before, right now anymore. If you look in EU, one of the 7G countries is Italy. Italy bankrupted by the CCP. If you look by Proton, there are many Chinese companies. They producing their goods and product in China, bringing to Italy those special economic zones to get just, stampled made in Italy. Through that, they destroyed Italian mid-sized economy. They were very good in home goods and furniture and cloth. They're all gone. They built highways in Montenegro, in Middle Europe. Right now, Montenegro cannot pay the cost, and maybe China will take over, or Brazil pay for it. And if you look, Indonesia, they are under the Chinese influential right now. Similar to Malaysia, the former Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad from Malaysia, he went to Beijing because the former government of his cabinet or government already had the treaty with China about the BRI, Silk Road project. And Mahathir told the Chinese, look, this is not good for us. The project given in China, the project will take the Chinese company. The Chinese company will build the project. Chinese employer working there, and their money will paid by the Chinese company. What we get? Just the debt to pay it? And then he came back, and as you know, in Malaysia, there are many Chinese origin Malaysians. They had small parties. They checked their support from Mahathir. Mahathir lost his cabinet. So China, if says, I'm not interfering in your government, already doing is in Malaysia. And when we look in Sri Lanka, the ports were beautifully built. Sri Lanka couldn't pay it. China took it for the next 100 years. And when we look in the Gwadar port in Pakistan, leased for 40 years for China, and China can deploy their military there. Because China has this law, every big China company must collaborate with People Liberation Armies. It means any investment deal or any deal with China is deal with People Liberation Armies.
Thank you for your evidence.
The Uyghur people are in the way of the Belt and Road Initiative, aren't they?
Yes.
Let's use the word persecution just for the purposes of this question. Are they being persecuted because they're in the way of the Belt and Road Initiative? Or are they being persecuted because they are the Uyghur people?
They are persecuting, I think, in my analysis, because the Uyghur people knows from their heavy paid experience how to warn other countries coming danger from China. To conquer Central Asian, they have to destroy Uyghur people. Because Uyghur people, we are in the Silk Road. We had many religions.
Precisely.
Sizin soraygan sualım tüvenlik. Uygurlar bir belbağ bir yol projesiga joylashgan. Shundoq bu. Uygurlar shu sababdan ziyonkashga uchrayaptimi yoki Uyg'ur bo'lganlik?
They are persecuting because they are owner of this land and they blocking them to go west.
Let me try and get to the same topic. Imagine an area of China away from all the Dagestans and Kazakhstans, no minerals, and there's the Uyghur people. Would China bother to persecute them then?
Gapingizni o'zgartirganim uchun kechiring. Demakchi bo'lganim mushu rayonga joylashganlik uchun ziyonkashga uchrayaptimi? Ya, mushu tuproqniki egilib bo'lg'achqa, shu yerga chiqqan bo'lg'achqa.
One question of detail. You spoke of successful efforts by the PRC to extradite people back into China. What happened to them when they were returned to China? Do you know?
Xitoyning Sharqiy Turkistonga egalligida 136 yildan ko'p ichida Uyg'urlar nurg'ulg'an qirg'inchiliklarni peshidan nurg'ulg'an zulm siz masalanga o'tkazib berish shartnomasi to'g'risida so'zlab o'tdingiz. Ular o'tkazib o'tilsa, qaytarib o'tilsa, hojat mumkin. Masalan, O'zbekistondan Xitoyga kelgan kishi bo'lsa, Kanadaning vatandoshi edi. Lekin Xitoyga qaytarib kelgandan keyin umrlik jazoga uchradi. Ular qaytarib etilsa, ya bo'lmasa jazo lageriga ketadi, ya bo'lmasa turmaga solinadi. Qaytarib etilgandan erkin yashagan birasi bormi? Yo'q, hech kim yo'q.
15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Hozir tabii sizga 8 minut vaqtimiz bor. Men sormoqchi bo'lgan savolni sordingiz. Aramalımız.
Soti bugün etken London vakti etken saat 9'da. Assalamu alaikum ekran oldidagi Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Mush vaqtinglar tekrar xayrli bo'lsin. Dünya Uyg'ur qultiyninki tashabbusi bilan qurilgan xalqaro Uyg'ur sud ligasining ikkinchi qatimliq soti Bugün London vakti etigen saat 9'da başlangan. Mana ahirki tunji kundaki sot nayet muvaffaqiyatli bir şekilde devam kılıvatıdı ve hazır kısa bir demlişki çıktı. Buningdagi ichki chet ellik mutaxassisninki guvohligi bilan bugungi sot shuning bilan muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ldi aziz qarindoshlar. Shunga mushu sotga ko'ngil bo'lib, hozirgacha zerikmay, terikmay ekran oldida bu naq maydon programmamizni ko'rayotgan bütün qarindoshlarimizga alohida salomimizni bildiramiz. Bo'lib aziz qarindoshlar, biz avval qatam ba'zi imkonsizliklar sababidan chet elliklarninki, chet ellik mutaxassislarninki guvohliklarini biz tercüme, Uygurcaga tercüme qilish imkoniyati bo'lmaganti. Bu da maxsus Dünya Uyg'ur Qurultiyi tarafidan alohida taklif qilingan 3 nafar tercüman attiganning yog'i navbatlashib, chet ellik mutaxassislarninki bu dokladlarini televizor ko'rguvchilarimizga Uyg'urchaga tercüme qilib berdi. Buning uchun biz stansiyamizga vakolatlanman ve bir yerde tercümanlarımızdan Kaysar Abdurrasul Efendimge, Mustafa Aksu Efendimge, uningdiki o'ziga Yusufjan deb Uyg'urcha ism qo'ygan Girman do'stimiz Rune Efendimge alohida rahmat aytaman. Bo'lib bu yerda Girman do'stimiz Rune ya'ni Yusufjanga rahmat aytish bu hammamizningki milliy burchi deb vijdoniy burchi deb qarayman. Chunki bu yerda Yusufjan xili Uyg'urlar qaragan vaqtida nihoyatda mukammal bir Uyg'urchani biladi, nihoyatda mukammal darajada sizlarni oldingi boy tarjimonlik qilgan vaqtida bugun ba'zi Uyg'urlar o'zininki ona tilini yo'qotishga yuzinayotgan shundaq bir paytda bizningki Uyg'ur ona tilimiz zo'r bir yo'qolish xavfiga duch kelayotgan shundaq bir paytda mana shuni Yusufjonga o'xshaydigan Girman do'stlarimizning bu yerda Uyg'ur tiliga ishtiyoq bog'lab bu darajada Uyg'ur tilini shundan Baxtiyor apandim nihoyatda mukammal bir shaklda bu yerda ügünüp çıkışı ve bu şundaq çoğun xalqaralıq sotlarda tercümanlık qiladigan bir seviyeге yetishi bu hakikaten hemimizni gururlandırdıgan, oylandırdıgan mesele. Şuna bir yerde özümüzün ana tilini saqlab qilish, qo'g'dab qilishga ahamiyat berishimiz kerak ve özümüzün ana tilini davomli kuchaytirishga, uni beyitishga, ravonlashtirishga ahamiyat berishimiz kerak deb o'ylaymiz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, hurmatli televizor ko'rguvchilar, sizlarni ko'rdinglar, atdiganda keyin kirgan qarindoshlarimiz balkim qayta eslatib qo'yishni zarur topdik. Chunki texnik sabablar tufaylidan tushdan burun atdiganda biroz texnik sabablar tufaylidan biroz egizpaslik bo'lgan. Uning ustiga bizning Baxtiyor apandim bilan ikkimizning ko'z oldida hozir 4-5 tane ekran bor, bir muncha kamera qarab turdi. Zehnimiz bir tas yig'ishma biroz taskan. Shundan Baxtiyor apandim to'g'ri tushuninglar aziz qarindoshlar. Hammamizning o'zimizga tushlik qiyinchiligimiz, dardimiz bor, ammo sizlarning duoyinglar bilan Janob Allohningki madadi bilan, kuchi bilan mana bu sot Xitoyning shunday qattiq besimiga, hujumiga qaramasdan nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli shaklda bir boshlandi va nihoyat yuqori saviyada davom qilyapti aziz qarindoshlar. Qarindoshlar, biz oldi bilan bu ishni chet ellarda turib bu mushu sot Ninki naq maydon programmasini kuzatayotgan bizning ba'zi qarindoshlarimizga bir bog'lanamiz, ularning bir qarashini olaylik aziz qarindoshlar. Tuvanda biz Dünya Uyg'ur Qurultiyiniki muhojirlar komitetininki mudiri Kanadadagi hammalar tanishib bo'lgan bizningki Uyg'ur siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Mehmet To'xta apandimga bir bog'lanib boqaylik. Mehmet To'xta apandim oldin qatimliq sotda guvohchilarga tarjimonlik qilgan. Aziz qarindoshlar, biz hozir Kanadadagi siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Mehmet To'xta apandimga bog'lanyapmiz. İnşallah bağlanıp kalamiz.
Assalamu alaikum. Ovoz chiqadimi?
Assalomu alaykum Mehmet efendim.
Men nimani eshitayotsam bo'ladi? Mayna
Xo'sh, Mehmet
Ovoz yaxshi kelmayapti-da menga. Nima quloqlarmi?
Arkadaşlar biraz sabır qilib turaylik. Belki hozir bağlanıp qilishimiz mumkin.
Ovoz bormi? Ekranni to'g'rilagan bo'lsangiz.
Aziz qarindoshlar, hozir
Sizning ovozingizni anglayapmiz.
Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasiniki ikkinchi qatimliq sudninki tunji kuni bugun hozir oxirgi bosqichga kirdi. Ya'ni ikki chet ellik mutaxassisninki guvohligidan keyin bugun sud oxirlashgan bo'ldi aziz qarindoshlar. Bu sudmi Amerikadagi bizning yosh aktivistlarimizdan, fidokor yigitlarimizdan Mustafa Aqsu apandim sizlarga tarjima qilib berdi hozir. Hürmetli ekran aldığındaki televizyon köylüçiler bizmi
Hello.
ettiğinin yağı erketimlik bu sot arlığındaki demilişlerde, kısa demilişlerde ve çüşlük demilişlerde bizler qaysi ellerdeki siyasi faaliyetlerimiz bilen, tadqiqatçılarımız bilen, mutaxassislarımız bilen Uygur.
Selamünaleyküm.
Assalamu alaikum aziz qarindoshlar, ekran oldidagi özür so'raymiz. Texnik sebepten biraz masala chiqdi, çünkü bu biraz internet ulanmasida biraz masala var.
Bu Church House'naki ta'minlagan kompyuter uzundayoq ishlatmagan kompyuter bo'lgandan keyin qayta sistemini yangilaydi ekan. Oraliqda nurg'un qatam uzilib qolishlik sabab shu hozir 4-qatim bo'ldi. Kompyuter o'zini o'zi yangilab qayta qo'zg'alib ketib bordi. Shuning bilan yana programmani qaytadan boshlashga to'g'ri keldi, kechiringlar.
Özür sorayımız hürmetli qarindoshlar, çünkü bu sud ichilayotgan zal, yani Church House sarayiningki texnik bölümü bu Xitoyninki Xitoy hakkerlarininki hujumning oldini olish uchun buyoninki simliq internet bağlantısını uzib etgan. Uningdan keyin bizningki Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi to'r televiziyasininki uskunalarini, kompyuterlarini buyoqqa kirishga ruxsat qilmadi. Uning uchun bular faqat bulardan kira olishimiz kerak ekan va kira oldik va bu kiralagan kompüterlarga programlarni qayta yüklashga majbur qoldik. Hozirgacha asosda yaxshilanib ketyapti inshaalloh. Ammo atgan tushdan burun biraz qiyinchiliklarga duch keldik. Biz yana qayta hozir bağlangandik. Kanadadagi bizning Uyg'ur aktivistlarimizdan, siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Mehmet To'xta efendimga bağlanıp onun bir qarashlarini alaylı degan to'q. Yana bir bağlanıp bakaylik uni, agar mumkin bo'lsa. Mehmet To'xtaninki bu sud haqidagi qarashlarini sizlar bilan bir o'rtoqlashamiz.
Hello.
Assalomu alaykum Mehmet To'xta efendim.
Ovoz bek bo'sh kelyapti sizlardan.
Ekranni
Hello. Uzunisiga
ekranni o'zgartgan bo'lsangiz Mehmet To'xtika.
Endi-chi?
Bunda bo'lsin mayli.
Xo'sh, Allohga shukr, Mehmet To'xta efendimga bog'landik.
Men anglayaptim ovozinglarni.
Men ovozni
Hello. Hello. Assalomu alaykum.
ovozni chiqarib qo'ysiz.
Men anglayaptimi?
Ovoz yaxshi chiqyapti bizdan.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Mehmet To'xta efendim, ovozimizni anglayapsiz? Xo'sh, unda bo'lsa sizni so'raydigan so'zimiz siz avvalgi qatimlar masalan bu yil 6-oyning 4-kundan 7-kunigacha Londonda chaqirilgan, mushu zalda chaqirilgan tunji navbatlik Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining tunji navbatlik sudida tarjimonlik qilgandingiz siz. Mana hozir men mening bilishimcha, mushu ikkinchi qatimliq sudni izlab kelyapsiz. Hozir mana sud Xitoyning shuncha qattiq besimlariga, hujumlariga qaramasdan bugun muvaffaqiyatli bir shaklda boshlandi va guvohlik berishga va'da bergan shohidlarimizning hammasi bugun jasorat bilan o'tirib chiqib, atganiyog'i keyindan bu yerda guvohlikni aytyapti. Siz shaxsan
ko'p rahmat.
Mushu sudninki ahamiyatiga qanday bavrisiz?
Guvohlik bergan qarindoshlarimizga oliy salomimni yo'llayman. Assalomu degandan buyon mush sudda bo'lib o'tgan guvohliklarni va shu yerdagi amaliy ahvollarni xalqimizga dal vaqtida yetkazish uchun kechalab kunduzlab jafo chekyapsizlar. Sizlarga salomimni yo'llayman. Har bir qilgan ijringlardan Alloh rozi bo'lsin, xalqimiz unutmaydi. Deganingizdek bu sud her qanday bir sudga o'xshamaydi. Chunki bu sud Xitoyga qarshi ilib berilayotgan bir sud. Hozirgi dunyoda Xitoy xapolamdikin deb xeyli cho'ng davlatlar keyniga inayotgan, keyniga dojiyotgan Xitoyni xo'sh qilish uchun qiladiganiga qiliq topolmaydigan shunday ahvolda
kechikib kelganligi.
Sizlarga salomimni yo'llayman. Har bir qilgan ijringlardan Alloh rozi bo'lsin, xalqimiz unutmaydi. Deganingizdek bu sud har qanday bir sudga o'xshamaydi. Chunki bu sud Xitoyga qarshi ilib berilayotgan bir sud. Hozirgi dunyoda Xitoy xapolamdikin deb xeyli cho'ng davlatlar keyniga inayotgan, keyniga dojiyotgan.
Bu naq maydondan taqib bo'lganligi uchun bir qism kechikish ahvoli bor to'g'ri. Shuningga bu bizniki anglagan ovozimiz amaliy ovozdan biz bir qadar kechikib keldi. Shuni to'g'ri tushunishinglarni so'raymiz. Doğru yaşamaz mı arkadaşlar?
Hürmet Hürmetli Mehmet To'xta efendim, rahmat sizga chunki bu qisqa damlash vaqt o'chab qilib hozir sot bağlash shayti sotchilar o'zining o'rnini elishga boshladi. Sizni avar qildik, sizga ko'p rahmat. Inshaalloh erta o'g'in sot jarayonida sizlar yana tafsili shu damlash orliqlarini paranglashtirishimiz. Bugun biroz texnik jihatdan jiq masalalar chiqib biroz qiynaldik. To'g'ri tushunishingizini umid qilamiz va ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizning to'g'ri tushunishini umid qilamiz va afv so'raymiz inshaalloh. Bundan keyin asta-asta texnik jihatdagi qiyinchiliklarni hal qilib ketishga tirishamiz. Rahmat Mehmet To'xta efendim, sizga rahmat. Rahmat. Aziz qarindoshlar, sot boshlanish oldida turdi. Sotning oxirgi bosqichi bugun, ya'ni ikki guvohchininki guvohligidan keyin ikki chet ellik tadqiqotchiniki guvohligidan keyin bu sot oxirlashadi. Bugungi sot oxirlashdi. Hozir sot bağlash shayti sotchilar o'zining o'rnini elishga boshladi. Sizni avar qildik, sizga ko'p rahmat. Inshaalloh erta o'g'in sot jarayonida sizni
Of course, Mr. Sabi. I'm very sorry to have been a little late on parade. Our next witness will be testifying remotely and audio only. Could I just confirm that the witness is online?
Yes.
The expert witness is a senior China researcher at Human Rights Watch. She has researched China's human rights situation for over a decade. And she has served as Human Rights Watch's principal investigator on the abuses in Xinjiang since 2016. Her statement includes a list of Human Rights Watch reports relating to China that she has authored. In particular, her research on the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, or IJOP, used for predictive policing in China, revealed the questionable criteria this mass surveillance system was programmed to flag. Criteria such as practicing of Uyghur religion or practicing of Uyghur culture. Some of these behaviors are listed in the Aksu list, a leaked list of over 2,000 detainees from Aksu Prefecture in Xinjiang, China, and the witness will also be speaking briefly about that. So, with that in mind, could I now invite you to briefly present your report to members? I remind you also that members have read your report and therefore to be brief and not longer than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today and for the introduction. I think that the introduction basically very well outlined the specific piece of evidence that we will be discussing today. I would just say that the Aksu list was published in December 2020, and which was a leaked official list of around 2,000 detainees from Aksu Prefecture. And it was actually the third report that we have published discussing the Xinjiang authorities' use of the big data system called the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, which the police used to surveil the population in Xinjiang.
The way it works is that the IJOP aggregates data about people in Xinjiang from various sensory systems in the region and flags to police and officials those that it deems potentially threatening. Some of those flagged are then interrogated and sent to political education camps and prisons. So we have more evidence about the IJOP system. But as to the AXU list itself, I think the evidence also that we submitted also discussed how we extensively verified the list, and I'm happy to discuss that. The verification includes an examination of all the identifying information that is on the list, including mobile phone numbers, ID numbers, as well as the geographic coordinates of the various pieces of information that was sent to us. Sent by the source that submitted the information. And I will talk a little bit about what the AXU list shows. It shows that the authorities are examining, or the IJOP system flag people's relationships, their communications, and their movements.
Ve başka elementler arkalık bunu ispatlap çıkaryanını sözleyimiz. Ve şundakla aksu tizimdekilerin nimballıkını sözleyimiz.
Forgive my interrupting you. I just wondered if you could speak just a little slower, because although the sound reproduction here is good, it's not perfect. And so sometimes at the present speed, it's just a little difficult to hear every word. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure. No worries. So the examination of the AXU list suggests the authorities consider the following behavior suspicious, such as practicing Islam in ways that are not authorized by the authorities, such as studying the Quran.
Yapınızın üzvətçiligimiz keçirən bolsa asla sözləyən bolsanız.
Using suspicious software, such as virtual private network, traveling to sensitive countries.
Aksu tizimdeki hükümetin güvenlikdeki işlerini kumallıqda qaraydıqanlığını bir meselen. Kur'an okuşu yoki ballarını Kur'an o'qishga ruxsat qilishi. Ve şundaqla Türkiye, Afganistan, Saudiya Arabistan qatorliq davlatlarga sayohat qilish ve ruxsatsiz Aksu'nun sirtida etrafida sayohat qilish. Bundan başqa aşqol mezmunlarını telefonda tushirish ve şundaqla yosh bo'lish, 1990-yillardagi tug'ilgan bo'lish. Ba'zi misollarda bo'lsa, hatto nurg'un yilg'inlar ilgari, masalan 1980-yillarda, 90-yillarda qilgan ishlarini o'ziga oladi. Gerçi hükümet tarafı terörizm, bölgünce degandek atalgılan işletmen bo'lsa, 200 odamda tizimlikdiki. Bular hech qanday bir ish qilgan yoki bir zo'ravonlikqa qatnashgan emas. Ularni terörist yoki bölgünçi deb belgi qo'ygandan keyin IJOP, ya'ni birlashma sуда ularga chek qo'yilgan. Aksu tizimdagi tekshiruv jarayonida yana shuni ko'rsatib berdiki, masalan, bir odam tarbiyalash o'rni jazo lag'riga avatilgan.
So that is my discussion of my description of the AXU list, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. I'll begin with a few questions at this end, and then I'll pass you on to the members, who I'm sure will have several questions. My first question relates to iJob, to the Integrated Joint Operations Platform.
Sizin to'g'risiga gaplarim bo'lsa, savollaringizga javob berishga
My first question, I would like to get a sense of how much of the extent of information that this system iJob collects.
Mening birinchi savolim IJOP bilan munosabatli.
Goes out, whom they meet, where they eat, until they return home, for instance. From, to the best of your knowledge, how much of these daily activities are captured and recorded on iJob?
To the extent of my knowledge, a person's daily activity.
Mening savolim IJOP zaten qanchalik darajadagi sizlarning uchurini yig'alaydi. Masalan, o'g'ongan vaqtdan boshlab kechgacha qanchalik xalqlarning harakatlari toplanadi. Ularniki bilanlar hamma harakatni, ya'ni ko'zish apparatlari orqali masalan kamera orqali Wi-Fi
Thank you for that. And to the
qatorliq narsalar bilan va shunday ID numarini yig'ish, ko'z pardasini skanlash qatorliq usullar orqali yig'iladi. Ular sirtmangan chog'larda masalanga, hatto marketga, ya'ni bozorga borgan chog'da ularning uchurlari yig'iladi.
Information that we analyze, it is only the Turkic peoples whose information is
o'xshash usul ham ishlatamiz.
Well, first of all, they are under greater scrutiny, and as I said, they are essentially.
Albatta, tabiiy holda u yerda yashayotgan barliq odamlarning uchurlari to'planadi. Lekin
a number of Han-Chinese who are members of
unorganized Christian house churches. Turkiy xalqlarla u yerda yashayotgan xalqlarla texmo ko'proq nazorat ostida sistemasiga elinadi.
The IJOP system, as a matter of examining their behavior, is generally overwhelmingly Uyghurs. The absolute list is entirely made out of Uyghurs.
Thank you. And could I ask you to expand slightly about this point you made, therefore, that on the basis of the system and the policies, Uyghurs are presumed guilty until proven otherwise, and how that operates?
Aqsuv tizimligi bo'lib, nurg'ilgan kishilarning hamsi xosiyatini Uyg'ur.
Without any kind of law at all to specify kind of specifically or narrowly what kind of behavior would trigger a particular, the collection of data is general and all the time. So, and then in addition to that, if you look at the official literature, the authorities' terminology is that everyone who ought to be detained should be detained. So it does not presume that people are innocent before they're proven guilty. In fact, I think that the official language would suggest that to the extent it is possible, ethnic minorities should be held in these facilities until they can be vetted and to be proven safe.
Thank you. In your report, you also mention, however, that this system, and I quote, arbitrarily selects Turkic Muslims for possible detention. And could you very briefly tell us what you mean by arbitrarily, and why you think the system arbitrarily focuses or has a bias towards Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims?
Well, first of all, the implementation of
Dokladingizda mundaq deb ekansiz. u yerdagi Türkiye Müslümanlar xalagancha tutup solanganda. Nemish bu sualim nemishqa bu faqat bu sistema Uyg'urlarga Türkiye Müslümanlar qartilgan.
And then, second of all, the term arbitrary refers to the fact that much of this behavior under surveillance
Masalan, Türkiye xalqlar tekshirish punktlarida uzun o'chiratib turgan chog'da Xitoylarga bundaq bir shart qo'yilmaydi. Xalagancha tutish bo'lsa,
it does not say that traveling outside of the Aqsa region or going to Afghanistan or Turkey is against the Chinese law. So all these
Xitoy qonunda masalanga WhatsApp ishlatsan yoki boshqa narsalarni applan ishlatsan qonun xilof degan gap yo'q. Masalan, Aqsuning sirtiga chiqib başqa yerlarga borgan bo'lsa, bu qonun xilof. Shuni bular shuni tushuntirib beradi-ki, garchi ba'zi narsalar qonunda bo'lmasa-mu, ishlarni qalayimqon tutganlik uchun bu yerda ishlarni qolgancha tutdi deb deyalaymiz.
What's the purpose of targeting, of designing a system that targets specifically these minorities?
Yes, I agree. I mean, the word arbitrary refers mostly to the fact that it is completely outside of the law, both in terms of the workings of the mass surveillance system and also the use of political education system.
Yan bir sualim, bu yerdagi alayda bo'lgan, yani özellikle Uyg'urlarni nishon qilishniki maqsadi nima?
Their deviant thoughts to transform them into loyal
Şinjan'da hozir elib berilayotgan zarba berish hozir yuz bermoqda. Hamda bu nihoyatda aniqki Uyg'urlarni nishonga olganlik.
Turkic minorities and Uyghurs in Xinjiang is a leg in a broader plan towards total
Mening oxirgi savolim bo'lsa,
of these minorities in the area.
It would appear that this is part of the Chinese government's plan to force assimilate minorities under the rubric of kind of Han-centric view of
oxirgi savolim bo'lsa, Uyg'urlarni, Turkiya musulmonlarni nishonlagan bu harakatniki oxirgi maqsadi bo'lsa, ularni yo'qotish bilan shundaqmi? Ularning plani bo'lsa, Uyg'ur va boshqalarni assimilyatsiya qilib, ularni Xitoyga yaqin bir turkum to'plam qilish.
And my final question, and with that, what you've just said in mind, therefore, for an Uyghur person in the area, in order not to be flagged by the system as being suspicious or even potentially criminal, the main way of not being flagged is essentially
Bunun asosiy maqsadi, ya'ni assimilyatsiyalash va Xitoyga yaqin bo'lgan bir ideyani barpo qilishdan iborat.
It is, but beyond that, you have to essentially prove, with all the biases in the system that is set up against you, that you are safe, and that require much more than just even proving that you have abandoned your identity.
Thank you. I'll pass you over to the members now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making yourself available to speak to the tribunal. I have structured my questions under two heads. First, and I want to speak to you in relation to the Aqsa list in particular. First, I want to...
Ben hem de sizin başka hizmetdaşlarınız soruşuğa yollayman.
Secondly, some questions on its specific.
Sot kolegisiz so'zlab berganingiz uchun ko'p rahmat. Sizga bir qancha savolim bor.
The verification of the document first. When you received the document, presumably your first step was to think about how you might check and satisfy yourself as to its veracity. Can you tell us what steps you took to do this?
Yes, absolutely. So we received this list from an anonymous.
Sualım, siz bu Aksu tizimlikini qo'lingizga olgan chaqda
2018. In fact, it was sent to the Radio Free Asia's Uyghur service.
siz qandaq qadamlarda bo'ldingiz bu tizimlikni tekshirib isbotlash uchun? Biz Aksu tizimlikini 2018-yili noma'lum bir kishilar tarafidan olgan edik.
So we shared a list with the Uyghur diaspora community from that region, a specific area of
Kishilik huquqni ko'zatish tashkiloti tizimlikdagi uchurlarni tekshirib bekitish uchun monolarni qildik. Biz avval Uyg'ur diasporasidagi ziyolilar bilan aloqalashib, ondan keyin ular 80 dan ortiq o'zining tuqqanlarini topa oldi.
Another policing database was leaked by a separate person, and it was reported by the Intercept. We checked all the 200 IDs as well on this database, and
onun sırtında kimlik numarasının bir qanchisini biz onu tekshirib aniqlay oldik.
The list also contains 27 unique mobile phone numbers. 14 of them were able to look up and match on WeChats. And in most cases, the photos, names.
Yani biz Intercept tarafından qo'lga tushgan ba'zi uchurlar orqali yana tekshirib chiqdik.
And one of them is functional, and we quote the number, and the person who picked up is a woman.
O yerda uning sirtida mandaq telefon nomerlari bor edi. Shu telefon nomerlari orqali bu uchurlarni tekshirib bekitdik.
And finally, the source who sent us this Aksu list also attached a few other pieces of evidence. We were able to perform.
Bunun sırtida 27 numar içinde bu 2 numar chet eldagi numar edi. Biz hatta şu numarga telefon shuni sinab baqdik. Telefon qilgandan keyin haqiqatan darvaqa bir bu kishi telefonga javob berdi.
Strategic Policy Institute, I think, Australia. So based on all this information, we were.
Biz uchurlarga nisbatan analizlarni elib bordik.
The Aksu list is an authentic list of detainees that are held in a facility in a particular part of Aksu, and I'm obscuring some of the details, numbers, to protect the identity of the source.
Thank you.
ASPI, yani Avstraliya Strategiya Tadqiqot Markazi va boshqa barliq bar bo'lgan ochiq manbalik uchurlarni ishlatib biz buni tekshirib bekitdik.
Considered whether you might be experiencing a certain degree of confirmation bias, or whether indeed your mind was open to the veracity of the document?
I think in general, I think at Human Rights Watch we take the evidence with a high level of skepticism. We take into account of the authorities' counter-arguments. So I think in this case of the Aksu list, we did very extensive steps using all available information to verify the list. Having said that, obviously, I think bias does exist. So we have discussed very extensively and very carefully about what the list shows.
Biz Aqsud tizimligini topshirib olganimizda nihoyatda kengri doirada buni tekshirib bekitish uchun erishdik.
Academic opinion from outside of the PRC been expressed as to the document status as a genuine spreadsheet?
The Chinese government, I believe, have never cast any doubt on this Aqsu list itself. We would welcome any specific feedback. We have presented the list in its original form to two specialist experts on Xinjiang, both of which confirmed that the language and the terms used in the list are consistent with what they know about Xinjiang and the specific crackdown.
Biz Aqsud tizimligini ikki mutaxassisga ko'rsatdik. Tizimlikda ishlatilgan uqum va til shuni qaratib mutaxassislar u yerda bo'layotgan qirg'inchilik qarshi so'z qilgan.
I'm afraid I can't describe very much of the source, obviously, and would have to stick very close to what we have published. It would appear to have come from
sizce bu Aqsud tizimligini avatayotgan oshkorlagan kishininki maqsadi nima edi?
I believe the person has some capacity as a worker in that facility, and there's no message attached to any of these information. But I believe that it is possibly that the person thinks that this has to be exposed.
Belki bunu aşkarlığa adamninki şu yerdeki terbiyeleş ceza lagerlerinde işleyen tecrübesi bab oluşu mümkün. Men şunu işlemen ki bu tizimlik şu aşkarlagan kişi bu tizimlikninki bir yerlarga foydasi bo'lishi mumkin deb o'ylagan bo'lishi mumkin deb o'ylayman.
The list itself would suggest that the authorities take meticulous records of the process of detention. The impact of detention, however, is not contained in the Aqsu list. I would rather think that it's contained in a separate list that was leaked to another researcher, the Caracas list. That, I think, outlines what the authorities consider to be the impacts of detention. What happens to the detainees after they have been subjected to political education, whether or not to kind of release them or detain them or imprison them further.
So that column you've just referred to, I take it that's a specific column in the spreadsheet. Is that akin to, we've heard described elsewhere, a management category, a column that says, that indicates the level of management that should be attached to that given individual?
You're referring to, for example, strict management versus, I believe it would be ordinary level. That in some cases is indicated that some people are subjected to more strict management than others.
Can you confirm for us whether, in your, to the best of your knowledge, everyone whose name is contained on that list is Uyghur?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I ask then, to what degree in your assessment the list, the AXU list, is integrated with other
Sizni ham bir so'rab boqsam, Aqsu tizimiga kirgizgan hamma odam Uyg'urmi? Ha, shundoq.
In other words, are these is the spreadsheet and the iJob system, are they integrated with each other? Could they be envisaged as living independent lives? Could they exist without each other, or are they necessarily intertwined?
They are intertwined in the extent that the AXU list is a list of 2,000 people who have been flagged by the IJOP system and detained for having...
Sizce bu Aqsu tizimideki bilen iJob yani birleşme meşgulat supisideki uçurlar bir-biriga zich bağlanış mı? Aqsu tizimideki 2000 kişi IJOP'da körsilgen kişilerden ibaret.
Thank you. So we don't know a great deal about the authors of the list, but what we can presume is visible to us here is administrative micro-mechanics, the mechanics of how people are administered through a penal and a quasi-penal system. I wonder if you could say anything to the tribunal that would help us to reflect on what the role of the judicial system is here. So Article 37 of the Constitution states that
Aqsu tizimdeki qaraganchada biz ko'ralayimizki, bu boshqarish yani mikro mexanizmning qaysi darajaga yetib borganligini bilamiz.
But is it the case that neither of those agencies are involved in the detentions here? Is this a record of extrajudicial practices?
None of the judicial system is referred to or involved in the detention of the people listed in the AXU list. It is completely extrajudicial.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions. My colleagues may have questions for you.
Before any of my colleagues ask you questions, first of all, can you see us? If not, can you see us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
So there's something I must ask of you and read into the record. There is another Human Rights Watch report this year called Break Their Lineage, Break Their Roots. You're probably aware of that report.
Xizmatdoshim sizni savol so'rab turishim bilan so'rab qolgan. Bizni ko'ryapmisiz? Ha, ko'ryapman.
Sorry, that's a different report. Yes, we published this report about crimes against humanity. Sorry.
Yes, let me ask thank you. Let me read the passage and ask you the question.
Onun boshqa ham bir kishilik huquqni ko'zitish tashkiloti ham bir doklad chiqargandi. Ularningki manbasini, aloqasini, yildizni
And the parliaments of Canada and the Netherlands have determined that China's conduct also constitutes
avval shu paragrafni bir o'qay, undan sizga bir savolni so'ray.
Human Rights Watch has not documented the existence of the genocidal intent at this time. Nonetheless, nothing in this report precludes such a finding, and if such evidence were to emerge, the acts being committed against Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang, a group protected by the 1948 Genocide Convention, could also support a finding of genocide. The central sentence of that, then, is that Human Rights Watch has not documented the existence of the necessary genocidal intent at this time. May I take it that that remains Human Rights Watch's position?
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. Yes, anybody else?
We've heard wide-ranging evidence, opinions, as to the intent and the motives of the state in regard to its treatment of its minority populations in Xinjiang, and inter alia, and it's not necessarily an exhaustive list, it has been suggested that that might include a desire for land and resources, a sort of Lebensraum, the BRI and the strategic policies there around it, a perceived lack of loyalty, or the other side of the coin, an inability for the state, or the state party in this case, to brook any kind of competition for its sole loyalty. And then lastly, a desire, and it may be interlinked with all the above, for homogeneity in terms of its population. Do you have a view on any of those, or are there or specifics in regard to priorities, in your opinion? Sorry, forgive me, and just indeed anything else that would come to mind in terms of motives or intent?
I mean, of course, the Chinese government is incredibly opaque. I would say that this is consistent with deepening repression under President Xi, that the region of Xinjiang has been very repressive for a very long time, a particular part of China that has been more repressed than kind of any other regions. So as China becomes more repressive, it also kind of go further into that scale. Having said that, I think the Chinese government, as it has to kind of invent itself as a great nation, it is using the minorities to reflect themselves as a kind of a greater group of people by kind of subjugating another group of people to its power. So I think that is the general purpose of the crackdown, general reason of the crackdown. But I think crackdown in China generally has a life of its own. So what that means is that police departments claims and tries to get greater resources by claiming that there is a big problem in Xinjiang, and is raised to the bottom everywhere in China, where initially small problems have been invented as a bigger problem. And so this is how we see the human cost of a completely unaccountable government system, where crackdowns are being held up as a governance model, and in order to get promoted through the party system, whoever comes harder at the minority groups get promoted faster. So I think this is generally the mechanics behind the situation there in Xinjiang.
Can you throw any light? So it's been suggested that the region has essentially become an open-air prison, and indeed IJOP, the IJOP, is an important component of that in terms of being able to survey its entire population. Is that something you would recognize? In other words, the difference between incarcerated between four walls, as we would conventionally understand it, and what actually occurs in the region is narrower than it would be in the United Kingdom or the US or where else?
Of course, being imprisoned in Xinjiang is, probably a pretty difficult experience. Having said that, I think the description of open-air prison is probably quite accurate. I think one aspect of the crackdown in Xinjiang that hasn't really received as much attention is the variable levels of movement controls that are being made possible by the IJOP system. People are flagged in the system not just for detention, but for different restrictions on their movement. Some people are labeled to be only allowed to move around in their village or in the town where they reside. If they have to go from the village to a town to go for work that day, they have to seek permission in order to commute. And other people are only allowed to be in that prefecture. They're not allowed to move out of the prefecture or go to Urumqi, the capital. Yet most Uyghurs have their passports confiscated, so they are not allowed to leave China. So these are different levels of movement restrictions that are accorded to different people depending on their relationships and their level of threats to the authorities. No other government, I think, in the world or in history has been able to have such a kind of categorizing people according to threats implemented across a region that is so large in landmass. So I think the significance of Xinjiang also lies in the ability of the authorities to exert such fine control over such a large population of people in such a short time.
Thank you. And last question. In your experience, and you've been researching this issue in this country for many years, is it conceivable in your mind that the policies that are being enacted at regional level could have emanated anywhere other than at the center of the state, Beijing?
The general policies, no, I don't think it could have originated anywhere, but with Beijing's explicit approval. Having that, of course, the specific, designs of the system probably also has quite a lot of local variations. So yes, the general policy would have to be directed by Beijing.
I'm going to ask a couple of questions before my colleagues, and I want to position NGOs such as Human Rights Watch in the world order. NGOs like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty are major important components of the modern world order. Do you accept that?
I would say so. I hope so. If we care about human rights, yes.
Indeed, so much are the big NGOs part of the world order that they find themselves from time to time criticized for being
Başka hizmetdaşlarım, sizin sual soraşdan burun ben size yana bir sualını sorsam. NGO'lar, yani hükümetsiz teşkilatlar, mesela Amnesty, Xalqaro Kechirim Tashkiloti ve kishilik huquq kuzatish tashkilotlari bu hükümetsiz tashkilotning bir qismi, shundaq-ku. Albatta, shundaq.
Rarely name witnesses, and more often, or perhaps nearly always, maintain the confidentiality and anonymity of witnesses in footnotes where a witness is referred to in some way as witness or interview or something like that.
Yes.
Mayli insan huquqni kechirim qilish tashkiloti yoki kishilik huquqni kuzatish tashkiloti bo'lsin, dokladlarda asos jihatdan guvohchilarning ismini olgan emas. Shundaqmi?
On the allegations of genocide against the People's Republic of China in respect of the Uyghur people.
I'm not aware of that specific report by Amnesty International, but no. But the use of the pseudonym has been a long-standing practice for the region of Xinjiang, for the repercussions that would
Kişilik hukuk közetiş teşkilatından başka yani Amnesty mi sizler o'xshash şekilde bir dokladni işleyen yani Uyg'urlarga qarshi elib berilgan irqiy qirg'inchilik to'g'risida. Bundan xabaringiz bormi?
By quoting anonymized witnesses, the big human rights organization rely on the public reposing trust in them to be honest and accurate in their reporting.
However, that would be a part of the reporting because as you might be able to see that a large part of that reporting relies on official sources which have been openly and publicly available, including much of the documentation about the Integrated Joint Operations Platform.
Yes, I'm dealing only with the evidence coming from individuals and their anonymization. Are you aware also of two...
Eğer köp dokladlardaki tafsilotlarga qarsangiz, nurg'unlagan isbotlar, guvohlar, ya'ni rasmiy manbalardan kelgan.
Human Rights Committee dealing with allegations of genocide.
I have to say that I have not seen others specifically on the issue of genocide.
Very well. Let's return then to the generality of the way in which Human Rights Watch and Amnesty prepare their reports.
Bunun bu dokladlarınızın sırtında yani iki doklad var. Bu doğrusu anlap bakan mesela birisiga London Advokatlar Cemiyeti, yani birisiga Britaniya Kişilik Hukuk Komitetininki. Bu doğruda bilginiz var mı? Rast gapni qilsam bu doğru çok bilmayman.
Human Rights Council by Justice Kirby from Australia, judge of the retired judge of Australia's top court, Mr. Darisman and Sonia Biserko. Are you aware of that report?
I am aware of it, but certainly I don't study North Korea, so I can't be...
Yes.
I've not studied it.
Are you aware that to prepare that report, Justice Kirby held open public evidence hearings with witnesses giving evidence?
2014-yili Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nınki Kişilik Hukuk Konsulunda Şimali Koreya bilen münasebetlik bir doklad verilgan. Bu doğrusunda xabarınız bormi? Doğrusu anlattık ama.
Justice Kirby was changing United Nations practice, which was rather opposed to such openness.
No, I haven't been following that.
No, that's fine. This tribunal, as you know, is hearing evidence in public with witnesses almost all appearing with name and image available for the public to view. Do you accept that in the modern world, this form of tribunal
Bilginizdek bu sot kolgiyasida açık aşkara anlayı aldı. İspat anlaş elip beriyapmiz. Mesela resim ve onun sırtında şahitler degandek.
Just to go back to the IJOP, you've described its sophistication as a system, both to gather data.
Sizce bu xil şekildeki sot kollegiyası yani uçuq aşkar halda ispat anlaş sizce en yaxşı bir xil usul mu? Şundaq oylayman.
Whatever's happening in the rest of China in terms of the use of technology and also the security systems that feed that the information into that system, is it much more advanced? Is it similar?
Sorry, I would just first by starting to push back on the idea of these systems being sophisticated or advanced. They are intrusive. They are full of problems because one cannot possibly say that the use of WhatsApp is any valid indication of terrorism. So the only
Mening sualım bolsa IJOP bilen seliştirganda Xitayning boshqa yerlarda ishlatilgan texnikalarni qanday selishtirasiz?
Variables that even used to a valid indicators of a particular crime. So let me just start with there. The Xinjiang both reflects the use of mass surveillance systems elsewhere in China, but also differ from the use elsewhere in China. Nowhere else in China, as far as I know, that the mass surveillance systems are directly kind of plugged into the detention system. In Xinjiang, it's very clear that the use of surveillance is a feature of the crackdown. Is a feature of the use of surveillance.
Şinjan'da işletilgan keng ko'lamdagi ko'z tutish nazorat sistemasi Xitoyning har qanday yerlaridan cho'ng farq qiladi.
Big data systems known as police cloud that identify, track, monitor people of their movements, relationships, and to set parameters, certain behavior.
Xitoyning boshqa yerlarida, o'liklarda bunga o'xshaydigan sistemlarni ko'rdik. Masalan, son numberlarni toplaydigan, kimlik adresini, uchurlarni toplaydigan degandek.
So I think the consequences are very different, and it would seem to me that the intrusion, for example, the collection of biometrics in Xinjiang requires that anyone between the age of 12 and 65 submit their biometrics, including DNA, and without consent. I don't think that kind of collection is happening elsewhere in China. Some other forms of collection is taking place, but not to that extent and not for everyone.
Perhaps I might just follow on from that. Do you have any information looking at the IJOP system?
Masalan, Şinjan'da yığılgan 12 yaşdan 65 yaş arasındaki kişilerin özününki ruhsatını almay turib yığılgan, masalan DNA'ni yığgan narsalarni Xitoyning qolgan yerlarida ko'rmadi.
It would seem to me that it's a mix of automatic sensory system inputs as well as humans, primarily police officers, but also kind of low-level officials.
IJOP sistemisindeki uçurlarniki qanchiligi texnikalik usullar orqali toplanadi. Qolganlari kishilarningki axborot berish orqali toplanadi.
Understand the IJOP system is because we obtained a copy of the police mobile phone app that communicates with the IJOP system, and we reverse engineered the app to understand how it works. So it is
odatda aholi komitetidagi xizmatchilar va tuan darajadagi soqchilar kishilarningki bu uchurlarini yig'ib IJOP sistemasiga, ya'ni birlashma mashg'ulot supasiga kirgizadi. IJOP sistemasi nurg'unlagan kishilarning elingan axborotlarni talab qiladi. Odam kuchi talab qiladi.
official would have every single single data point on each individual in Xinjiang. But how that permission level is organized is unclear. What we also do know is that this
Xitoy Kommunistik Merkezi, Xitoy Kommunistik Partiyasi, yani Beijing taraflar bu uçurlarga ega bo'la olamdi?
In real time is being collated in some ways, generating a very large database or databases.
Bu ruxsat qilish sistemasi qanday shaklda bu ancha aniq emas. Lekin bu uçurlar IJOP sistemasiga kirgizilgandan keyin soqchilar tarafidan nazorat qilinadi. U yerda yani IJOP yani birlashma mashg'ulot qilish ishxonasi degandek bir ishxonlar va nayta cho'ng zo'r ambaridek. Lekin pay degandek hukumatning qanchalik darajada bu yuqori darajadagi amaldorlarning bu sonliq ma'lumotlarga erisha oladiganligi to'g'risida pek aniq emas.
Sorry, I don't understand. Is that a question?
Yes, it was trying to be. It was really asking the same question about access in relation to the AXU list as I asked in relation to IJOP. Do you know who has access to that list?
As I said, I would imagine that the particular camp authorities have that list, and that the IJOP office that is part of the Xinjiang police have the information. The list is pooled.
Yani o'xshash bir savolim, xuddi IJOPga kimlarniki kiralaydiganligiga o'xshash. Aqsu tizimligiga kimlar ishlatiladi?
Seems to me according to threat levels, and that threat level analysis appears to be available outside of Xinjiang, and there are Xinjiang offices responsible for monitoring people outside of Xinjiang.
Aqsu tizimligi yani nurg'unlagan uçurlarni to'plagandan keyin ro'yobga chiqqan bir tizimlik bo'lg'achqa buni hamda Xinjiangdagi soqchilar buningga kiralaydi.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. One last question. We were listening this morning to evidence about the Caracas list, and one of the matters that was covered was the 3 circles and people's detention or monitoring on grounds not of what they may have done themselves, but actually what their friends, their family, or others may have done. Is there anything in the AXU list that shows you what the approach is to that kind of reason for detention through your neighbors, through your friends, through your family?
Yes, the AXU list very precisely describes exactly that people are being monitored for their relationships and that they are detained for those relationships. So
Biz atiganda anlap çıkan dokladda ispatta yani Qaraqash tizimligida kişiler özününki bazı örf adetleri bilen ziyankeş kuchurganlar va mesela yani 3 chamberek deb bir narsa qo'yilgan. Aqsu tizimligidagi kishilarninki qaysi xil shaklda tutilganligi to'g'risida aniq uchurlarni bera olamsiz?
On reverse engineering a police mass surveillance app. In that examination with experts, was there anything in the workings of that app that pointed to parallels in other?
Mesela Aqsu tizimligida esaq mesela chet eldagi qerinishli telefonda qanchalik ardı, qancha qatim so'zlashdi deganga o'xshash nimalar bor. Albatta, o qiz qarinishi bu telefonga javob bermadi. Agar javob bergan bo'lsa, bu qizni ham boshqalarga ko'tarib ketishi mumkin.
Excuse me for not remembering the full name. I think it's China Electronic. That is in our report. That is a state-owned enterprise. It's a conglomerate of many research institutes. And I believe CTC own Hikvision, which is surveillance companies that manufactures, well known for its surveillance camera manufacturing, as well as having footprint across the world. And I think Hikvision, according to and other researchers' work, Hikvision is responsible for much of the hardware that is part of the IJOP system. Yeah, so CTC, as I said, is owned by the state.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, just continuing really with, I think part of my question has been answered, but not entirely. It's about the list. I just wonder now, really, we've got the list and we found sort of various data there, and I suspect it wouldn't take the PRC long to find out who the source was, because only a few people would have access to that list. But what I really want to know is, having got the list and knowing what's going
Ben sizden tizimlik hakkında bir soru sorup baksam.
going to Human Rights Watch going to do about it? What's your next step? And also corollary to that is, what has been the implications of the list on the relatives of the people whose names have been published? Thank you.
Benim bilmekçi boğunum,
We have not shared the list itself, but precisely the reason to
bu Aksu tizimdeki kolonlarga düşkenden keyin qadamlar qaysi qadamlardan iborat?
information and also very poor at analyzing. So we continue to keep that document and share it with only very selected researchers.
Biz elbette bu tizimlikning özünü ki ismlerini aşkarlamadık.
As to the families, there are only some that have identified their immediate family members, and because the information in there is not, it doesn't give information.
Biz fakat bu tizimlikni bir neçila tanlangan mutaxassislar bilan, tadqiqotchilar bilan o'rtoqlashdik.
Little bit of extra information to the family members who, have seen the publication of the report.
Endi diasporadaki bazı Uyg'urlar o'zining balki yaqin qarindoshlariniki ismini tanıyaladı. Faqatla bu tuqqanlarninki to'g'risida uchurlarni ta'minlayoladi bu tizimlik. Keyin qadam bo'lsa, yana davomli bu bo'layotgan ahvolni to'g'ri tushunish, texim yaxshi tushunish uchun bir qancha mutaxassis tadqiqotchilar bilan bu tizimlikni o'rtoqlashish bizningki keyin qadamdagi vazifamiz hisoblanadi.
On the question of genocide and other crimes arguably committed by the PRC against the Uyghur people, the three reports of MacDonald from Essex Court Chambers, of the Human Rights Bar Watch Committee, the Bar Human Rights Committee, and Amnesty have all been subject of requests that authors should present those reports, and in each case they have declined.
It's not exactly as you mentioned.
Declined, I wanted to use a neutral word.
We invited Ms. MacDonald to give evidence. She did not refuse, but she said, I cannot add anything more than my statement. And the others, we have not requested the sources.
Well, no, I'm afraid that's not correct, Mr. Savi. One was certainly at one stage willing to attend, and in the event neither of them has been willing to attend?
As Ms. MacDonald said that because they haven't done any factual investigation, so the report is purely legal issue and can be read, and there is no need for her to give any further evidence.
Yes. As to the other two, they have both been requested to attend, and neither is going to do so.
Neither has accepted.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Is a China File senior editor. She researches China's domestic and social affairs and served as the US State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research analyst for approximately 8 years prior to joining China File. In 2016, she was a visiting academic fellow at Merrick's in Berlin. She holds a BA degree in linguistics from Pitzer College in America and an MA in East Asian Studies.
Әмді guvalıq berdiğen kişi bolsa Jessica Batbey bu. Jessica China File'ın baş təhriri, o Xitayning dövlət içidagi siyosiy və ijtimoiy ishlarni tadqiq qiladi. Hamda Xitoy China File qo'shilishning 8 yilga yaqin vaqt ichida tashqi ishlar ministerligida axborot va tadqiqot analizchi bo'lib ishlagan.
And how the officials in charge are appointed. She states that she's not attempting to explain who exactly formulated or signed off on any specific policy, but rather how power flows through the PRC's governance apparatus, highlighting those official positions with oversight of and responsibility for the policies allegedly being implemented in Xinjiang today. Ms. Batke refers to and utilizes two organograms, one an abstract one of her own and another a de facto organogram produced under the auspices of the Uyghur Tribunal that relates to state, party and PRC structures. Ms. Batke, thank you for appearing today. I understand you'd like to make a short presentation, and we'd ask if you didn't mind trying to keep to 10 minutes, and I'll have some questions for you, after which the panel will have their own questions. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. As you said, I've been asked to address the role of CCP in governance and decision-making in the PRC generally, and I'm also trying to identify key decision-making positions within the Xinjiang.
There's a difficulty with hearing you. Now, there are maybe two reasons for that. One may be that you're
Ms. Batke, bizga 10 minut vaqt bera olamiz. Undan keyin savol-javob shaklida bo'ladi.
And the other may be that you're not addressing the microphone head-on, or rather face-on. So have another, if you wouldn't mind going back and starting again.
Is this any better?
Yeah.
Great. The key ideas that I would like to leave you with today are, number one, that the CCP permeates all levels of governance, ensures key party and state positions are held by the same individuals, and that the CCP has an explicit guiding role in setting national and local policy. Secondly, even though the party state is notoriously opaque, which means it can be difficult for us
Bugun so'zmoqchi bo'lgan oshqushliq ideyalar bo'lsa,
still able to assess the likelihood of a department's or an individual's involvement in policy formulation or implementation by looking at the party state's intertwined bureaucratic structures. And thirdly, there are a number of bureaucratic players that bear responsibility for policy formulation and implementation in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, and that includes both party and state organizations at the central and local levels, and all major appointments in those organizations are made by the party. So first, let's look at the party's relationship to the PRC's governance structure. On paper, China's governance apparatus has a clear separation between the party and state and government structures. There's one exception to that rule, which we will set aside for right now. And even though there is this nominal separation, both the PRC Constitution and the CCP Constitution both mandate a leading or guiding role for the party with regard to the state. In practice, it's this leading and
Aldı bilen demekçi oğlum, Xitay'daki hükümet aparatları birbirinden ait ayrılgan şekilde.
actually party entities that set policy courses and issue directives, while state and government entities enact them. But even this formulation that I've just laid out for you, this divide, is somewhat of a false one. And that's because party cadres have key roles in every government organ, meaning that the party is deeply enmeshed in governance structures up and down the hierarchy. So I'd like to turn to illustration A, which is an abstract representation of the underlying architecture of CCP power. We can think of this as by looking at party committees, for example. There's party committees at every level of governments, from the central down to the local level, including the province, the county, and the town. These correspond with government bodies at those levels. And at each level, the party committee provides guidance to government organs at that level. It also transmits directives and guidance downward to parties at lower levels. And that happens at every single point in the hierarchy, which means that anywhere you are, there's always a party body on hand to ensure compliance and transmit directives. And yet, if anything, this still understates the degree of fusion between party and state bodies. And that's because party institutions and party personnel are even further intertwined with state and government institutions. So in addition to these party committees I just mentioned, there are also party committees embedded within government organs. So if we, for example, were talking about the Ministry of Education, that means that there is a party committee embedded in the Ministry of Education, and the person who is the head of the Ministry of Education is usually the deputy party secretary of the Ministry of Education's party committee. And if you look at governments, local people's governments, there's a similar crossover. So for example, if we were looking at a province, the governor of a province is almost always the deputy party secretary of that province. And this goes up and down, again, the line in the hierarchy. In addition to that, there's a number of party policy advisory bodies that just focus on one issue area. A good example of this, relevant to what's happening in the Uyghur region, is the Politics and Law Commission. This is at the central level, it's also at the local levels, and it advises on issues related to law enforcement and the justice system. There's also a system of leading small groups. The one relevant to us here would be the Xinjiang Work Coordination Small Group. That is a party policy advisory body. And it brings people together from all sorts of different state and party organs to formulate and advise what people should do with regard to policy in the region. But in all of these cases, the actual party members are often the exact same individuals that are manning the highest government posts. Now, this does not mean that the party is all powerful in all cases. It also doesn't mean that there's perfect coordination. But what it does mean is that the CCP is the guiding force behind all major policy initiatives, and that absolutely includes the current campaign against ethnic Turkic peoples in the Uyghur region. The scale, the scope, the cost, the duration of a campaign like this means that party officials at all levels are necessarily implicated. While we're able to explain what the general party state structure looks like, the Chinese system is really opaque. So we don't have a lot of information about who or when exactly formulated any particular policies. And in some cases, we honestly don't even know which individuals are holding really important party posts. But we don't need to know necessarily the precise procedural history of each policy in order to identify the officials or the offices that are likely involved in their creation or application. As I said before, intensive and expensive policy programs like the one that we're currently seeing in the Uyghur region do not happen without a high degree of bureaucratic compliance, and there are many party state officials up and down the hierarchy that are helping shape and realize the policies that we're seeing implemented in the region. So very quickly, I would like to turn to the second illustration, just to review some of the entities throughout the party state bureaucracy that have a hand in determining policy and implementation. And I won't have a chance to go through all of these, and this illustration is necessarily incomplete, but hopefully we can just review some of the key ones. So at the apex, at the top, is the Politburo Standing Committee. This is headed by...
I'm not sure whether
I'm sorry, I'm not sure whether the image is up on the big screen for the people in the room to see or on the slightly smaller screen for us. The answer is it isn't. So let's see if we can get it displayed. Now it is. And I can see that it's on the big screen. It's even so not entirely easy to see.
Right.
But it may be that, I'm not sure, somebody will be able to use the cursor of the computer screen, if she is here, to hover over the points that you are referring to.
Right.
Just hold on a minute, and you'll be credited with the time, don't worry. Your microphone, please.
Pointing at the relevant part.
Right. So if you could, thank you very much. If you could have in mind that everyone in the room, apart from us, is seeing this for the first time, that we can barely see it because it's such a complex diagram that we've seen it in different formats, but it's still quite a long way away. And somebody is going to be pointing to the bodies or individuals to which you refer with nothing more than the cursor. It might be a good idea to go at a reasonably cautious speed. So off you go.
Sure, and we don't have to, spend a long time on this. I actually think the point that you made about that it's very hard to view, it's so complex and large.
Bu ekrandaki diagramni biz hammamiz tunji qatim ko'rishimiz
of entities both at the party and state that have a role in this. And a lot of individuals that
yani bu diagramni so'zlagan chaqda sal astroq gap tushuntirgan bo'lsangiz.
Then that is, I'm happy with that. But I'll just very quickly point out a few entities and then turn it over to questions. So as I was saying, at the very top in the middle is the
Bu diagramda davlat va partiyaniki nurg'ulg'an apparatlarini ko'rsatib bergan narsalar bor.
There's no way that this could happen without the approval of the top leadership. And similarly, again, kind of reinforcing the idea that a lot of structures are echoed at the central levels and at the local levels. If you go
Ang ustidagi diagramning ang usti o'tirgisi bo'lsa,
CCP Standing Committee. So this is
bu partiya politbyurosiningki komiteti. Yani Xi Jinping baş raisi.
And it will have similar sort of oversight and responsibility for policies in the region. I don't want to point out too many because I know this is complicated to look at. But
agar masalan diagram pastga tushib qarasak, atalmish Xinjiang Uyg'ur Avtonom rayoni Xitoy Kommunist partiyasining komiteti ko'rsatdi.
This is up at the central level. This is a body that oversees
siyosat belgilashki kishilarningki tartibimi asos jihatini o'xshab ketadi.
Representing Ministry of Public Security, the court system, the procuratorate, the Justice Department, the people.
Masalan, sol tarafga qaragan bo'lsak, siyosiy va qonun komissiyoni ko'rsatdi.
A lot of the state organs which are going to be implementing policy, and I think it's probably best to leave it there. I look forward to your questions.
My first question is that you've stated that the party state system in the PRC is opaque and it's difficult to ascertain who exactly makes decisions in respect of alleged repression and repressive policies in Xinjiang. Can I ask, with what degree of certainty could you say, if at all, that the Politburo or other central bodies would have formulated these specific repressive policies?
Oh, I would need a specific example of the policies. I would say on any specific policy. So, for example, let's take the quote-unquote re-education facilities. I cannot say with high confidence that that was formulated at the Politburo level. I can say with extremely high confidence that it was approved of and signed off by at that level. I cannot speak to where exactly that was formulated, whether that was at the provincial level or whether that was above.
Be a little bit more precise. Could the Politburo have given broad policy direction or provided, for instance, approval, tacit or express, for the commission of crimes to fulfill those policy goals?
Absolutely. And the way that policy generally works in China is that higher level party organs will issue broad directives, broad policy goals, and at the local levels, it is up to leaders there to determine the best way to actually formulate on the ground policy that will lead to the realization of those goals. So that is exactly how power works in the PRC.
To what extent, if crimes were being committed in Xinjiang, would knowledge and information
Adətdə Xitayının siyasətində
back up the bureaucracy to the
yuqori dərəcəlik əməl orqanlar qanun buyruğu düşürdü kən cəhətin, ondan onu tüənki bağlan çağlarda oxuşmağan halətdə icra qılındı.
There's a lot of incentives all the way up and down the chain to only transmit positive news back up. However, with a campaign of this magnitude and one that, again, as we just clarified, is obviously at the behest, at the approval of central leadership, there's no way that they wouldn't know the contours of what's happening.
The CCP is the guiding force behind all major policy initiatives, including the campaign against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, stating that, and I quote, "The scale, scope, cost, and duration of which necessarily means party officials at all levels are necessarily deeply and directly implicated." I have 3 questions in respect of that. My first question, how possible is it for people lower down the hierarchy to resist or refuse policy direction from above? Each one in turn, if I may.
Sure, thanks. Again, I can't speak to any specific person or any specific level, again, because of the opacity, both of the Chinese state and in particular to what is happening in the region. But I think that it would be very, very hard for anybody, let's say at the provincial level or below, to
Mənim 3 sualım var. Birinci sualım, tüən dərəcədəki rayonlardakı kişilərin, əməldarlarınki yuqorunun buyruqlarına qarşı turuşu qaysı xil dərəcədə?
And they were then also themselves sent to camps or to prisons. So it is not an easy task to openly defy such dictates.
And how possible is it for people lower down the hierarchy to take actions on their own initiative, such as the commission of crimes in pursuance of broad policy?
Again, it depends at what level of specificity we're saying. If we're talking about, let's say, a prison guard, I'm sure that there's some latitude in their day-to-day life to commit abuses against inmates in a prison. But in terms of larger policy campaigns or directives, so again, let's talk about the camp system. It's hard to imagine that that entire system was thought up and executed without higher level approval. So it really depends on how minor or micro we're talking about abuses. But large-scale abuses that require planning and cooperation for execution will not have been completely independently generated, or maybe a better way to say it is, they won't have occurred without higher level buy-in.
Is there any evidence of directions being given at any level of hierarchy to stop the commission of alleged crimes in Xinjiang?
I am not aware of any, but I also, again, don't have access to all of the policy directives that the center is giving down to the regional level.
And my final question before I hand you over to the panel. Can you explain why Han Chinese cadres, rather than Uyghurs, serve in the highest level party positions in Xinjiang? And to what extent do Uyghurs themselves have autonomy to shape their own policies in Xinjiang?
That's a great question. As far as I know, this is not explicitly stated anywhere. We just know that this is what happens because people who track Chinese leadership have noticed over time that it is Han officials holding the high party level positions
Bir sualım var.
and Uyghurs that are
Nemishqa hükümet oralarida ishlaydigan Xitoylar, yuqori o'rinda ishlaydigan Xitoylar Uyg'urlarning ko'p.
It's actually a slight reversal on the Russian practice, which is how the Chinese government used the Russian system as the Soviet Union system as its model. So there is no explicit statement of why this is. My interpretation is that the Chinese government views these individuals as less trustworthy. They don't view them as the same as them.
Bu uzun zaman vaqtdan beri bo'layotgan bir hodisa.
When they have quote unquote one of their own in the position. There was a second part to that question which I've now forgotten.
Bu to'g'risida pek aniq bir aniqlama yo'q. Lekin mening tushunimcha Xitoy hukumati bu kishilarni, ya'ni Uyg'urlarni ishonchli emas deb qaraydi. O'zlarining siyosiy ko'rsatmalarining vaqtida ijro qilishni xohlaganligi uchun Xitoylarga bakrak ishonadi.
Once you are in the government system, particularly higher up, so like looking towards the top of the regional government, to
Şinjandagi Uyg'urlar qaysi darajada o'zining avtonomiya huquqidan foydalana oladi? Nihoyatda az darajada.
Local levels, but if we're talking about regional policy, it would be very, very difficult.
If I might hand you over to the members.
Before Professor Osler asks questions, Mr. Sabi, can you confirm two things, please? The larger document referred to by this witness was the document also referred to by Dr. Tobin this morning.
Yes, it's the same document.
And has this document yet been made available to the People's Republic of China's ambassador in...
If I might clarify, Dr. Tobin was referring to the... sorry, bear with me. He was referring to the de jure organogram.
Yes.
Ms. Batke is referring to the de facto organogram.
Well, thank you for that clarification. So that because Dr. Tobin didn't need the other document, that has yet to be displayed in public. Thank you. We better put that right at some stage and in some way, if not today, soon. Both documents could be provided to the People's Republic of China via their ambassador for verification or comment. Has that been done yet?
Not yet, sir.
But it can be done so that they can, if they choose to contribute to these proceedings, they can identify error or confirm accuracy in the time between the end of these proceedings and the time when judgment is delivered. Thank you.
Ms. Batke, thank you for your report on policy and power structures and power flow. I'd like to begin by asking you, in your opinion, has Xi Jinping's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era and the linked cult of personality, has that impacted on policy in Xinjiang?
I would not attribute policies currently being enacted in the region directly to Xi Jinping's thought on Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics or to any sort of makings of a cult of personality. They're not completely separate. However, the issues that the Chinese...
Sizni so'ramoqchi bo'lgan savolim shuki, Xi Jinping'ninki Xitoycha alaylik, Jungo alaylik ega sotsializm shuari Xinjiangdagi siyosatga ta'siri bo'ldi.
Would view as more authoritative than the Chinese Communist Party. and in this case, they are very concerned that Uyghurs and other Turkic peoples' ethnic identity or their own sense of ethnicity or their religion constitute something that they believe in and has more authority than the Chinese Communist Party. And I think that is the root of what's happening and not as much Xi Jinping's publicity campaign.
Okay, but can we assume then that President Xi has overview and oversight of policy as it's developed in the region?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And in relation, following from that, could you say a little bit, please, about what the specific contribution of Chen Quanguo as first political commissar is in relation to policy?
Chen Quanguo is the party secretary of the region, and he is also as you said, the first political commissar of the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, also known as the Bingtuan. He has a lot of leeway, I would say.
Onun sırtında Chen Quanguo'nun bu siyasetki bolgan täsiri toğrusy azra sözläp bersiňiz bilen.
To what extent he himself formulated any given policy in the region. A lot of what we're seeing implemented, or I shouldn't say a lot, some of what we're seeing implemented mimics what was happening when he was party secretary of Tibet from 2011 to 2016. So it is likely that he has had a large influence in the particular policies here.
Chen Quanguo'nun rayındaki küçü hukuki naiti çoğ. O oxşaş wagtda işlep çıkarış diviziyasynyň komissary hesaplanady.
You refer to dual-hatted individuals with both party and governance roles. And, for example,
Onun albatta siyasetke bolgan täsiri çoğ, çünkü 2011 ýyldan 2016 ýylgacha Tibet Autonom raýonunda işlegen. Lekin kandak boluşyny qaýtanyzlar, onuň raýondaky hukuky hakikaten güçlü.
Detention center or other facility, in practice, would these roles be overlapping?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to whether individuals in charge of a given prison, camp, or school would have roles, particular roles in the party.
And if there were two individuals involved at any stage, does the party always, in practice, in your experience, take precedence?
In general, yes. I think it would depend on the individuals and what they're, if someone is very high up in the central government, they would probably trump a very low party official. But also that person that is high up in the central government would also likely be a party official. So it's hard to disentangle that question simply because the organization system is such that if you are important in the government, you're also important in the party.
I'd like to turn to the Xinjiang Work Coordination Group. And you refer to multiple organizations addressing counterterrorism and counter-extremism. And you remind us in the report that these terms cover everyday activities being labeled as extremist or as terrorist. In your judgment, is this the criminalization of Uyghur ethnicity in the region or wider in China?
Yes, it is the attempt to stigmatize and, in some cases, to criminalize behaviors which are seen as traditionally associated with the Uyghur ethnicity or other ethnic Turkic peoples. And that also includes some aspects of religious faith and practice.
And looking at the education, Xingtong, is this the body that is supplanting Uyghur language with Mandarin?
Yes.
And so the references that we find in documents to bilingual education policy in your reading of policies, is this always a euphemism for actually ridding schools of the Uyghur language?
All the cases I am aware of, yes.
Okay. And with relation also to young people, you talk about boarding schools as designed to hold children whose parents both have been sent to re-education camps or prisons. Could you say something about how, because we know across China there are boarding schools and an emphasis on increasing boarding schools. So could you tell us how you understand these boarding schools in the region to differ from elsewhere in the country, first of all, and secondly, how they might differ from what are labeled orphanages?
Right. I'll first say that this is not my area of expertise, so I may not be able to address to your satisfaction, particularly the second part of your question. But from my understanding, these are different in as much as, first of all, these schools, these boarding schools are for children both of whose parents have been detained in this campaign. And as far as I am aware, there are not boarding schools elsewhere in China specifically set up for children both of whose parents have been swept up in a campaign in this manner. Secondly, again, from what I know, one of the explicit aims of these boarding schools is to break generational transmission of Uyghur language and culture, and instead inculcate a strong sense of identity with China, as opposed to with the Uyghur or other ethnicity, to ensure that the children speak Mandarin first, and that they have fully understood and enact the behaviors that the Chinese Communist Party believes make you a good citizen.
You refer also to the 2017 Xinjiang de-extremification with leading small groups. Is this the body with overall responsibility for the observation and monitoring of the population in Xinjiang?
I don't believe it is. I don't want to say anything with too much definitiveness because I'm not sure, but just based on where that sits in the hierarchy, it's a provincial level body. These small groups are usually policy advisory bodies. They're not usually sort of day-to-day implementation bodies. And perhaps as this incredibly complicated chart shows, there would be a number of different institutions that would have some hand in surveillance, although I believe the vast majority of surveillance is undertaken by public security officials. I'd be happy to have someone else tell me that's incorrect.
Thank you. And you refer to the mission to keep sufficient Han Chinese in Xinjiang relating to justice, prisons, re-education camps. So do you understand the re-education camps, the prisons, the justice system in the region to be part of this mission to move or change the ethnic balance in favor of Han Chinese? That is, to disperse the Uyghur population within the region and from the region?
I guess I'd like to ask a clarifying question. Do you mean the running of those institutions? I'm confused. Do you mean the appointment of individuals to those entities, or do you mean the way that they are being run encourages Han immigration?
Yeah, I mean that you're talking about policy, and that the policy, that the principle underpinning the policy, as you understand it, is more about the ethnic balance in favor of Han Chinese than it is about justice and prison in more general terms.
I don't know that I would say that. There are certainly campaigns and institutions which very much try to alter the population makeup, and one good example of that is the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, the Bingtuan. They do definitely try to encourage Han settlers to move into the region. I wouldn't say that, for example, the Justice Department in the region is primarily trying to change the ethnic balance population of the region. It is formulating laws and regulations that, as was mentioned before, effectively criminalize some aspects of Uyghur culture, identity, and religious faith.
Okay. And the focus of policy implementation in the region, you say it's obscure to find the origins of certain policies, but do you perceive a colonial relationship between the region and Beijing, or do you see the region as having, the regional governance as having any direct say in that?
I would say it's much closer to a colonial relationship. I don't believe that, as was hinted at in a previous question, I don't believe that Turkic peoples or others living in this region have any effective say in how the government runs as a group.
Okay, so would you say that there's, I'd like to explore the extent to which there is space for regional interpretation of policies. You've talked quite a lot about that. You've talked about one, the formulation of policy, and then secondly, the enactment. And I wonder if you could say the degree to which you think that there is space for interpretation at the highest level in the region.
That's a really good question. So you're talking about, for example, the party secretary of Xinjiang. Okay. I think at that level, any sort of quote-unquote interpretation that would be happening will likely not be in favor of greater inclusion or tolerance or respect for Turkic peoples. Any sort of innovation that's happening at that level is likely to make things harsher for people. And there's a number of different reasons for that, but one I believe our previous panelists sort of mentioned is that if you want to continue moving up the chain, you want to be seen as a voracious practitioner of the sort of policy guidance you're receiving from above. So to the extent that there is possibilities for innovation or leeway at the provincial level, it is most likely going to be to make it even harsher than perhaps what people at the central level might have envisioned.
And my final question really is, following on from Council, just to be sure that I've understood properly, you've talked about alleged crimes taking place at a low level that are possible without reference to Beijing, but could you estimate or say at what level alleged crimes can be committed without reference, or what amongst senior officials, how much reference would there be to Beijing?
I'm sorry, can you please reframe the question? I'm not sure I understand.
We've heard details of many alleged crimes in the region, and these alleged crimes can take place at a very low level by local police officers or prison guards and so on, and they can also potentially take place at a very senior level. I'm wondering at what level, at what high level that they could happen without reference to Beijing.
In terms of overall, again, large-scale policies such as opening up a camp or sending people to factories, I don't think that sort of high-level policy would happen at any level without reference to Beijing. But again, if you're talking about really specific implementation in terms of, okay, this village, we're going to round up X number of people and send them along, they may not be saying, Beijing told us we had to round up 20% of the township and send them to camps. But they would be saying, we're getting directives from above to make sure that we are, I think the quote is, locking up everyone who needs to be locked up. if that makes sense. It's a matter of specificity.
Okay, thank you.
A few questions, please, partly rooted in the second of the exhibits. We don't need to look at it again, but I need your assistance with it for our deliberations. Before I come to the document itself, would it be sensible for people assessing how things work in China to avoid altogether drawing comparisons with Western democracies? There is no comparison, nor need there be. No similarity, nor need there be.
I mean, it's hard to say that you can never draw any comparisons between any governments at all, but generally in terms of how the party is embedded in state organs, it doesn't have a parallel that I am aware of elsewhere in Western democracies.
Western democracies are often inheritors of states organized and led by omnipotent monarchs. And the democracies came from that, and they have linear lines of control from a president and a cabinet, or a prime minister and a cabinet, down through the lines of control. And to that extent, are relatively easy to imagine conceptually, visually, or however. And that simply doesn't apply in a communist state like this.
I'm not an expert on the history of Western democracy, but no, I do not believe it applies.
And so, when that diagram, first of all, suggests there are three pillars: state, government, and party, you accept that there are three distinct pillars of that kind?
As specified in the PRC Constitution, yes, that is de jure how those institutions are set up.
And the diagram that does not show a conical or triangular line of management to the top and suggests a diffuse management pattern is, in your view, an accurate representation of reality?
I would not take the diffuse pattern, as you describe it, of this chart as the be-all and end-all for how power flows through the PRC. The real problem here is that, as you noted, already it's too complicated, and I was unable, if I were to make it readable to any humans at all, I couldn't draw lines between all the different entities in all the ways that they interact with each other and between all the people that they share. So what this was trying to represent was the institutions and individuals that may have had some direct involvement in policy formulation and implementation in the region. This diagram, however, does not attempt to show how power flows.
I understand that it's drawn entirely from constitutional and formal documents of the PRC. And sorry, go on.
This document is not. So the de jure one that I believe you were mentioning from earlier today is drawn from the PRC Constitution and the CCP Constitution. This document is created from my best estimate of those organs of the party and the state and government that I think are most likely to be involved in policy. So this is not drawn from any formal constitution.
That's the first exhibit, and I'm talking a little bit about the second one still. The second one shows how people are common, or people have multiple functions in different parts of the three columns. And we've heard from several witnesses that even if there aren't clear lines that can be drawn in a diagram, the reality is that power concentrates and centralizes in the position of the president. Do you accept that?
In the position of the CCP General Secretary, not in the position of the president.
Completely my mistake, and I apologize. Yes. President Xi Jinping, yes.
General Secretary Xi Jinping, yes. His power derives from the fact that he is the head of the party. Because he is the head of the party, he's also made the president, but he does not derive his key power from that position.
My question betrays the danger of thinking of one culture in the terms of another. Thank you very much. I haven't any, further questions I think are coming from my communist colleagues, probably stimulated by my failure to understand, but let's see what they are.
Can I just ask you one question about the Binh Tuan, which you use that formulation, a state within a state. We heard from another expert today who took the view that since the advent of President Xi, it's actually been much more formalized and institutionalized and clearly under the control of the party. And so
Sizga ishlab chiqish diviziyasi to'g'risida bir savol so'rasam bo'ladimi? Uning davlat bilan bo'lgan munosabati haqida.
Yes. And the second question is, well, I'd welcome your description of fusion doctrine.
I am not an expert on the fusion doctrine, and I can't speak to that.
All right, thank you.
Do you have any sense in regard to political policy being subverted to some degree to motivations driven by personal gain and enrichment? So it could be by the appropriation of land and property or benefiting from forced labor. I mean, put simply, is Chen Quanguo getting rich?
I don't know is the short answer. I do not know if Chen Quanguo is personally enriching himself from this. I think it would be less likely than in the case of his predecessor. Wang Lequan, who's in power for a very long time, has long been suspected of making a lot of money from what was going on in the region. I think that it's certainly not impossible that he is getting rich off of this, but I would assess that his primary motivations are not personal gain, and they are political in nature. Certainly, there are a number of other people throughout the system that I'm sure are getting rich. One thing that is not shown in this chart and that we haven't talked about are state-owned enterprises, which function in the region. And I'm sure you've heard from others about so-called poverty alleviation programs, which aim to employ Uyghurs and others and pay them well below market rates. So those sorts of institutions would be well poised to find monetary gain in what's happening. But I would assess that for higher level leaders, their goals are political. They are not personal enrichment.
Thank you. You use the metaphor of water filtering through this organogram, which I found quite helpful, but I need more clarity in terms of who's making certain decisions. So we've heard from various people about their experience of detention. Would that body, who made that decision, would that body be the Department of Public Security? I've got 4 categories. This is the first.
That made what decision to detain someone in particular? Again, this is really difficult to know, and it may be different in any given situation. I've heard, I'm sure others can speak to this in more detail than I can, but I've heard from Radio Free Asia reporting that in certain areas, local leaders were given quotas of people that needed to be sent to camps. Whether that was the public security officials that were going over lists and deciding who that was, whether that was the local party committee or whether that was someone else, I don't know. Certainly, I do not believe that public security is in charge of the camps themselves. They're in charge of initial detention stations, but I believe it is the Justice Department that is running the camps. So in any given individual's situation, depending on where they were and who was making that decision, it could be someone from any of those bureaucracies.
Okay, so if someone was to go to prison, from your knowledge of this system, which body would be immediately responsible there?
For someone going to prison, that's going to be the procuratorate and the court system, because they're the ones that are trying them and then making a decision about their jail sentence.
So they would go to court?
For the formal prison system, I believe that's the case. There may be instances now in the current campaign where perhaps people are being sent directly from camps to prisons, but my understanding is that in general, if you're going to a prison, you do have some sort of trial through the formal justice system. Yeah.
So third category is who would be, which body would be making a decision regarding labour, whether it's forced or described as voluntary?
I don't have a good answer for that. I think that in the case of these poverty alleviation programs that we spoke about, or that I just mentioned, that's a larger government policy, and from what I understand, although I am not an expert on poverty alleviation, the poverty alleviation campaign in particular, work teams go to individual villages and attempt to convince people to go to factories and things like that. That's only one aspect of forced labor. Another aspect is people who were put in camps and then sent to factories. So in that case, it may be the justice officials. I think, again, it really depends on what forced labor you're talking about and where. There's so many ways that it is permeated throughout the system.
Would it be a similar answer for my fourth category, which is the death sentence? It's a court, but it could be someone else standing in for the court.
For the courts, I mean, if you're getting a formal death sentence from the court, it will be the court. Yeah.
Okay, so we've heard testimonies where they talked about death sentences, but there wasn't mention of court. So in the cases that we're considering, is it the same system that's followed in Xinjiang as in the rest of the PRC?
So technically, yes. If you are being tried and given a death sentence throughout China, you will be going through the people's court system. Whether or not there are additional extra legal sentences handed out in some of these camps, I am not aware. My understanding is that if you are given a death sentence, you are going through the formal court system.
Thank you.
I wonder if you could help us to perhaps make the diagrams with which you've presented us a little bit less static. So I'm thinking about not so much how power flows through them, but a different kind of kinetics would say, faced with these structures, if you hold the institution stable, how would an individual flow? So what would an ambitious individual looking at this say to themselves about how to climb? What would they need to do? So you might, for example, give us an example of an individual. What would they need to do? Would they need to be zealous in their implementation of policy? Would they need to show off excellent work in relation to poverty alleviation? What sorts of things cause people to climb up? And might they climb up might they be cross-posted as a way of climbing? So might they leapfrog, for example?
This is a very good question. Yes, so there are a number of different ways that you can climb up, and your question about leapfrog gets right to the point, which is there is a system by which, as you climb up the ladder, there are ceilings on your age. So if you want to get up to a certain level, you have to be younger than a certain age to be able to take that post. And there really isn't a good way, if you start at the very bottom of the ladder, during one's natural lifespan, to work your way all the way up to the top. And so people who are at very high positions in the central government generally have leapfrogged. There's two mechanisms by which they do that. I won't go into it in great detail, but I can talk about it more if you like. One is through the Communist Youth League, and one is simply by being associated with other leaders that have moved up, and they bring you along with them. That's similar to almost any place in the world. The way that you would get in a position to be able to be leapfrog in such a way is indeed, like you suggested, you need to show performance on measures that the party and state have decided are important. I'm not up to date on the exact percentages of each category of performance measure, but I know, for example, that local leaders are judged on economic growth in their area. They are judged on poverty measures. How much of, have they brought people out of poverty? More recently, there's been other measures that have been added in terms of, pollution or other environmental factors. Certainly, leaders are judged on how much unrest occurs in their area. So it's things like that that would mark you out as, being a star. And then, you would basically slowly work your way up the chain. At some point, you would get noticed, and then maybe you could leapfrog up to a higher level. But you would almost never make it all the way up to the top without some sort of leapfrog mechanism.
So almost a matter of interest is how far up the hierarchical tree are there women represented?
Yeah, so there are women on the CCP Central Committee, and I believe there's one woman on the Politburo, which is a 25-member body, although I'll be very embarrassed if I just said that and it's not true. There are no women at the CCP Politburo Standing Committee, which is currently a 7-member body, nor have there ever been.
Two other things, make sure I've understood it correctly. The question, looking at your first example of the parallel CCP and, for example, state government entities, if you were hungry for power, would you choose the left hand or the right hand ladder?
Yeah, so that's somewhat of a false divide, because the entire CCP organization department exists solely to put people in positions. And usually when you are assigned a position, it goes along with a state position. So if you are deputy party secretary of your province, you are going to be governor of that province. And so you don't, in many cases, you do not choose. You are given positions on both sides.
As I was wondering how anyone would choose the left-hand ladder. So no. They've normally got, I understand that. I'm reminded that at the beginning of your evidence, you may not remember this, and I'm not sure I did, but I was reminded that you said there's something you'd set aside and might come back to. Can you A, remember what it was you set aside, and B, would you like to come back to it?
We can. I don't know that it's particularly germane here. It was just the point that on paper, the Chinese government is set up so that the party is separate from the state and government structures. And the major exception to that is the People's Liberation Army. The People's Liberation Army is overseen by the party and nominally also by the state, but in practice it is a party army.
Anything further?
Nothing from me other than to thank Ms. Fatke for her report and very clear and precise answers.
Thank you very much for coming and giving your evidence today. And you're now free, you've always been free, to leave us. But
thank you.
There we are. Mr. Sabi, before we break, and hopefully before people leave the room, because this affects them, I want to deal with tomorrow's timetable. But before I do, there's something I omitted to say this morning that I think is correct, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. All expert witnesses giving evidence to this tribunal are doing so pro bono, aren't they?
Yes.
No gain of any kind for them, working on the same principles as the senior members of the tribunal itself.
None of the witnesses have been paid except for the costs
of travel. Thank you. Now, as to tomorrow, I just want to check on the timetable. There was a slot which was to be filled between 10 and 10:40.
It is still vacant, yes.
At the moment, it's still vacant, but things may change.
Unlikely.
Right. Well, I'll have a discussion with you about that privately afterwards, but it's probably not convenient to ask Mr. Dixon, who's coming at 9, at this stage to put back his start time, as he may well have got something to do after 10 o'clock. So, should I warn people?
It's Christian Tyler tomorrow morning.
Christian Tyler, what time is Mr. Dixon coming?
Mr. Dixon is due on Monday.
He's gone back to Monday?
Yes, it's in the afternoon on Monday.
As you can see, I'm well informed. It's my mistake for not having read the documents, I expect. So have we still got the risk of a gap in the morning?
Yes.
But is Christian Tyler coming in person?
Yes.
I think we're just going to have to live with the possibility of an extended break, unless anybody thinks otherwise. Risk putting back the start time is, I think, probably slightly risky. Otherwise, the evidence tomorrow includes two fact witnesses, expert witnesses dealing with various matters, including quite a focus on children, I think, and education. Yeah. So for those viewing online and for those here, it's a 9 o'clock start. There is a possibility of an extended break starting at about 10 o'clock. See you tomorrow.
Assalamu alaikum ekran oldidagi Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar, aziz ko'ruvchilar, ko'rayotganlar Dunyo qurultiyi to'r televiziyasi. Aziz qarindoshlar, Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki bugun atgan London vaqti atgan soat 9 da boshlangan ikkinchi qatimliq sudning tunji kuni bugun nihoyatda muvaffaqiyatli boshlanib, hozir mana muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ldi aziz qarindoshlar. Sizlarga ma'lum, bu ikkinchi qatimliq sud bugundan e'tiboran 4 kun davom qiladi. Ya'ni 9-yan 10, 11, 12, 13 kunlargacha davom qiladi. Biz har kuni Dunyo qurultiyi to'r televiziyasi bu sudningki amaliy ahvolini mushu sud zalidan naq maydondan taqdimiz. Erta yana sud atgan London vaqti atgan soat 9 da boshlandi, ammo biz Dunyo qurultiyi to'r televiziyasi sotdan bir taxminan yarım saat burun yana sizlar bilan yuz ko'rishtirishimiz, bizning taqmaydan programmamiz taxminan 8:20 atrofida boshlanadi. Evet, ko'rishaylik aziz qarindoshlar, mushu ekran oldida zerikmay, tirikmay bizni qo'llab o'ltirib bergan, buni ko'rayotgan butun qarindoshlarimizga tekrar minnatdorlik bildiraman. Shundaqla men Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi vakolatan mushu Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining qurilishiga yordam qilgan, Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan yordam bergan, uni desteklegan ve uni qo'g'digan bütün qarindoshlarimizga tekrar minnatdorligimni, rahmatimni bildiraman aziz qarindoshlar. Erta atgan London vaqti taxminan 8:20 ko'rishaylik. Ko'rishgacha omon bo'linglar, xayr qo'sh.
Oxirlashtirishdan burun bu tercümanlarga bir rahmet etmesek de qo'yildi.
Aziz qarindoshlar, baymo rahmat aytgandim 3 nafar tercümanimizga. 3 nefer tercümanımız bugün mana 9 saatini artık devam kıldı. Bugünkü son 9,5 saat devam kıldı. Bu 9,5 saatgacha bizning 3 nefer tercümanımız Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı tarafından taklif qilingan şu naq maydon programmasida şu bu qatimki bugünkü sotda guvohlik bergan, doklad bergan chet ellik shohidlarninki, tadqiqotchilarning, olimlarninki bütün dokladlarini tercüme qilib Uyg'urchaga tarjima qilib berdi aziz qarindoshlar. Bularga tekrar men minnatdorligimni bildiraman. Ya'ni bulardan masalan Shvetsiyadagi atoydan bugun shu sotga kelib tarjimonlik qilgan bizningki Uyg'ur ziyolilaridan Qaysar Abdurasol apandiga rahmat aytaman. Shundaqla Amerikadagi yosh jangovar fidokor yoshlarimizdan Mustafa Aqsu apandiga rahmat aytaman. Yana shundaqla o'ziga Yusufjon deb Uyg'urcha ism qo'ygan Germaniyalik bizningki do'stimiz Sharq Turkiston xalqining suyumli o'g'loni deyli Runa apandimga tekrar minnatdorligimni bildiraman. Atigan London vaqti taxminan 8:20 ko'rish amon bo'ladi.